I'll go ahead and put our wind shear tracker on here. This is something that we look at to see if there is changing of the wind, specifically in direction from ground up to upper levels in the atmosphere. And when we get some shear within a thunderstorm that potentially could be rotating, that's where you're going to see those globs of red on radar. And there is one just to the west of Nottingham. Again, this is outside our viewing area, but these storms are moving in. So that's something very serious that we're going to be keeping an eye on. There is some shear still with that storm that's moving through Wayne County. Not as significant as it had been earlier, but certainly significant enough that we're maintaining that tornado warning for at least another 15 minutes or so. And you can see, in fact, right where that glob of red is, a new tornado warning has been issued. So there is some circulation and regeneration of this thunderstorm. So we're getting some rotation out ahead in the thunderstorm that dies down, and then coming in right behind it is a new circulation. So that is continuing to be a situation there as this thunderstorm is moving in. Here is a little bit of a recap for you. If you are just tuning into Channel 7, we are in a storm tracking alert as a severe thunderstorm warning as well as a tornado warning has been issued for parts of the Channel 7 viewing area. Right now it is just secluded to Wayne County, Indiana, but these storms are moving to the east. So we are going to be dealing with that threat for tornadic activity in the Miami Valley. There is a tornado watch that has been issued for most of our area. This is a situation that we need to stay on air with prolonged coverage to make sure that we're getting the advice out there necessary for this tornadic activity as it comes in. So tornado watch, this is a time to prepare. If you're not under that warning, pretty much most of our viewing area is under that watch. Make sure that you know a way to get those alerts, watches, and warnings issued to you. WHIO weather app allows those push notifications for free. You just have to download the app, search WHIO weather in your app store, and that will allow you to get the app. And when it says allow push notifications, just make sure you say yes. If a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning is issued in your area, you will get that alert audibly sent to your phone. Okay, here we go. We're going back down into Wayne County. This is down towards north of Richmond, up towards Lynn, and back to the west near Hagerstown, where we're actually getting a regeneration of some rotation as this storm is circulating in and around itself. I'm going to put the scoping tool on, and this is what we use to monitor rotating parts of the thunderstorm. And there is some indication of rotation. I'm going to go ahead and put the arrow on here. Right here, just to the north and west of Hagerstown, this is where we have some new rotation that's occurring as this storm is moving to the east, again at about 35 miles per hour. So watching as it's moving through Hagerstown up into Loudonsville. This is all on the western fringe of Wayne County, as well as Randolph County as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get your recap of the severe thunderstorm warning for you as it is in the northern part of the polygons here. This is for Randolph County until 9:45. Tornado warning for Wayne County until 9:30. We do have Cheryl McHenry that is with us here on the set, and she's helping out with us as we're doing this continuing coverage of this potential situation of a tornado moving into Randolph County this evening.
McCall, we did hear that the National Weather Service confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado that touched down in Akron, Indiana, which is west of Fort Wayne. Earlier, we haven't heard any reports of damage or injuries from that, but that is one thing that we're watching. They said it was moving east at 25 miles per hour. Actually, there were some reports of several structures damaged and people trapped in their basements. We're waiting to find out more about that. But of course, this is very concerning weather since, as you pointed out, it's moving easterly towards much of our viewing area. So people have to be concerned, and I hope they're heeding your warning to take cover, to go to their basements if they're in the area that has a severe thunderstorm watch or the tornado warning, actually, because it's actually moving to the northern part of our viewing area. So we want people to certainly take heed.
Yes, exactly, because as we put this into motion, you can see how this storm, the trajectory is moving into the western parts of Darke County. In Darke County, it wasn't too long ago, only a few weeks ago, that we had a tornado that occurred there. So this is a unsettling situation to see another setup where there's the possibility of a tornado that could redevelop in the same area. And then it will continue to move to the east as it's coming in this evening. And we are in the darkness hours, as I keep mentioning that, because it's very important to know that if you plan on being out this evening, or if you have to be out, this could be a very scary situation for you. The main threats of any thunderstorm tonight is going to be damaging wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour. That's enough to create damage. Just think of a BB. If it was shot out at 60 miles per hour, that could certainly create some issues. So any pebble that could get picked up in these winds could do that same type of damage. Tornadic activity, as we do have a tornado warning that is in Wayne County, just north of Richmond, as well as hail, and also dealing with the possibility of some flooding, as flash flooding is a major concern, especially in the northern part of our viewing area.
People might also be still kind of in that holiday mode where they've had the weekend off. It's Memorial Day. They've been enjoying time with family and friends, still wrapping up activities and not really paying attention to what's going on tonight. The weather's been pretty nice. We did have some damaging weather, especially in the Piqua area yesterday. But overall, it was pretty nice weekend, warm, summer-like. And now we have to pay attention to what's coming in here because this can be potentially serious.
Yes, and we're getting closer to some bedtime hours for people. They're going to bed. Again, you want to make sure that you have a way to be alerted if the severe weather is moving into your area. Yes, we do have a tornado watch for most of the viewing area. It does not necessarily mean that you are going to see a tornado tonight, but the conditions are favorable that you potentially could see one. So you want to make sure that you have something set up to wake you up if you are headed to bed now. And conditions throughout the entire Miami Valley are different from what we saw on Sunday. Sunday we had more of a straight line wind setup, and that's exactly what happened early Sunday morning, where we had straight line wind damage. This time around we have more of a rotating environment from the ground all the way up into the mid and higher levels of the atmosphere. So that can take a thunderstorm and make it rotate and create this tornadic activity. And as Cheryl was just saying, there were confirmed tornadoes off to our west. So that's a clear indication of what happens to our west potentially could happen to the east and in our Channel 7 viewing area.
And you talked about having something that will wake you up in case you have a tornado warning in your area. We talk about our WHIO weather app all the time, but it works great. I have it on. I have it next to my bed, and in the middle of the night it will tell you if there's a tornado warning in your area and you need to take cover and go to the basement or an interior room such as a bathroom.
Yeah, and it's not just about the first step of getting the warning. That's, making sure that you wake up, but also knowing where you're going to go if that warning is issued, because some of us can be a little bit fuzzy when we wake up in the middle of the night. If a warning is issued, just make sure that you have that plan set now before going to bed as to what you need to do if that warning is issued.
And this tornado warning, you said, goes until 9:30. Right now, is it just for Wayne County, Indiana, or are we getting into Ohio now?
It is still in Wayne County, and it is set to expire at 9:30. The National Weather Service says that they're going to continue to let it go until 9:30, at which point they may reassess what is going on with this rotation as it's entering Ohio as to whether or not we're going to extend it. So I would say that we need to just pay attention to that as well.
And the rest of the area, for most of our areas, under a tornado watch and
Yes.
a severe thunderstorm warning as well.
Correct. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in southern parts of Randolph County, but we also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for the northwestern part of Randolph County. This is up north and west of Winchester, so there's actually two severe thunderstorm warnings in that county now. Here's Winchester right in between those two severe thunderstorm warnings. Lynn, which bumps right down to the county line of Wayne County, then it's that tornado warning, and then to the north and west up towards Ridgeville, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued just a few moments ago by the National Weather Service.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was it just last Sunday that we had a severe thunderstorm warning and there was no tornado warning, but we did have a spin up tornado. I know it was on the weekend. Was it just last weekend that happened?
Yes. This was a similar type of setup. Conditions were favorable for tornadic activity. Maybe not as high as the threat that we're seeing this evening, but high enough that any severe thunderstorm warning, even if it's issued, you want to treat it as though it could potentially produce a tornado.
And that's what made me remember that, because I know that when we have a severe thunderstorm warning, it can sometimes turn into that hook that you look for and that tornado that can spin up quickly.
Correct, because these storms can just rotate very fast, and it can be hard to pick up on radar immediately. So any warning that's issued tonight, you certainly want to make sure that you're keeping an eye out and just taking the proper precautions. Just at least get away from those windows. If there is a quick spin up, hopefully that you're far enough away from any type of flying debris that could injure you.
Okay, of course, so we've got a few more minutes left on this tornado warning for Wayne County, Indiana, and I know you'll be watching to see if that's extended or expanded to any other counties in the area. But right now, tornado watch and severe thunderstorm warning for most of our area.
Yeah, and there's another tornado warning that's just further north. I'm just turning off the radar quickly because there's a lot of warnings that are going on, and it can kind of, it's all the same color as our radar. But just to the west of Mercer County, this warning, which is in just to the west near the Portland area, if you're familiar with that far northwestern part of our region, this tornado warning goes until 9:45. And this storm in and of itself may be a little bit stronger, that it potentially could see that warning coming into Mercer County. Plus we have that possibility of that tornado warning moving in from southern Darke County and northern Preble County as well. So we're focusing it on two locations, one that is moving out of Wayne County, and then another that's approaching Mercer County. So again, anywhere from Mercer County down to northern Preble County, pay attention as we head into the next 30 minutes or so, as we could see some intensification with these thunderstorms as they're moving in. And just so that we can reiterate, anytime there's a tornado warning, it's a life-threatening situation. So that is why we are breaking in here on Channel 7, giving you updates on what is happening. And again, while this may not be occurring where you live right now, this is important information for anybody else that is off to the west, and also to give you a heads up that this is headed our way. Frequent cloud to ground lightning. I'm going to go ahead and just do a little lightning count for you, just so you can see 139 lightning strikes in just 10 minutes. So that in and of itself,
that's a lot of lightning.
That's a lot of lightning. You don't want to be outside exposed to any of this type of weather. Okay, so there is a new tornado warning issued. This one does come into Darke County. So this is going to include, I'm going to go ahead and get this.
And Sean Cudahy just sent us a picture of a pretty impressive cloud. A viewer in Laura sent us this. And how can I get this to you, McCall, so that perhaps we can show this? Oh, that's it right there. Is that it?
Okay.
Okay, I think that's it.
So that's in Laura. Yeah, those are some very ominous looking clouds. And it looks as though, from my vantage point, I'm just going to go ahead and we just lost it, that there may have been some lowering of that cloud base. It was hard to tell. I wanted to get a closer look.
It sort of came down pretty low to the ground, very, very dark and threatening cloud.
Perhaps there could have been a wall cloud that was developing there. So that is a little bit of a scary situation. Okay, so this new warning, we're going to go ahead and pull this up. This is still for Wayne County, but it's still just hitting the brim of Darke County. So this was the new warning that was issued, and it's interesting because, as I mentioned, the circulation was kind of falling back, and so it regenerated over that same area. Hasn't made much eastward progression, but this thunderstorm is still in that part of Wayne County, just north of Richmond, riding along the county line and approaching US 27. So if you are familiar with this area, that's exactly where the main circulation of this storm is located. I'm going to go ahead and put a scope on this so we can see where the rotation is. And it appears that we have a rotation that's near Economy and even perhaps further north up into parts of Randolph County. So we'll have to keep an eye on what's developing here near Maddock, just south of US 36, off to the west of Lynn and northwest of Fountain City. So there is some rotating part of the thunderstorm right there where the most intense rainfall is taking place. So that is where we're focusing in on. Again, this is just to the west of Fountain City. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more and put some motion on it. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to tell where it is when you put it in motion. So here's the most intense part of the storm. It is along US 35, and it's headed just towards Fountain City. So Fountain City, heads up to you. You need to be in your safe spot now. This storm is moving directly towards you and should be there in as little as 5 to 10 minutes or so.
And our tornado warning is now extended until 10 p.m. Is that right, for Wayne County, Indiana?
That is correct. This is the new issuance of that tornado warning. And as I was saying a little bit earlier, this tornado, the circulation, we had one circulation that was out ahead of it. That died down and a new one picked up right behind it. So it came in and then started all over again. And that's where that new warning is. Same area, just extended now till 10 p.m. So we have another 30 minutes for these same areas. If you are in your safe spot and you've been listening to us either on AM 1290, 95.7 WHIO, stay in your safe spot. You are not, you should not come out at this point in time as this storm is pushing to the east. And it's moving at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So if it maintains, it will be moving towards New Madison and north of Lewisburg. So we're dealing with northern Preble County and southern Darke County, where the possibility of this rotating thunderstorm will be moving in. There are a few more tornado warnings just to the north and west of Mercer. We have one circulation that's coming out of Indiana through Nottingham. This is a tornado warning just north of Portland. And then another one up near the St. Mary's River that is coming in very close to the northern part of Mercer County at this point. So we'll be keeping an eye on that circulation, as well as it's lifting to the northeast as the one just to the far south.
And our breaking news team is checking with authorities. So far, we have no reports of localized damage to the west of us in Wayne County, Indiana. But if you know of any damage, if you've seen damage, if you live there, let us know. McCall is here paying close attention to the tornado warning. So your eyes and ears out there, let us know if you see damage, and we'll keep checking and let you know what we see. But for now, please stay safe and get that WHIO weather app so that you can be advised during the night if you're getting ready to go to bed. Like McCall said, you want something that can wake you up so that you know you have to get to your safe place.
Yes, exactly, because these thunderstorms are going to continue as we head into this evening. Window of opportunity that we'll still be dealing with these storms from now until about midnight or so.
You told me hours ago that you were concerned about the weather tonight, that you thought it would be a late night.
Yeah.
That we're going to have a lot of activity tonight.
Correct, and it's quite possible that we're going to be dealing with this all the way into our 11 p.m. newscast and perhaps slightly beyond that. Tornado watch for most of our area. Butler, Warren, and Clinton not included at this point, but don't let your guard down, as we could see some rogue thunderstorms that get a little bit further south. But it's really going to be that I-70 north corridor where most of this activity is going to play out this evening.
Yeah, well, we know you're keeping a close eye on it. Right now, it's going on 9:30. We've had this tornado warning since 9 o'clock. But again, a tornado watch for most of our area, severe thunderstorm watch for most of our area. And we know that the weather's rather volatile right now.
Absolutely. This thunderstorm that I'm going to go ahead and stop this. This looks as though it's getting a little bit more intense. This is just to the west of Fountain City. Now we're starting to get into those deeper purples. I'm going to split this storm for us and take a look very closely at how high this thunderstorm is going. So very, very intense at this point. We're going to go ahead and try that again.
Okay. John Bedell said he just texted the Wayne County Emergency Management Agency Director Matthew Kane. He said he confirms as of now no confirmed tornadoes on the ground. So they are keeping an eye out, and I'm sure they're going to keep us apprised if they see anything like that. And then Sean Cudahy is out in our traffic tracker, our storm tracker, headed towards the Greenville area. He's seeing lots of lightning. As you pointed out.
Yep, and now that I'm splitting this thunderstorm into more of a vertical, we can see that the tops of these storms are hitting up close to 40 to 50,000 feet. So that's a very strong thunderstorm that's developing. And the stronger the updraft, the greater potential that it can pull down damaging wind gusts and also create some hail. So this is another threat with this storm that is under a tornado warning just to the west of Fountain City. So that's a very dangerous situation. We also have a flood advisory that has been issued for Mercer County. Very it's just surrounding, again, I'm going to go ahead and turn off this radar so that we can have a good idea of what is happening in Mercer County. These are our advisories, warnings as well. So what we have in green, that is a flood advisory, and that goes until 12:30 tonight. So after midnight, as there could be some life-threatening flooding that could potentially be occurring there. Flood advisory is really just for more standing water, but notice to the north and west there is a flash flood warning. That's what's shaded in purple. Also, what just popped on the screen there to the west, that's a tornado warning, and that tornado warning is for areas just to the west, as I mentioned. Trying to click on that so that we can get information on that. That's over towards Adams, Jays, and Wells County until 9:45. So there is this thunderstorm not only creating a flooding threat, but there is rotation to it just to our west that could potentially bringing tornadic activity into the area. I'm going to go ahead and read the description of what's going on with this flood advisory. Radar indications thunderstorms with heavy rain moving into Mercer County. Estimated 1 to 2 inches of rainfall in an hour across Indiana with these storms. Rainfall will run off and result in flooding issues. So again, rainfall estimates between 1 to 2 inches possible with this thunderstorm. We do have Sean Cudahy that is out in Phillipsburg, and he's showing us his live shot. You can see that frequent lightning off in the distance. That is what most of you are probably seeing if you just look outside your window as these powerful thunderstorms continue to move in. So a very intense situation as we head into this evening. We have flood advisories issued, we have severe thunderstorm warnings issued, as well as a tornado warning that is ongoing in Wayne County up near Fountain City. This is north of I-70. The most intense part of this thunderstorm right now is located over Fountain City, and this storm has been moving very, very slowly. So same areas from Greens Fork through Fountain City, south of Lynn, and west of New Madison have been under the gun now for at least 30 minutes. This storm has just been barreling down on them. I have not seen any reports of a tornado confirmed. I have not had any reports of damage, but then again, you have to remember that it's the darkness hours and people are in their safe spots, so let's not go out and try and see if there's any damage going on.
I have to say, though, that lightning that we saw from Sean's live shot in Phillipsburg, pretty impressive. As you pointed out, how many lightning strikes have we had? About 130, 140.
In 10 minutes. I can just grab right around Fountain City and see how many lightning strikes. 85 in 10 minutes. That's a lot of lightning strikes. And I can also see negative strikes because there's positive and negative. We had 52 negative strikes, 33 positive, and that can just show how intense that thunderstorm is. When you break it down, you see more of those negative strikes taking place. Okay, let's recap. If you're just joining us, it is 9:33 now, and I've been watching a severe thunderstorm that has had the capability of producing a tornado moving into the western part of the Miami Valley now for roughly 30 minutes. And this thunderstorm is moving into Wayne County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in southern Randolph County as well as in the northwestern part of that same county. And this is all moving in. There's even an intense thunderstorm that has a tornado warning on it associated just to our north and west of Mercer County. And Mercer County now has a flood advisory with this very heavy rain that is approaching the county line. So rainfall estimates of 1 to 2 inches an hour are possible as this storm moves in. So we have a multitude of issues that are going on tonight. At this point, if you do not have to be out at all, I would say just stay at home and let these storms ride on by, and we'll continue to give you coverage and let you know where the most intense part of these storms are and when you need to take cover, should I say, if a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning is issued tonight.
Yeah, between all the rain that we've had and now more rain tonight for some areas, the flooding threat and the possibility of severe thunderstorms and all this lightning we're seeing, as you pointed out, great night to stay home. Listen to your WHIO weather app. We're looking live in Darke County. Right now you're seeing the lightning in the distance. Look at all those lightning flashes. And this is, as you pointed out, McCall, moving slowly in our direction, coming from west to east, from Indiana into Ohio now. We are not under the tornado warning, but still very serious situation with a tornado watch for most of our area and severe thunderstorm warning for most of our area. So this is something to be certainly be aware of tonight. As McCall has said, please know where your safe spot is, and if you're going to bed, keep something nearby that will wake you up in case you are under tornado warning and need to go to your safe place in your home, need to go to the basement, an interior room such as a bathroom, and take cover. Know where you're going to go, because this is a possibility of severe weather tonight, and we're checking for damage. So far, we have no confirmed reports of tornadoes. We have no confirmed damage. Yet, as we know, that can change, as we've seen quite frequently this spring. We've seen just a lot of damaging situations between tornadoes and straight line winds. Most of the tornadoes have been EF0, EF1. They've been relatively minor, but that doesn't mean that they're not damaging or not potentially life-threatening.
Yeah, you get caught in one of these thunderstorms that are tornadic and you're in a very deadly situation. EF0s and EF1s, those are things that we typically see in the Miami Valley. Fortunately, we don't tend to get all the ingredients together to have those super mammoth types of tornadoes. Of course, they've happened in the past, but that is not what we're dealing with this time around. These are going to be quick little twisters that potentially could be spawned from these thunderstorms as they're moving in tonight. This thunderstorm that's in Fountain City is where we are seeing most of the rotation. We have a new tornado warning that's just been issued now. This one includes Darke and Preble County. This is the same severe thunderstorm that has had the tornadic potential that we were dealing with earlier on this evening. So this is what we're going to continue to look at as we head into the next hour or so. This is until 10:15 this evening. This includes New Madison, as well as parts of northern Preble County. Excuse me, let me get you back over to radar for you and zoom in a little bit closer. So Arcanum, New Madison, down towards El Dorado, a little bit further south into northern Preble County. This is just outside of the Lewisburg area. So here we go. We're going to get you some cities and towns. So we've got New Madison, El Dorado, down towards New Paris, back towards Brennersville, Lewisburg, West Sonora, Ithaca, Arcanum, Nave. You're all in the path of this storm. We have Sean Cudahy that's actually headed towards Arcanum, and he's talking about the conditions that are out there. He's in Storm Tracker 7. Sean, what are you seeing at this point?
Right now, McCall, just a lot of lightning so far. We're actually not getting any rain at the moment. I'll go ahead and show you a live look outside from Storm Tracker 7. I know you guys have taken a look at this picture a little earlier, and really just constant lightning coming. This is off to our west. There's a big lightning right there off to our left, and I mean, it's just over and over again as we are heading up 49 right here. We moved from the Phillipsburg area, then heading towards Darke County. We're heading towards the Greenville area, and again, following along with you, McCall, just trying to follow where this storm is going. That's actually one of the biggest lightning strikes that we've seen. So certainly an active night as far as lightning out here, but we really haven't felt the winds or seen the rain pick up just yet.
So he is in Darke County, headed towards Arcanum and Greenville areas, probably up 127, I imagine. But I think that shows, you talked about the storm moving slowly from Wayne County, which has a tornado warning until 10, and then now it's till 10:15 in Darke and Preble. So it does we can see that it's moving from west to east, from Indiana into Ohio now.
Yeah, and the rate of speed of this storm is moving at about 40 miles per hour. If it maintains its path, it is going to pass right across the county line from Darke County into Preble County. That is why the polygon includes that area from New Madison down just north of the Eaton area. Eaton does not appear to be in the path of this rotation, but also notice in the last few frames how much more lightning increases just towards the end of the frame. So indications that this storm is intensifying as it's moving into the western part of those counties. Also a little bit further north, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for northern parts of Randolph County, which includes Winchester over towards Union City. And this cell is going to be moving into northern Darke County. So Greenville, while you are not in the path of the tornadic cell, you are in the path of this severe thunderstorm cell that potentially could be producing damaging winds in excess of 60 miles an hour, perhaps some hail, and then also dealing with that frequent cloud to ground lightning. I'm going to go ahead and pause this so that we can take a look at where the most intense part of this storm is. At this point, just south of Hollinsburg, just west of Braffittsville, down towards Middleborough. As it's crossing the county line, the main intense circulation is right there, right at that intersection of our Indiana County, of Wayne County, southern Darke County, and northern Preble County, and it is moving towards US 121. So if you live in this area from Hollinsburg down towards Middleborough, down towards Brindley, Braffittsville, you are right in the direct path of this possible tornado moving in your direction. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pop on a few things for us and see if we have any rotation within the winds. I'm looking at my wind shear vector, not much there. I'm going to go ahead and turn on my velocity and zoom out a little bit, and the velocity is off a little bit, but you can see back to the west towards Fountain City. That's where that main circulation was as it's moving to the east. So we have to stick with radar at this point really to give us a clear depiction of where the most intense part of this thunderstorm is located.
We are getting reports now too, McCall, of as this storm has moved from Indiana into Ohio, several reports of trees down in Pendleton, Indiana, which is north and west of Richmond. These are reports coming into our breaking news desk. Also, a caller tells us lots of lightning flashes in the Greenville area, which, as we know from Sean Cudahy, we're definitely seeing that, and lots of steady rain in that area. So this storm definitely is moving west to east.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some reports that the Fountain City fire personnel reporting 1-inch diameter hail as this thunderstorm was coming through Fountain City. And as we're getting our latest sweeps there, this storm is now just to the south and west of New Madison. There is the possibility that hail is occurring there. So I'll go ahead and put our hail tracker on to see if there is some hail. There you go. There's that big bullseye. Of course, there is some lag time with it, but you have those deep purples with this storm as it was moving to the east. So possibility of some hail. Now moving into western parts of Darke County, northwestern Preble County, with the most intense part of this storm just to the south and west of New Madison near Braffittsville.
Speaking of New Madison, the tornado sirens are going off there now. Mason Willits just Facebook messaged me that they're hearing tornado sirens in New Madison.
No surprise, considering the fact that a tornado warning is ongoing there and is expected to continue until 10 o'clock tonight. I believe that's what time we have that warning until. I'm going to go ahead and double check for you just so we know. 10:15 for Darke and Preble. This polygon back to the west for Wayne County will expire at 10 p.m. and then this new one that was issued just a few minutes ago will go until 10:15. Again, polygon for tornado warning is from Nave through New Madison, El Dorado, down into Campbellstown, and off to the east towards Brennersville, Lewisburg, and up towards Arcanum. And Arcanum is where we have Storm Tracker 7 and Sean Cudahy as they're moving to the east, or should I say driving to the west, to try and watch this thunderstorm as it comes in. At this point, Arcanum appears to be on the north side of this storm, and when we put it into motion, it does appear that it may be taking a more of a southern track, but we will keep an eye on that as this storm is moving to the east. Most intense storm now crossing over 127 just to the south of New Madison. El Dorado, this storm is coming right towards you. We've had indications of hail of 1 inch in diameter. That is damaging sized hail. Winds that could be up as high as 60 miles per hour, and then of course the possibility that this storm could be rotating and creating isolated tornado within this particular cell.
Brandon Weaver says sirens are going off now in Arcanum tonight.
Okay, that makes...
We've also got a caller to our breaking news desk saying that they saw, I know this is unconfirmed, a funnel cloud is near the ground 3 miles south of Fountain City.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long ago that was. And of course, the Arcanum tornado sirens are activated. So these are the things that we're hearing, both from our breaking news desk and from callers, our viewers who are keeping in touch with us and are paying attention to the weather.
It looks as though we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. Again, any severe thunderstorm warning that's issued, treat it as though it's a tornado warning, because each and every severe thunderstorm warning has the possibility that it could rotate and create an isolated spin up. This severe thunderstorm warning is for Auglaize, Mercer, and Shelby County until 10:30. This includes the cities of Salina, Rockford, St. Mary's, towards Wapakoneta, Botkins, just north of New Bremen, and St. Henry. as this thunderstorm is coming in, has the ability of creating winds up to 60 miles per hour or greater, and could see about 3/4 of an inch sized hail. So that's pretty intense for this thunderstorm. Along with that, we have a flood advisory for the entire county of Mercer. So there is also the threat of some intense flooding, as rainfall rates could put up to 1 to 2 inches in just 1 hour time frame as this thunderstorm is rolling in.
We're hearing from Kathy and Shelby that we've got tornado sirens in West Manchester, and also Kathy Bodie says lightning and thunder in Urbana. More of our areas being affected now by these storms.
Yeah, up towards Urbana, I can take you up there on live Doppler 7 radar. No threat for severe weather at this point, but there is lightning and a very heavy downpour just off to the west. This includes Christiansburg, towards St. Paris, up towards Sydney, as it's crossing Interstate 75. So this thunderstorm is moving into Champaign County. Again, no threat for severe weather, but again, you are in the path of these larger thunderstorms off to the west that do have severe thunderstorm warnings associated with that, and even a tornado warning, which is down in southern parts of Darke County and northern Preble County. We do have Sean Cudahy that is out in Storm Tracker 7. I believe he is headed towards Greenville, and we can get a check with him on what's going on. Sean?
Yeah, McCall, for the first time, as you mentioned, heading into Greenville right now, and we are starting to see some pretty heavy rain for the first time. We'll take a look outside the front windshield of Storm Tracker 7 right now. The one thing I was talking to my photographer, Steve, who's driving right here, and he's got his hands on the wheel. Still not feeling a ton of wind out here, but we have really started to see the rain pick up in the last couple minutes. And the one thing that's been consistent over the last 20 minutes or so, as we've been showing you out here with these live pictures, I'm sure we'll see it in a second here, pretty much constant lightning going off here. We've seen some pretty remarkable lightning off in the distance right here. There's a little bit right there, and if you just wait a few seconds, you'll see some much more substantial lightning. Now, I'm pulling into Greenville here right now. I have not heard the tornado sirens, although we are inside Storm Tracker 7 and have been driving, so we'll try and keep an ear out for that if that does, if those do happen to go off. But we're making our way into Greenville right here, again seeing pretty constant lightning, and as you can see from the raindrops on the camera right here, pretty heavy rain coming down here at this point, but again, still not experiencing all that much rain so far, so certainly gonna stay out here and try to be as safe as we can along with everybody else as we also try to track this storm from Storm Tracker 7 right here in Greenville. Cheryl and McCall.
And Sheriff Simpson in Preble County, Sean, is telling us that they have set off tornado sirens for the northern half of Preble County.
And that's exactly where we have the tornado warning that is still ongoing until 10:15. I've zoomed into that location, which is near El Dorado, 726 up towards 727 near 121. This intersection area is where we are seeing that rotation and possibility of a tornado trying to develop. I keep looking at my velocity scans, and there's not a tight rotation, but when we put this in motion, you can see that there is some spinning with this storm. So this is why we have a radar indicated possibility of a tornado developing in northern parts of Preble County. So we'll keep an eye on that. For some vantage point, we have Sean Cudahy that's up in Greenville, so he's outside of this tornado warning polygon, which is always a good thing when we make sure that we put our reporters in a safe spot rather than in the path of a possible tornado. And this storm is moving to the south and east at about 40 miles per hour. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this so that we can see where it's headed. That tornado warning will continue. It looks as though that's what the National Weather Service is doing until 10:15. So let me go ahead and put the storm track on for you and get a path.
We're hearing thunder at our station too. I can hear it outside, and someone is asking me on Facebook, McCall, if we have any word on the cell in Salina. Is it weakening or gaining strength? I know you were talking about Mercer County earlier, that you were concerned about the threat up there.
First, I'll give you this track on this southern cell, and then we will go ahead and take a look at that northern storm for those folks that are listening or watching us from Mercer County. So this southern storm, the one that actually has the tornado warning on it, moving towards the Clay area in about 21 minutes, Englewood in about 32. That's outside of that polygon, so that's just showing that the path of this storm isn't moving into many cities and towns, but Lewisburg is in the path. and it is coming in closer. So El Dorado, you should be in your safe spot now. Brennersville, Lewisburg, Verona, Ithaca, all of those locations should be in your safe spot, and that's going to be your lowest interior part of a sturdy structure. So if you don't have a basement, we're talking about a closet or a bathroom, something that doesn't have windows or is the furthest away from any outside exposure, should we say. A little bit further north, up in parts of Mercer County, not seeing much in the way of indications of rotation with that storm. There is a tornado warning with a storm that is just to the north and west. Again, I'm going to just turn off this radar for us so that we can see where that warning actually expired. That's why I'm not seeing it there. So we're just dealing with more of a threat for flooding up in Mercer County, frequent cloud to ground lightning, and perhaps winds that could gust as high as 60 miles an hour, along with some smaller sized hail.
And our breaking news desk did check with Salina Fire Department. They have no reports of a funnel cloud, as someone told us that there was one, but so far there are no confirmed reports of any funnel cloud up in the Mercer County Salina area.
That's good news. That is very good news. Also good news, it does appear as though the rotation with this storm in northern Preble County appears to be weakening, but still stay in your safe spot until this warning expires. It's always best to just take heed of this tornado warning and make sure that you're not outside or exposed to what potentially could be a dangerous situation. And I'm using tools off camera just to try and get an idea of where rotation may be occurring, and I'm not seeing much of it within this cell. Again, the most intense part is now in northern Preble County, but if we back it up a few frames, you'll see how quickly it is weakening. So it was much more intense as it was moving out of Fountain City, where we did have confirmation of hail the size of an inch in diameter. And then as the storm moved into Darke and Preble County, it did begin to weaken. So that is some promising news with this storm as it's making its way on in.
A lot of people just registering what's going on in their areas. We're hearing Beth Ann says thunder in Springfield. Catherine says pouring rain in West Milton. She says, do we know if it's heading our way? Now they're in Miami County. I assume she's talking about the tornado warning. And so far it does not include Miami County.
Correct.
But they have the severe thunderstorm warning and they're under tornado watch, as is most of the area.
Yes. So, a tornado watch is just to make sure that you have that plan set in place, a way to get notified if a tornado warning is issued. We just have the only tornado warning that is ongoing in southern Darke and Preble County. Seems to be the only intense thunderstorm that we have in the Miami Valley that has shown indications of some minor rotation at this point, other than just a few reports of perhaps funnel clouds here or there. We've had no confirmation of damage nor any confirmation of any tornado on the ground. Of course, if you do see any damage in your area, wait till these storms pass on by. Wait till you have a safe moment to get outside and snap a photo. You can send it in to us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or through email. That is always helpful for us to see what's going on in and around your neighborhood and to be able to alert people downstream of what may be moving in their direction. So we do appreciate you guys sending in those messages to us. I'm constantly checking my social media accounts to see what's going on, as well as Cheryl is off camera at this point.
People are even asking about Ohio City, which is up near Van Wert, if there are tornado sirens going off there. I'm not sure if we have knowledge of that or not right now, but that wouldn't be surprising because some of those storms moving in from Indiana are up in that northern part of the Miami Valley, in fact, north of the Miami Valley.
Correct. And there were some tornado warnings with some thunderstorms that were up that way. At this point, Van Wert, if you're watching us, it does appear that you are just dealing with some very heavy rainfall. So there's Van Wert 127 that takes you down into Salina. So just some very heavy rain, not even a severe thunderstorm warning issued at this point, and it looks like the back edge of the most intense part of this storm is starting to pull to the south and east. So I'd say other than the possibility of some flooding in your area, no threat for tornadic activity. And that really is the back edge of what we're tracking this evening. When we have a bigger picture view, there's Van Wert back into Portland, and then just to the south and west of Richmond. This is just the tail end of this cluster as it continues to move to the east. And we're not out of the woods here in the Miami Valley. Good thing is that we do lose the heat of the day now that we're past sunset. We have some showers that have been ongoing out ahead of this main cluster so that could take away some energy potentially from any more tornadic activity, but by no means are we going to let our guard down as we head into the evening.
And as you've said, nighttime brings its own set of potential problems, not being able to see damage, not being able to see a potential funnel cloud. So it's really a good time to just stay inside.
Just stay inside. You know, there's a lot of things that you may be dealing with tonight, and if you don't have to be outside, just stay in and just hunker down. Continue to check for updates here on Channel 7 as we head into the evening, WHIO.com. You can stream us on our WHIO and our WHIO weather apps, where we are going to be doing this live coverage at least until this tornado warning expires, and then in about an hour we will be back at 11 o'clock with any updates of perhaps
So this
damage.
tornado warning for Preble and Darke goes until 10:15.
Correct.
Is it still in Wayne County until 10 o'clock?
Yes, so that will be expiring at 10. It does appear that the National Weather Service will let it expire. Just getting a new tornado warning issued, and that is actually further north. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. That is up in Mercer County, where we were just not seeing any rotation. That's just how quickly these things can happen. So I'm going to take you up to Mercer County, and we're going to take a look at this storm. This includes Mercer and Auglaize County as a potential rotating thunderstorm. Radar indicated tornado potential for Auglaize and Mercer County this morning goes until 10:30 this evening. So let's go ahead and turn on our velocity so that we can take a deeper dive into the rotating. Oh, there we go. That's certainly not a good situation when we're looking at our rotation. This is to the west of Salina near State Route 29. This is north and west of Coldwater. There is a clear indication now that there is possibly a rotating part of this thunderstorm. So I'm going to take you in very closely and check out what is happening up there. So Coldwater up towards Erastus. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. That's not a name I typically
That's a good guess. Erastus?
Erastus,
that's what I would say.
Yeah, moving towards Salina. So Salina, I would say go ahead and get to your safe spot at this point. You are under the tornado warning. This is north of Montezuma. So Coldwater to Montezuma, up 127 into Salina, up towards Shively, Neptune, out towards Bulkhead and St. Mary's. You're all in this tornado warning. And this possibility of a tornado, this storm is moving at about 35 miles per hour. So I'll go ahead and put a track on it so that we can see where this storm is headed. I'm going to loop this so we can have a good idea and slow it down maybe a little bit.
So tornado warning now for Auglaize and Mercer County until 10:30. And I've got a viewer telling me that now in closer to our area where we're located, rain and thunder and lightning in just north of the Kettering and Dayton city line. So we've got lots going on in the areas you've been pointing out.
When we put a track on this cell that's moving just north of Coldwater, Salina, in less than 5 minutes, you're in the path of this possible tornadic activity that's developing. St. Mary's in 23 minutes, New Knoxville in about 30 minutes. So that's a situation that we're going to keep an eye on. We have a flood advisory that's been issued just to the west of Darke County. Jumping over there, that flood advisory is north of Fountain City, which is also north and west of the tornado warning that we've been watching in southern Darke County and northern Preble County.
Gentleman says that just got really windy in the Fairborn Wright Pat area. They've got thunder and lightning, plenty of wind. I keep thinking I'm hearing that outside of our studios too here in Dayton, where we hear the thunder, and it's gotten a little bit louder here.
Yeah, it's possible. We actually just got a new tornado warning issued. Same area, we're talking just to the west of Darke County. So there's a new circulation that's forming to the south and west of Fountain City and north and west of Richmond. So this same area has just been hammered all evening long, really since about 9:03, I feel, when the first tornado warning was issued in Wayne County. We'll get some statistics on this one. This tornado warning is set to expire at 10:30. So several tornado warnings ongoing. We have one that's in Wayne County, another one that's in southern Darke, northern Preble County, and then we have another one up in Mercer County. The one that's in Darke and Preble County does appear that it may be weakening slightly, but still not enough for us to let our guard down at this point in time.
And people even to the east of those areas that are under a tornado warning are becoming concerned. Somebody just messaged me, they've got heavy rain and thunder in Troy. And somebody had earlier asked if the tornado warning was in West Milton. So people are seeing severe enough weather that they're becoming very concerned about the possibility.
That's good.
Of a tornado warning.
Yeah, and as we keep saying, I know it may sound like we're saying it over and over again, any severe thunderstorm warning that's issued tonight, just take extra caution and just go to your safe spot until these storms pass on by, because they have been quite potent. The upside is we have not received any reports of damage or reports of actual tornado on the ground, but it's in the darkness hours, so we can't necessarily say if it is or isn't happening. I'm just hoping that everybody is just in their safe spot, letting this storm go by.
And even after we get through this round of storms, McCall, and we get to 10:30, and if all these thunderstorm warnings expire, we still have to be concerned into the overnight hours that there's possibly more severe weather coming?
Once this cluster moves by, we'll be good for the rest of the night.
Oh, good.
And then tomorrow afternoon into the evening, we'll be watching another round of thunderstorms that could bring us some more damaging winds, possibly flooding and hail as well. Tornado threat tomorrow isn't as high as what we've been dealing with today. It's a different type of setup, but still not something that we're going to completely rule out at this point.
We're in a really volatile weather pattern right now, aren't we?
Yeah, meteorologist Dante Jones and I were looking at it, and I believe there was only 6 days this month that we didn't have a thunderstorm. So it's been very, very intense for, it's day 27 of the month, so
wow.
More than 20 days.
He is on US 127, still heading north towards the Greenville area, seeing heavy rain, lightning, he's hearing thunder, lots going on up there.
Yeah, we look at live Doppler 7 radar and we can see that there is some very intense rain and thunderstorm activity that is up in that area. So
we can talk to Sean now if you like. Sean, you are on 127. Whereabouts exactly? And tell us, looks like you're getting pelted with rain.
We sure are, Cheryl. We're on 127, as you mentioned, headed back south. We were in the Greenville area, heading back down towards Preble County. And as you mentioned, we are getting pelted with rain out right now. One of the challenges that we're dealing with, both from a driving standpoint and also just trying to see out with the cameras here, is that it is very dark here. Although you lit up by some lightning right there, we have had some very hard rain. We've continued to see the lightning, but the one thing we really have not dealt with all that much wind, but I don't know if you can hear the rain in the background of my microphone there. Constant lightning, and we're really getting the heavy rain right here. Does not make for the best driving conditions out here, and that's just another reason why you don't want to head out this evening if you don't have to. But as you can see, getting that heavy rain out there right now. Back to you guys.
Okay. We just keep hearing from you all over the area, and we're glad to hear from you. We want to know what you're seeing, what you're experiencing. Serious lightning near Troy, we're being told. Heavy rain,
yeah, and
lightning, thunder all over the area.
In Mercer County, it looks as though we are getting some intensification of potential rotation just to the west of Salina. So at this point, I would take this very seriously, that there is the possibility of a tornado forming in western parts of Mercer County. As we put our velocity scans on, you can see just to the west of Salina, there is a clear rotation that's just north of Eurastus that is moving to the north and east towards Salina. And we'll have to go ahead and put radar on, because sometimes it can be difficult to get that rotation to really match up with our radar. So it's a mess, really. Looking at our radar scans, it's hard to tell exactly where that rotation is. So I would say Salina up towards, let's zoom in very closely here, up towards Shively, up towards Mendon, Neptune. This rotating part of this thunderstorm is moving to the east, northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So there is that rotation. And when we put it on, I'm going to go ahead and put the velocity on here and do what we call a pixel query, where I can hit and see what the shear rate is. I'm going to go ahead and turn this warning off for us. Strong circulation right now in southwestern Darke County, New Madison. So we've got 2 circulations that are ongoing right now, possibly 2 rotating thunderstorms. So I'm going to go ahead, Give me one moment to turn
They've
this
also
off.
now extended the tornado warning for Wayne County, Indiana to 10:30. So while you're looking at that, I just want our viewers to know that if you're in Wayne County, you're not completely out of the woods yet either. They're still got a tornado warning for you.
Yes. So we have the possibility of winds in excess of 70 miles per hour rotating within this particular cell that is in northwestern Mercer County, just to the northwest of Salina. I'm going to try and get in a little bit closer.
Sirens going off in St. Mary's, says a viewer.
Yep, makes sense. I'm going to go head a little bit further south. This is New Madison. This is potentially a tornado that is forming. This is the one just to the west of New Madison. And there is some tight circulation. And what's interesting is that there's that second circulation that's in eastern parts of Wayne County that's now coming back in. And then we have 1, 2, 3 possible rotations, one that's near New Madison, one there, one to the west of Bradfordsville, and then another one south of Fountain City. So this is a very interesting setup that's taking place. So anybody that's near New Madison, Nave, Castine, Brown, El Dorado, Brindley, Bradfordsville, be in your safe spot right now, as there is the possibility of some very, very strong, perhaps tornadic activity ongoing in southwestern parts of Darke County. See what we have. I'm going to try and put this on here and see if this is something that we look at for possible debris signatures. At this point, I'm not seeing any debris signatures, so that is some good news, meaning this may not be a tornado on the ground, but certainly a very, very serious situation at this point.
McCall, someone's asking me if Sidney is in the clear for tornadoes. Now, I know that Shelby County is not technically under a tornado warning. What would you say to the people in the Sidney-Shelby County area?
I would say just stay alert. These storms are off to your west. We haven't seen the most intense part of these storms making their way into the Shelby County area yet. Very, very intense rotation up in Mercer County happening right now. Quite scary, this situation at this point. It looks as though we have something new coming out of the National Weather Service. Tornado warning. This is a new tornado warning, which is pretty much an extension of the previous for Darke County because of that rotation down towards New Madison. So we'll go ahead and put that warning back on for us so that we can see where it is. Bear with me for a moment. There we go. There's the new warning. This includes New Madison, through Arcanum and over towards Potsdam. This is still south of the Greenville area, so Greenville, you are still okay at this point in time. Rotation really strengthening in Darke County, and that's why this tornado warning has been continuing. So we're talking New Madison over towards Arcanum. Just get to your safe spot right now. A little bit further north, back up into the Salina area. We've got a lot going on here, folks. This is why we were cutting in earlier on this evening when these storms were in Indiana, because I was afraid that this was going to be the situation that was setting up. And honestly, now we have multiple tornado warnings in a good vast majority of our viewing area.
And we are sending our storm tracker with Sean Cudahy in it up to Salina now. He's going on up 127. He was in the Arcanum and Greenville area. Now he's heading north because of what you're seeing up there now, McCall.
Yeah, it looks just northwest of Salina is where the most intense rotation is occurring. In fact, we just got our latest sweep, which is right over downtown Salina. So again, get to your safe spot now. Further south in Darke County, we have several areas of rotation that are ongoing. One that is now just moving back into Darke County, another one that is lifted to the northeast of New Madison, and then a third that's coming in behind it. So this could be 1-2 punch for us in Darke County. Very, very active for us this evening. And I'm looking at some tools off camera so that I can really capture what's going on. I'm going to go into each little circulation for you. One that's just to the northeast of New Madison. This one looks to be as though it is weakening slightly. This one here, this is rather scary to see now that it is northeast of Millboro. Bradfordsville just to the north of you. New Madison, this rotation is likely going to be moving back into your area, and you just had a circulation coming through not too long ago. Let's see if we can put our, okay, so here this is now we can put on our terminal radar. This is from the Dayton International Airport, and you can see how bright that circulation is. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight that as a very concerning part of the storm near New Madison. So just over New Madison currently as it's moving to the east over towards Arcana. Then we have that second circulation that's now moving back into southwestern Darke County. So you can see 1, 2 in a row happening right now.
And as Sean is driving up 127, he says they're getting heavy wind now.
Okay, so that we'll go ahead and take a look at that. He was north of Greenville, headed up. I know we're bouncing around
And hail.
people.
He's got hail too.
Yep.
In that area.
So here's Salina. Again, Salina, you need to be in your safe spot now. We're seeing a tightening of that circulation there. Getting really close, get you some roads, street names. Frond Pike, Salina, US 29, 127, Eagle Brook Road, over towards State Route 29, Neptune. You are in the path of that storm in Mercer County. Then we're going to take you back down into Arcanum, over towards Darke County. And yes, we're continuing to get some reports from Sean Cudahy. He's seeing some hail on his travels up 127 towards Salina, New Madison. Again, this is a very intense situation happening right now. And then there's another circulation that's coming in right behind it. So I'm very fearful that we may potentially have a tornado that is occurring or trying to occur near New Madison, and then a secondary one right behind it. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on and try and see if we have any debris signatures. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a closer look. It looks as though we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that possibly has been issued. So we're going to go in and take a close look at that. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is for all glazed dark, Mercer, Miami, and Shelby County until 11 o'clock. This is from Burkittsville through Ansonia, including Greenville. This is where Sean Cudahy has been traveling. So now he is in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning. Not seeing indications of rotation, but he has been getting some reports of hail, or he's been dealing with some hail in his travels.
He was just south of Greenville when he reported heavy wind and hail and lots of rain. And we can talk to him. He's in the storm tracker. Sean, are you there? Can you tell us what you're seeing?
Yeah, Cheryl and McCall, I'm going to go ahead and leave our live picture outside Storm Tracker 7 because we are actually right in the middle of this. I was just checking my map when McCall mentioned New Madison, and we are not far from New Madison right now. We're actually headed a little away from it, and based on what McCall said, I think that might be for the best, at least for the next few minutes right here. But you can see heavy, heavy rain. We have seen some of that hail bouncing off the pavement. That constant lightning continues. And in the last couple of minutes here, we've really started to feel some of that wind. So we are right kind of in the thick of this line of severe weather that McCall was talking about, guys.
Please be very careful, Sean. You and Dan. I think you're with Dan.
Yeah, and now we still have the tightening of this circulation up in Mercer County, and now we are unfortunately near Salina getting reports of debris that's on potentially a tornado on the ground, if not has touched down. So this is a very, very serious situation in the Salina area. This is just going to be passing north and west of St. Mary's. So just look at this and take a moment to kind of absorb what is happening. This is in Salina. This is a signature that there is a possible, we call it a tornado debris signature. You can see all of the red that's around it. This is northeast of Salina, moving towards Neptune, and there is the possibility of a tornado on the ground. So
I'm going to have our breaking news team check on that. They're going to get in touch with Salina, if we can get in touch.
Yeah, if we can get in touch with people up that way. Neptune, you need to be in your safe spot now. If there is any indication that there is the possibility of a tornado happening tonight, this to me says that one has occurred. And the way that correlation coefficient works is as the radar beam goes out, it scans and it can hit everything that's in the atmosphere. And what it does is it starts to see if things are non-uniform, meaning it's not a hailstone, it's not a water droplet, but sees things that may be longer in one axis than shorter than the other, talking about possibly trees being lifted up. It sees that as non-meteorological items. And when it sees it in such a confined spot, it creates something what we call a debris signature. So it is very possible that a tornado has occurred in Mercer County at this point.
Okay.
So we're
We
going
will
to,
check on that, and if anyone has knowledge of that, please message us. We're going to try to confirm that through our breaking news desk.
and I'm going to see if I can take a little bit of a sample. And now that has intensified even more. We're seeing some deeper purples, so that is a very, very scary thing. And I can back this up in time. And watch just how this dot appears just north of Salina, right
Wow.
there as it comes into Salina.
And that was right about 10:12 p.m.
So that
About
was at
just 2 or 3 minutes ago.
10:07, 10:09.
a few
That
minutes
debris
ago.
signature appeared and intensified. So that, to me, I'm going to go ahead and say that there was a tornado on the ground at this
About 5
point.
minutes ago
About
in
5 minutes
Salina.
ago in Salina. And that means anybody that is north and west of St. Mary's at this point, you absolutely need to be in your safe spot. And the way that the debris signature works is that it may take a couple of minutes before it actually appears, meaning that tornado probably happened at around 10:05 and we saw it at 10:09.
Okay.
So this is now moving into the Neptune area and it is continuing to the east-northeast. A very, very scary situation there up in Mercer
That
County.
should be enough warning for anyone to take cover in that area. Now that we know that a tornado very, very likely touched down in Salina, anyone in the north and west of there,
Yep.
or east of there, should
Correct.
definitely take cover.
You need to be in the lowest interior part of any sturdy structure. There's been a new tornado warning that's just been issued. This one is for Preble County, and that's with that likely secondary rotation that we were monitoring coming in from the west. I'm going to go ahead and head back down south and look at what's happening down here. So we still have this one rotation that's just south and west of Arcanum. We have another rotation that's near Braffittsville, and perhaps a third that is just off to the west. We're having a little clutter there, so I'm going to go ahead and switch.
And people are tweeting us and messaging us that the sirens are still going off in the Arcanum area too.
Yeah, in fact, Arcanum, that circulation is right overhead, so you need to be in your safe spot now. The most intense part of this storm is now moving Arcanum towards Forum's Corners, out towards Pittsburgh. So we're talking 49A, 49, up towards Delisle, I believe is how you pronounce that, Painters Creek. You are also in this tornado warning polygon box. So this possibility of a tornado is headed in your direction. And then we have a new tornado warning that is what you see highlighted, this southern polygon box. This is for Preble County, as there's new rotation that's entering the county line, moving out of Indiana into parts of Preble County with the possibility of rotation with this thunderstorm. So we're talking about areas located New Paris, as this thunderstorm is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. I'm going to back out here and I'm going to take you up further north again, back up into Salina, and look at this, what's ongoing. The intense circulation is now just to the south of Neptune, continuing to lift to the east-northeast. There has been a debris signature associated with this in particular cell. So again, a very scary situation up in Salina, as there is the possibility of a tornado that may in fact still be on the ground in this area. And we can see that there is still some intense rotation just south of Neptune, and this storm is crossing over at this point. Let's see what the road there is. US 33 and moving towards 116 and lifting to the east-northeast. So take a little pause there. If you have been with us all evening long, we saw a tornado warning issued for Randolph County, or Wayne County, should I say, earlier on this evening. And since then, we've been tracking the potential of tornadoes since then, all evening long.
And I can just add that the Darke County Sheriff's Office, I'm being told, just dispatched all New Madison fire units to the station and sent Liberty Township Fire to assist. Trees and power lines are down in town and Main Street is closed. That's in New Madison.
Okay, so that was with this cell that came through, which is now near the Arcanum area. So New Madison was dealing with that possibility of that rotation that came through earlier on this evening. So again, a very intense situation that is occurring in this part of the Miami Valley. I'm going to go back over to radar, see if we can pull this up for you. Hash everything that we have going on.
And I know you're mostly concerned with where this storm is going. Who needs to be aware now as the as a possible tornado moves toward those areas?
I would say anybody that's in western parts of Auglaize County with this storm as it's moving in, this is where we have been tracking the possibility of a tornado on the ground, and that was up in parts of Mercer County. I'm going to go ahead and put the debris signature back on because this is a clear indication of the path of this possible tornado that came through Salina, now crossing over the county line just north of St. Mary's. So St. Mary's, you need to be in your safe spot now. You are still under that tornado warning as it continues to lift to the east-northeast. If we head a little bit further south, we are still dealing with the potential of tornadic activity. Not seeing debris signatures in this area that we were dealing with earlier on up in Mercer County, but I am seeing some intense circulations, one that's just south of Arcana, as well as another that is developing to the west of Preble County now and moving in. And we do have a tornado warning that's for northern Preble County from the Eaton area up 127 out towards Lewisburg. This all extends up towards New Madison, which we know we have some people dispatched going to check on some possible damage or debris in that area, and out towards Arcanum as well. Anybody east of these tornado warnings, which includes northern Montgomery County, Miami County, even up into Shelby County and into Auglaize County. We're talking I-70 and north, that I-71 corridor. Really, if you live in and around that area, north of the Dayton Metro is
people are hearing tornado sirens in Wapakoneta too, which is Auglaize County.
Yeah, and that's with that thunderstorm that's making its way in towards St. Mary's, which unfortunately, from my vantage point, continues to have a debris signature, as well as indications of rotation still on radar, which is happening right here. In that part of eastern Mercer County. So we're going to go ahead, this is back over to what we call, I said, the correlation coefficient. So there's St. Mary's, north and west, and back it up a little bit. And you can see that debris as it was lofted up into the sky. Okay, what time is it now? It is 10:21. A new tornado warning has just been issued, and this is for DARKE and Miami County.
So Miami County has it now.
Now they are in that polygon for this storm that is coming out of, what should we say, out of DARKE County, is moving into Potsdam, moving out towards Tip City and Troy. And we're bouncing around in between products because if you're looking just at radar, it's hard to see where that circulation is. We do have a couple of indicators which say near the Arcanum area that there is some rotation as that's pulling to the east. Plus we have a rotation potential in northern parts of Preble County. And that's why we have a tornado warning. Lewisburg, you need to be in your safe spot right now as this possibility of a tornado is moving in. So we're going to back this up and put it in motion so we can see lightning counter really comes up there near Potsdam.
Some of these areas where the storm has already moved through, the New Madison, we're hearing that there is damage in New Madison. They were calling in fire departments from nearby towns to assist. So we don't know the extent of that damage yet. We're checking on that.
Yeah, I was just getting that notification as well. Local reports showing trees and power lines down in the New Madison area. So a very scary situation happening there. And we're going to continue this coverage with you here on Channel 7 until we are in the all clear. Right now it's 10:23, and we've been dealing with a situation of rotating thunderstorms producing possibly, I would say at least one in up in the Salina area, and now potentially in New Madison. So we'll have to keep an eye on more damage reports coming out, not only from the viewers, but from the National Weather Service. That does not look good at all there as I'm seeing the latest scans as we get in very close here near Pittsburgh. Looks as though we are seeing some tightening of rotation. This would have been the same thunderstorm that came through New Madison, which we know now that there's possibly some damage that was associated there. So Pittsburgh, get to your safe spot right now. Possibly an intensification of rotation and potentially redevelopment of what could possibly be a tornado as it's crossing over Pittsburgh, Laura Road, headed towards Laura and up towards Pattytown. Now, the warning itself is it ends right here at the county line, it's very possible that that warning is going to be extended towards Potsdam and Laura. So you are not under the warning yet, but it's very possible that you will be. Oh, actually, you are in the warning. Sorry, excuse me. That was where the extension of that warning was. So we're going to go ahead and take some more scans of what's going on here.
I'm getting sent pictures of debris in the road in New Madison, and I've asked contacts there to let us know what they're seeing as far as the damage.
Okay. Again, if you're hearing of any damage in an area that's nearby, I would say wait until this storm passes on by. I wouldn't try and rush out and see the damage right now. This is a very intense situation. We still have what appears to be debris signatures that are still ongoing just north of St. Mary's. So I'm going to take you up that way in just a moment as we're getting new reports coming in from the National Weather Service. Again, damage of areas near New Madison. Okay, we're going to get in really close here, and you can see how messy the radar looks. So I'm going to go ahead and overlay what is our rotation, our velocity. See if we can get some good scans that can show us right near New Knoxville. You can see right there also a second rotation that may be just north of St. Mary's. We're going to go ahead and put on our debris tracker, and this right here north of St. Mary's, tracking to the east near US 66, should I say, east of US 33. So we're talking about an area just north of St. Mary's is where the most intense part of this circulation may be located with this storm. And that could actually be lofted up a little bit higher the way that our radar beam works. So let's go ahead and get back over to velocity scans. This may be a little bit further south near New Knoxville. We may be catching debris being blown out away from it. So New Knoxville, you need to be in your safe spot now, as well as St. Mary's. So anywhere from New Knoxville north of St. Mary's, this area needs to be hunkered down, as we can see this rotation slowly pushing to the east. And it looks like it may be trying to regenerate itself. May have come down through St. Mary's and pinwheeling to the east. Okay, we're gonna zoom back out.
Somebody's asking if it's safe in New Madison to come out of their shelter.
Okay, let's head down to New Madison and see where you are. If you are in New Madison, I would say that you are okay to come out of your safe spot right now. That would include Nave, Hollinsburg, Braffittsville, Millboro, New Paris, New Weston, Campbellstown. This is all areas just to the west of El Dorado, north and south. Most intense part of the storm is now to your east over Lewisburg. Lewisburg, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Also Arcanum, Potsdam, and then especially as you get northeast of Potsdam near Ludlow Falls, Laura, Pleasant Hill, and Troy, now in the path of this possible tornado. Okay, we have a new tornado warning. This is new tornado warning for Auglaize and Mercer County. This goes until 11 o'clock. So that is an extension of the same storm that we've been watching as it's coming across the county line from Mercer County into Auglaize County. This new warning, again, as I mentioned, is including the city of Wapakoneta and near New Knoxville. That's the circulation we were just watching just a few moments ago. We'll go ahead and put our velocity on. There's that intense circulation just to the west of New Knoxville. So the circulation somewhat moved. It was north and west of St. Mary's and then reformed south of St. Mary's, and it's near New Knoxville at this point. Moulton, Wapakoneta, Buckland, you're all in the path of this possible tornado, which earlier certainly showed indications that it may have touched down, and we had debris signatures near Salina. I'm going to back this up so you can see how this all played out. I'm going to go ahead and move this a little bit here.
I do have a picture that I've sent to our Hotmail about a big tree that was uprooted in the Salina area on Mud Pike. I don't know. We haven't confirmed other damage yet, but maybe we can get that picture on the air and show that.
Just pointing out the circulation that was near Salina. Again, this was around 10:06 when we first saw indications of possible debris. That circulation went through Salina and continued north of St. Mary's. But watch what happens south of St. Mary's. That northern circulation died out, and then this new circulation south of St. Mary's has formed. And this is what we've been dealing with all evening long, where we're watching some circulations dying and others regenerating. So I'm going to back this up again so that I can show you closely. There's the one that was coming into Salina. Again, that's around 10:06 this evening. We move along in time. That circulation maintains itself very strong as it moves into Auglaize County. Then it dies, and then this southern one takes over. And now this one is the one that's moving through New Knoxville and headed up towards the Wapakoneta area. So Auglaize County, you are under the gun here as we're watching this circulation moving towards you. Looks as though we're getting some more damage reports in New Madison, perhaps a building with the door blown off in this area.
Really strong thunder in Beaver Creek, someone's telling me now. People are talking about tornado sirens in Tip City, Ludlow Falls, shingles off a neighbor's house in the Salina area.
Okay, looks like
really this is affecting so much of our viewing area.
Yeah, looks like Potsdam might be dealing with a possibility. That's a very, very strong rotation signature. Potsdam, you absolutely need to be in your safe spot right now. West Milton, Pleasant Hill, looks like we are seeing a very tight circulation right overhead of Potsdam, and we're going to have to keep an eye on for the possibility of debris in this area as well. And I'm going to try and get down really close and see if I can see any indications of rotation. I'm just looking off camera here because I have some tools over here that may allow me to see. Yeah, it looks like we may have a debris signature there as well. I'm going to go ahead and pop over the debris signature. This is not a good evening for us. There's Potsdam, new debris signature being indicated on radar. Very, very serious situation for us, ladies and gentlemen. We have now potentially had several tornadoes on the ground tonight, and there doesn't appear to be any let up at this point, and this is very concerning for anybody that's in the area of Potsdam. We're talking about US 49 up towards 571, State Route 55, West Milton. Get in your safe spot now. This is not a drill. Pleasant Hill, you need to be in your safe spot now as well. Potsdam, you appear to be dealing with a tornado. If you're in your safe spot and you're listening to us on AM 1290, 95.7 WHIO, stay in your safe spot until we give you the all clear. We're still getting indications that there is, now that, do you see that, Cheryl?
Mm-hmm. That's a debris signature
that's a debris
from
signature.
What you were showing us earlier up in Salina. That's Potsdam.
Yep, and that debris signature has intensified. So we are likely another tornado on the ground there. I'm calling it out again. North of Potsdam, I'm calling out there's the possibility of a tornado on the ground, and this is headed towards West Milton. So West Milton, get to your safe spot. Now, Laura, we are on top of you. This possible tornado. It is dark. Do not try to look outside and see this tornado. Do not go to any windows. You need to be in the lowest interior part of a sturdy structure right now. This is what we call correlation coefficient. We only show this when we're talking about the possibility of debris, and this is an indication that a tornado is on the ground. We're talking about 721 north of Potsdam. This came right through Potsdam moments ago and is heading into Laura and is continuing to lift to the east-northeast, anywhere between 25 to 40 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is moving. Get you in. Again, I'm going to try and get in as close as possible. We're going to get you to street level for you. This is Dittmer Road, Chestnut Street, Wright Road, right on top of you. I'm going to back out of this a little bit, and I'm going to go ahead and put this on full blown. Oh, man.
This is an unbelievable night, really. This is incredible. All these tornado warnings and tornadoes that you feel that we've seen several.
I feel at this point we've had at least two, possibly three.
We've had Salina.
We've had Salina, which is a debris signature. This one now, debris signature, and then New Madison is possibly one that has occurred as well.
So we may have 3 tornadoes so far tonight in our area, in the Miami Valley. We keep hearing reports of that, there's damage in New Madison, that there's a house fire now. We're hearing, things that would result if a tornado had gone through. So I hope you'll heed what McCall is saying. If you're in any of these areas or anywhere in the Miami Valley, why not just stay safe? Why not just go to your safe spot? This is a dangerous night. It's nighttime, as McCall has pointed out. You can't see. Don't look out. Just go to your safe spot if you're in any of these areas that she's very concerned about. Right now, Miami County seems to be especially concerning. Darke, Preble County, Mercer County, Auglaize. These are the areas that people really need to take heed.
Yeah, and I'm sad to say that I think that there is certainly a tornado on the ground in southeast of Laura right now, and National Weather Service is very concerned with the same situation. Tornado is headed towards. Okay, so we are getting information from the National Weather Service. Tornado has developed close to Laura, Potsdam, radar confirmation of debris in the air. And this tornado is headed towards Ludlow Falls, West Milton, eventually somewhere near Troy and Tip City in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We need to be in our safe spots right now, Cheryl.
They have tornado sirens going off in those areas. So I hope that people are listening to you, McCall, paying attention to those tornado sirens. This is a time, don't take it lightly. Please go to your safe spot now.
Yeah, this is not a situation that happens all too often where we're getting these indications of debris on radar. A lot of the times we're getting these quick little spin ups, and these are clear indications that these rotations are producing tornadoes. And as I just mentioned a few moments ago, the National Weather Service is pretty much confirming at this point tornado is on the ground. Just as I mentioned, that debris signature is clear as day, telling me this tornado is on the ground in Laura and lifting to the east-northeast. And you can see that trajectory. I'm going to go ahead and put this storm tracker on from this debris signature. And again, we're moving at about, I'm going to put this on about 35 miles an hour. And you have to understand with tracking things out, these are estimated times of arrival. So I'm just going to call out city names, and these are the areas that need to be in their safe spot. Troy, you need to be in your safe spot now. We're talking we're anywhere 10 to 15 minutes. Lost Creek, Christiansburg, and then eventually up towards St. Paris if this storm maintained its path. But we're really under the gun there, and as this storm is moving into Miami County currently, as we are getting that indication that debris is on the ground now with this twister. So there's Ludlow Falls. We're talking right now at State Route 55 towards Ludlow Falls, West Milton. You're just on the south side of this. You need to be in your safe spot, but quite possible that this storm is going to pass to your north. It does not look like you're going to have a direct hit, but Ludlow Falls right now, I'm serious, get to your safe spot. You need to be in the lowest interior part of a sturdy structure. Get there now. This is a dangerous situation that has been ongoing as this. I'm sorry, I'm getting choked.
It's okay. And I would advise anybody with kids, get the bike helmets on them, put them in the basement, put the helmets on them. This is not a time to think about anything looking silly. Please stay safe. This is a very serious situation, as McCall is pointing out. So we want everyone in our viewing area, we care about you. We want you to be safe tonight. So if you're listening on the radio, if you're watching on your computer, please stay safe. Get to where you need to be. You've heard it before. Get in the basement. Get in a bathtub. Cover yourself if you don't have a basement. Be in an interior room and stay safe, because we've got some serious concerns out here. There's a tornado out there.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm back with you guys. Sorry about that. Just getting a little choked up. So Ludlow Falls, you're in the path of this storm. We're talking about areas just north of West Milton. This is near the Kessler area. And this storm has had indications of being on the ground and lofting debris. We were tracking this storm as it came out of southern parts of Darke County and northern Preble County. We're getting information from the National Weather Service. At 10:37, a confirmed tornado was located over Ludlow Falls, moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So this is confirmation that a tornado is moving through Ludlow Falls right now. Circulation. I really think that our debris signature is giving us a better real-time aspect of what is happening. Circulation is lagging a little bit. So there's Ludlow Falls as this possible tornado is moving right overhead, and it's lifting to the east-northeast. So Troy, you are in the path. LDN, you are also in the path. Pleasant Hill, you appear to be On the north side, likely not in a direct path of the circulating part of the storm, but very heavy rain, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and possibly some hail is ongoing with this storm system as it's moving to the east-northeast.
And it looks like the tornado could go right across I-75,
yes,
close to the Troy area. So I would hope that people listening on WHIO radio and maybe driving north on 75, if you're headed towards the Troy area, how about getting off the road?
Yeah.
And taking cover, getting far off the road, or getting into a ditch if you have to. But please don't keep driving up north on 75
yes, yeah,
towards the Troy area at this point, because there's a possible tornado headed that way.
That's correct. Stay or turn around and go south. We still have some circulation that's ongoing in Auglaize County. We don't want to forget about you guys, that there is circulation that is ongoing. National Weather Service is going to continue that tornado warning until 11 o'clock this evening. Right now we're at 10:39. When we flip over and we look at our debris signatures, where earlier we were having clear indications of a possible tornado on the ground, not seeing the debris signatures, so that is some welcoming news for the far northern part of our viewing area. Further south, though, we do still have this likely tornado on the ground at this point, still getting debris signatures near the Ludlow Falls area. But I would say anywhere Ludlow Falls to Kessler up to Troy, you need to be in your safe spot as we are continuing to watch this tornado ripping through this area. National Weather Service confirming that there is in fact a tornado on the ground in this area. And we're going to look at some other factors here to see if we can get an idea as to where the greatest rotation of this storm is.
Montgomery County goes until 11:15, I see, too. So we need to be careful if people, especially people in northern Montgomery County, because it's so close to Miami County.
That's correct. The main threat at this point is with this storm that's in Ludlow Falls. I am keeping an eye on this secondary storm, which now this is a little concerning that I'm seeing some tightening of some rotation. This is just east of Lewisburg, moving into, let me get some vantage point here for us, into Montgomery County. So that's around State Route 40. I'm going to go ahead and turn on what is our correlation coefficient. It is not clear at this point if we have any debris trying to form, but possibly that could have been some debris with that circulation as it's coming in. Not as clear as that far northern storm that we're looking at here over towards West Milton. I will say that the debris signature seems to be weakening a little bit, so perhaps a little bit of some good news there as this storm continues to move to the east. But there is still a very strong, tight circulation. I'm not sure why this isn't updating as far as circulation, because I believe the circulation is already to the east of Ludlow Falls, just based on the debris signatures that we have. I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, this looks a little bit better. This is from a different radar site. This is from the National Weather Service radar site, and we can see that circulation between Ludlow Falls and West Milton as we continue into this evening. I'm going to back out a little bit. Yeah, we have another circulation, another one that's trying to form here. This one's getting tighter. This is east of Lewisburg.
That's right along I-70. And
right
you're
along
looking
I-70.
at the cities that would be in the path if that is a tornado forming. You know, Inglewood's not far. Phillipsburg, Brookville, those areas. So I would hope that those in Lewisburg and east from there will be careful. And those driving again on I-70, Ohio-Indiana line, that area, anywhere in western Montgomery County. Be very careful. Not a good time to be on the highway.
I would say that if you are in the western parts of Montgomery County, as Cheryl just mentioned, we're talking about along I-70 south of Clay down to Piermont and Little Richmond over towards Hayes Corner, Trotwood, Northview, Inglewood, Phillipsburg. There is a broad rotation that is trying to tighten up here, and there is the possibility of a tornado trying to develop here. We're getting a new message from the National Weather Service that there is a severe thunderstorm that has the ability to produce a tornado near Lewisburg. So we're calling that out for you right now. This right here that is developing to the east of Lewisburg. This has the potential of producing a tornado. Right now, no confirmation of this on the ground. Again, we keep going back and forth. with what's been going on, and it's kind of hard to keep track of everything that is happening.
Yeah, I'm counting Salina, New Madison,
Yep, we have
Potsdam, and Laura area, and now possibly the Lewisburg area
Yep,
so far.
And another new circulation. This is in an area that we haven't been paying attention to because most of the storms have been to the west. This is up in Logan County. So we've got very southeastern Logan County. Here's a new circulation. This is a new one forming. Pickerington, east of West Liberty, out towards Zane. This is a very rural area, but people still live in this area, and there is some rotation that is now occurring there. And again, scary enough, you can see there are these little
Kind of southeast of Bellefontaine.
yeah,
area.
southeast of Bellefontaine, crossing over US 33 soon. We also have another circulation, West Liberty. While that circulation is to your east, there is another circulation developing to your south and west that possibly, if it continues to tighten, may be moving into your area. So Logan County out towards Union County, Ohio, there is a tornado warning that has just been issued for your area. The center of this circulation is just south of Valley High, near Mokachi Castle, and east of West Liberty. But again, West Liberty, there is another circulation that's developing just to your south and west. So heads up to you. We have a very tight circulation that is still to the south and west of Troy that had indications of debris earlier. Still some minor indications of debris with that circulation as it's lifting to the east-northeast. Looks as though that debris signature has shrunken down. That may be some promising news. Head back over to our velocity so we can take a look at that other circulation. That is, hold on a second, that's coming into Montgomery County. Clay, you need to be in your safe spot. Trotwood, get to your safe spot. Englewood to your safe spot. Circulation is tightening just south of I-70. And we can see if there's any debris signatures with this one. At this point, not seeing any clear rotation that is creating a debris signature in that part of the county. But you need to be, as I mentioned, in your safe spot if you're in Montgomery County at this point.
Got reports of power outages in Miami County. People are telling us all over the area about tornado sirens. Even in Oakwood, people are asking me, saying that they're hearing tornado sirens.
Yeah, and no surprise because you are a part of that tornado warning. Oakwood, Dayton, Kettering, out towards Beaver Creek. While you were outside of the warning, let me just step away a little bit. You were outside of that warning, or did they issue? No, there may be a new warning that's just been issued. I'm going to just turn this off so I can see. I don't know. So there we go. There's Dayton. You can see Wright Pat, Fairborn, Beaver Creek, Kettering, not in a warning, but this warning certainly can be extended. And we have several tornado warnings just to the north, one that includes Miami County, and then that may be a new warning that's just been issued up to the north and east. So we're going to take a look at what's coming in from the National Weather Service. New tornado warning for Champaign, Clark, and Miami counties as this northern, I'm going to turn the lightning counter off so maybe we can see it a little bit better. We should go with that. Okay, so we have this circulation to the west of Tip City. This is expected to continue getting our latest sweeps. Tip City, you need to be in your safe spot. This is expected to continue into eastern parts of Miami County and perhaps over towards Clark and Champaign County. We have this large circulation that appears to be tightening up just south of Clay. No indications of debris there. We have several more rotations. As I mentioned, West Liberty, you are, I'm seeing a rotation that's starting to approach your area. You do not have a tornado. You may be included in that polygon box. It's close. If you don't have it, don't worry, because you need to be in your safe spot. This rotation here is starting to form. Plus you have one to the northeast, south of Valley High. We're talking about State Route 292, and this is moving off to the east near Zane as we're heading into this evening. Tornado on radar now in western Montgomery County. That's our newest. This is getting pretty intense here. This circulation, you can see how bright that rotation is. We get in very close here, and we've got a lot going on. We're right over Brookville. Brookville, you need to be in your safe spot. Swanktown, Air Hill, we're talking about Air Hill Road, Johnsonville, Brookville Road, over towards number 9 Road. This is all moving to the east. Shiloh Springs Road. This circulation is coming right overhead. I'm going to go ahead and pop on My debris signatures, oh, that's tightening up. Very, very tight circulation there. That is not a good situation with this happening right now. Again, we've had several possible rotations. I believe we've had at least 2 tornadoes tonight, at least perhaps 3. And if you're in the Air Hill area, this is moving right overhead, and there's the possibility that this could be wrapping up and starting to produce a tornadic activity. This is just to the north and west of Trotwood. This is right along Interstate 70. Not good. As we know, there are a lot of people that travel on I-70.
And this is the end of Memorial Day weekend, so if you're listening on WHIO radio and you're on I-70, get off. If you're in western Montgomery County, do not be there. Get off the highway. There's a tornado activity in that area. You know, we're hearing that parts of Salina have been hit pretty hard. You know, you've been talking about New Madison, Salina, Potsdam, Laura, some of these areas, and I know that we're really concerned about this one right now.
Yeah, this one seems to be the most intense, and you can clearly see that. I'm going to go ahead and just zoom out because we have a lot of rotation going on. And look at this. This is the most intense one. This is in Montgomery County, north and west of Dayton. We have another circulation south of Troy getting our latest sweep. This circulation is just near the Troy area. We have 2 circulations, one that's to the northeast of West Liberty and one that's coming into West Liberty now. And these are all some very serious situations. There's the new tornado warning for that second circulation just issued. I called it out just moments ago. Look at that second rotation. This is coming in right into West Liberty. You need to be in your safe spot. North Lewis, safe spot. Pickrelltown, sorry.
That's all right.
Zane, you all need to be in your safe spot now. We have 2 possible twisters trying to develop there. We have one that's southwest of Troy. I'm going to take you in really closely, get you some street levels here. Swales Road over towards South Market Street, south of Troy. Okay, there may be considerable damage happening here. This is not good. This is not good.
This is, you're talking western Montgomery County.
We're talking western Montgomery County right now.
Okay, so Trotwood, Taylorsburg, Inglewood, get in your safe spot. You are on this line of this tornado, this debris signature that McCall is talking about. If you're driving, get off of I-70. Also, it's headed towards the 70-75 interchange. So if you're in that area, get off the highway. You don't need to be there tonight because there's very dangerous weather in the area.
Yeah, National Weather Service, I don't want to say this, but I have to say this because this is what's happening. National Weather Service has confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Trotwood, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Okay. Englewood.
So that's all we need to hear.
That's
if you're in the Trotwood area, get in your safe spot now.
Now.
I'm seeing there's been a lot of damage in the Salina area. We're going to talk about what's here right now, but there's a lot going on all over the area.
We need to focus in right now. I'm calling street level. This is a dangerous, dangerous situation. Clayton, Englewood, in your safe spot now. There is a large tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. We're talking near Air Hill. This is near Westbrook Road, Clayton. This is going to be lifting to the east. Well, this is moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. I'm going to go ahead and put this on a track for you. A very, very dangerous situation happening now in our viewing area. This is moving. We're hearing that thunder outside, Cheryl.
I can hear it.
Okay.
It's more to the north of us, though, right now, correct?
Correct.
And we see currently it's possibly heading toward. We've got Trotwood, possibly Huber Heights.
Yep.
Enon.
Yep. I'm just going to get in real
heavily
close.
populated areas, and you know, if you live there,
very
you've
dangerous.
got to get to your basement. You've got to get to those interior rooms. Lots of heavily populated areas. I-70 is right in there. I-75. The crossroads of America, 70 and 75. That's a very potentially dangerous area to be right now.
100%. Irvington, Clayton, you need to be in your safe spot. Absolutely, at this point, a very large, dangerous tornado on the ground. And this is moving through this very populated area, as you said, Cheryl. We are going to have a lot of damage. Unfortunately, and I hope that you are heeding our warning at this point. This is going to be moving across I-70. Not a safe spot to be at all. as this is lifting to the east at 40 miles per hour, north view. Okay, National Weather Service, this appears to be a very damaging tornado moving south of Clayton into the Trotwood area now.
Okay, and we hope that it is just damage. So if you'll heed the warnings, get to that safe spot, get to your basement, get to your interior bathroom, go now. Better to have damage. Things can be replaced. We don't want people hurt tonight.
No, we don't. And for the size of this rotation and the size of the debris signature, I'm going to pop this on here, and this is probably not going to be a good situation, as we do have some debris that is showing as this is moving through the Trotwood area currently. This is a very scary, scary situation. As this very, very tight rotation is still being clearly depicted on radar. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can throw on some radar here and see if we can see it. See, this is the problem, Cheryl, is that it is just a glob of very heavy rain. You're not, we've got darkness, we have this heavy rain. You're not going to see this coming. And I could hear the roar of that thunder outside our studios right now.
It has definitely increased right outside our studios here in Dayton, close to the Oakwood border. You know, I know we're very concerned about this Trotwood area right now, the Clayton area, Trotwood area, possibly Inglewood.
Yep, exactly. This is an extremely tight rotation. We have several tornado warnings that are ongoing in the Miami Valley, and I'm going to just pop up really quickly up to these other areas. I don't want to forget about you. West Liberty, you still need to be in your safe spot. Zane, you still need to be in your safe spot as well. We have 2 circulations that are overhead. We still have a tornado warning that is in effect for eastern parts of Auglaize County as this circulation is moving out of the area. But most importantly, we have 2 circulations that we're keeping an eye on. One that's south of Troy, likely tightening up here. This is moving along over State Route 202. And we have a new tornado warning that's been issued for that. We're getting reports that this was probably from earlier on at 10:46. There was a funnel cloud reported in Preble County, likely as this rotation was coming in. And this is coming over a very densely populated area south of Inglewood, Clayton, Irvington, over towards Butler. The Dayton International Airport is in the path of this. Merlin Heights, Huber Heights, Hooks Corner, Harrison, Upper Dayton View. This is passing to the north of downtown. So we're looking Taylorsburg. This is a live look that we're seeing from Tip City. This is to the north. If you're looking at live Doppler 7 radar, Tip City is north of this storm. We're looking more at the most intense, threatening part of this thunderstorm, south of Inglewood, Northview. In your safe spot now, Merlin Heights, Dayton International Airport. Anybody that's in and around that area, Butler. This circulation is right overhead, and this is a very scary and potentially deadly situation at this point as it's crossing through this area.
I just think of all the homes in that area, all the cars on the highways, like this a densely populated area, that northern Montgomery County area, Huber Heights, Trotwood, Inglewood, Clayton. I hope that everyone listening is going to stay safe because this is quite scary.
Yeah, and now we're getting a tornado emergency coming in from Montgomery County. That is the highest level of warnings that you can get for this type of situation. This is what you typically see out in the Plain States, a tornado emergency. That's when you're talking about a very large, violent tornado on the ground. So tornado emergency coming into Montgomery County with this large tornado on the ground causing damage. So we're talking about Irvington, Regina Heights. This is intense as this thunderstorm is producing a very large tornado as it's coming through a very populated area in northwestern parts of Montgomery County.
A tornado emergency is pretty rare around here. I don't remember having one in recent history.
No, it is very rare. I've been here for 7 years now. And we have never had a tornado emergency while we've been here. And the largest tornado that we had was that Cedarville tornado, and we did not have a tornado emergency issued with that tornado. So this is, you know, because of the number of people that live in this area and the destruction that is happening right now, tornado emergency is warranted for this. This is a look from Tip City, and you can just see those winds, and Tip City is in between. It is not in the direct path of this at this point. And I just wish that we could see this system weakening at this point.
You're not seeing that.
I'm not seeing it weakening. It's still near Taylorsburg. This is moving to the east towards Harrison, towards Merlin Heights. We're talking Huber Heights, Hooks Corner, Inglewood, up towards the Dayton International Airport. This circulation continues as it's moving to the east. We have another circulation that is in Miami County, north of Tip City, where we have this live view that there's a circulation up towards Grayson. So you need to be in your safe spot as well. Haven View, Christiansburg, Lost Creek. This is all south of the Troy area. Let me see what other circulations we have going on. We have two that are still ongoing up in southeastern parts of Logan County and Champaign County as well. This is a live look from, is this Storm Tracker 7? This is in, this is Traffic Tracker. This is on I-70 in Huber Heights. I would say whoever is driving that car needs to find a safe spot and pull over.
You want our own crew to get off the road.
Yeah, I want our crew to get off the road at this point.
You hear that, Sean?
This is not a safe spot. Whoever is driving that, they need to pull over.
We're hearing the
I can hear the sirens.
Yeah.
So, again, whoever is driving that needs to be in their safe spot. We are dealing with a catastrophic event that is happening in western parts of Montgomery County. We're going to get back down to street level. We're talking near Regina Heights, Irvington, moving to the east-northeast towards Merlin Heights, even as far south as Harrison, as this potentially catastrophic situation is happening. There is a tornado on the ground creating a lot of damage, and we can go over and look at our
Look at that debris signature from what you showed us earlier. You recognize that, and that's a lot of damage.
Yep, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed near Trotwood, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So it is confirmed that this is what we've been saying. Unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with tonight. Irvington, this circulation is right over you. And this storm system continues to move to the east-northeast. I'm going to go flip over to radar. And it is very hard to see on radar because of how much rain is falling. So this large tornado is going to be disguised in the darkness, as well as disguised by this very heavy wall of rain that is preceding it as it's moving to the east-northeast. And you can see how this is developed as we've been continuing through this evening. And I can hear that siren. So the most dangerous part of this storm is northwest of downtown at this point. And we're going to keep an eye on this as it continues to track.
We're concerned about Huber Heights, right, Pat, Fairborn, that area now, possibly Bethel.
Yes, exactly. We're talking Harrison, Huber Heights, Merlin Heights, Irvington. This is a very, very scary situation. So we're going to just continue to monitor.
Continue to tell people, please get to your safe spot, go to your basement, get to that interior bathroom, whatever room of the house is most interior, get away from windows, cover yourself, put the bike helmets on if you need to. Yeah. Do everything you can. Remember, the property can be replaced, people can't.
Correct. I'm just looking at some things, and this storm is, unfortunately, it looks as though it is pushing southeast rather than northeast at this point.
So southeast, Riverside, potentially?
Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try and put on radar so that we can see this a little bit better. See if we can get a better depiction for you so that you can see. It's very close to our radar site. So this, I can see it's right near Shiloh. So if you are in the Shiloh area, this is right overhead. This is moving to the east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour, but does appear to be moving a little bit further south and east. So you can see when I put this into motion here, I'm going to slow it down a little bit. Okay. So this is moving from Harrison towards Riverside. This is an atypical hook echo, which we're not used to. Normally, you have your parent storm and hooking around this way. This is the hook, and this is where that debris and where that possible tornado is happening right now. That well, I'm not going to say possible. This is a tornado that is happening.
And could easily cross 75 north of downtown, head into possibly Huber Heights, Wright Pat, Riverside area.
Correct. And we're going to have to keep an eye out for where we are located as well, as this is a violent, very large possible tornado. We know it's a tornado, but a very large destructive tornado as it's or moving to the east, southeast, coming into the Shiloh area and moving south and east. So we're going to continue to watch this. We do have I believe, another tornado warning that's been issued. We're going to head up and take a look at that in just a moment, but we're going to just leave this up for now. A tornado warning has been issued for Greene, Montgomery County. That's actually an extension of the one that we've been dealing with. So this is moving this way. We just got our latest update. So again, this new tornado warning is for this violent tornado that's moving to the south and east. So we're going to continue to watch this and take a moment to...
Folks in the Dayton area need to be concerned, even north in Dayton itself, as this will cross over possibly 75, go into possibly the Dayton area, Huber Heights, Wright Pat, Riverside. It looks like Kettering, Beaver Creek all need to be concerned. Our crew did pull over, we're told, our storm tracker. So thank you guys. We don't want anything to happen to you either.
Exactly. So we're going to take a look at this closer. Harrison, this is coming right into where you are. This is just north of the Dayton area and continuing to move to the south and east at about 35 miles per hour. Moving to the east at 20 miles per hour, so very slow and causing a lot of damage in this area. I'm still bouncing around to try and gauge what the location of this is. So we've got Harrison. We're talking about near Ridge Avenue, Stanley Avenue. These are all names that we say a lot of the times in our newscasts. This is all moving towards Webster Street. It's crossing over I-75, likely as we speak, and moving towards Hooks Corner, eventually moving in towards East Dayton. These are sirens in Tip City.
A lot of people are telling us they've got sirens in their communities. There's been a lot of sirens tonight all over the place. Looking at that rotation now, is this where the tornado is?
Yeah, this is because it is so rain wrapped. We're right north of the Dayton Metro.
And we're seeing it on both sides of 75, both east and west of 75, north of Dayton.
It's just showing how large it is.
I see.
Yeah, that there is clear rotation there. And it's a significant, very serious situation as this rotation continues to maintain itself as it's settling to the south and east. Numerous tree down reports in the Englewood area, State Route 49 in the Clayton area, possible tornado. Just got an update there from the radar as it's coming in every 60 seconds as this tornado is moving to the south and east. So
my sister says they've now got the sirens going off in Kettering. So they're in the basement.
Dayton, you absolutely need to be in your safe spot. Riverside needs to be in your safe spot. Clement, you need to be in your safe spot. New Germany, out towards Wright Pat. Hooks Corner, looks as though Huber Heights is going to be on the north side, so this does not appear to be impacting you.
That's good.
But we're going to continue to watch this as it's moving to the south and east. And pull up this radar for us and take a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, so now we're seeing this radar more clearly hooking Harrison right over top. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to put this in motion. You can see that right where that is, crossing over 75 right now as we speak. This is north of the city. And it is moving towards Riverside. So areas that this tornado is right on top of you. This is North Dixie Drive. This is near Stanley Avenue, Webster Street, Wagner Ford Road, Community Drive. Still getting updates from the National Weather Service on other storms that are happening. If you are up in the Logan County area, you need to be in your safe spot as there's the possibility of some rotation there. But we have this circulation that is still ongoing over Wagner Ford Road near 75 and Embury Park Road, Stanley Avenue, Community Drive. This area is right where this tornado is likely on the ground. This is ODOT I-75 at Main Street. I don't see, it doesn't look as though that it is in motion at this point. It looks as though it's frozen.
Yeah, it looks pretty deserted, but if it's frozen, then we wouldn't see any movement.
Yeah.
I see that right on top of 75.
Right on top of 75.
North of Dayton.
Okay, just got our latest sweep there. Now we're over Stanley Avenue. This is near Leo Street, Kuntz Road, Stanley Avenue, Valley Street.
Yeah, Valley Street. Sort of heading towards Route 4.
Yep, there's State Route 4.
The Riverside area.
Valley Pike. Community Drive, Harshman Road, Springfield Street. Everybody that's in and around this area needs to be in their safe spot now. We have a tornado on the ground, a clear hook that's moving right through.
It's definitely the Riverside area. Thinking of Children's Medical Center over there off of Route 4. Hopefully they'll stay safe tonight.
Page Manor, safe spot now. Harry's, you need to be in your safe spot. Clement, Beaver Creek, this is coming in your direction. The north side of this system, including right now up towards Huber Heights, likely some hail that's ongoing there as this is all settling to the south and east. And this, as I mentioned earlier, is only moving at about 25 miles per hour, 25 to 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this for you. Riverside, Beaver Creek, Trebine, all in the path. Sounds as though the
sirens are out here. These are such heavily populated areas. I'm thinking of all the people who are in the line of this tornado.
Yeah. This is coming in right into Riverside right now. And you can see this is a clear hook echo that's happening right now. You have the inflow and the circulation coming around, and where this red dot is, that is where the tornado is occurring at this point.
And that's just northeast of Dayton, and Riverside area appears to be right there.
Yep. What you're seeing on the lower right-hand side, this is I-70 at 675. So this is a little bit further north. We're talking up on the north side of this system. But this is coming in, so this is north of Oakwood. Oakwood, it appears that this storm will stay to your north, but Clement, Mount St. John, and Beaver Creek right in line with this tornado that has been confirmed on the ground, creating damage. Moving into Riverside, you need to be in your safe spot. Page Manor, over towards 675 near New Germany. Trebine. These are all streets, Kaufman Avenue.
All that's out near Wright State and Fairfield Commons area.
This is moving just in that direction. Kemp Road, North Fairfield Road, Dayton Xenia Road. Just getting our latest update. This is just to the south of Riverside, coming in right south of it towards Page Manor, east side of Dayton, over towards Page Manor.
That's base housing, Page Manor, close to the Air Force Museum, that area.
This is 675 near North Fairfield from our ODEC cameras. This is over in this area. So there's North Fairfield, I-675 at North Fairfield, looking to the west, I believe. Getting some more information from the National Weather Service, issuing a tornado warning for Darke, Miami, and Montgomery County. It appears that we've lost a lot of connection with some of our traffic cameras that are out there.
And so are you saying, McCall, that there's an actual tornado on the ground going through these areas?
Yeah. At this point, likely.
Just to clarify.
We're going to go ahead and put our debris signature on here to see if we can see. It's very clustered.
Okay.
You can't really see it, but yeah.
Very familiar areas to those of us who've grown up around here. When you see that Airway Road and Riverside and Springfield Street and Linden Avenue and
Yeah.
Kaufman and Fairborn, Springfield Street.
And you can see the circulation is still there near Riverside, where we've got that rotation. You've got your red and your green that's creating that circulation as this is moving towards 675 in New Germany over towards Kemp Road. This is not a drill, people. This is this has been ongoing, and we've had several reports of damage as this storm was coming into the west side of Montgomery County. And you know, this is a very, very scary situation. Unfortunately, it looks as though there is another storm that's forming up near Ludlow Falls and Pittsburgh, and sadly it does appear to have that same kind of hooking mechanism that this one had.
Fraser Smith on our breaking news desk: damage reported in Brookville, Terrace Park Boulevard off Westbrook, injuries reported. You know, I'm getting a lot of messages too from people who are telling me they're scared, they're worried, they're terrified. And all we can tell you is please to stay safe. Go to your basement. You know, make sure that you stay safe. Do what you can to protect yourself and your family. We'll worry about the damage later.
We will. We will worry about that later. This is not one of those situations that you ignore, try to look. You just calmly gather your family and get to your safe spot.
I can't remember a night like this. I remember the Xenia tornado of 1974, and that was frightening. But then I can't remember, since I've been working here 38 years, a night where we've had all these tornadoes in the area. We've had tornadoes, mostly small ones, but nothing like this.
Yeah, and this developed very quickly. We were only saying shortly before this that we don't typically get the ingredients for this type of situation. It was no sooner I said that conditions just really rapidly intensified as this is all developing. As this tornado continues to move to the south and east, this is just north and west of the Beaver Creek area near New Germany, crossing 675. So we know that we have a lot of things going on there. I'm going to see if I can pull up my weather camera that's in the Beaver Creek area and possibly see anything that's going on in this area. And also at the same time, I am concerned with what's happening with this tornado north and west. And are we starting to get a new circulation, another rotation there? We do have a tornado warning that's up near Potsdam, so West Milton, Potsdam.
It's already moved through there too, hasn't it?
Yeah, this was, you can see the path of, we have this southern one that we've been watching here, and then we have this new one that's the redeveloping.
My goodness. Meteorologist Dante Jones has just arrived, so I know he's going to be watching some of these areas with us. And
I know that Dante, once he joins in with us here, he was driving through a lot of these same areas that were just impacted by this tornado as it came through. So he may have some say on what you were dealing with, Dante.
I mean, just a lot of lightning and very heavy rain, McCall and Cheryl. I mean, it's one of those situations. I saw a lot of people actually out on the roads. I came down Main Street from actually the Harrisburg Township area, so just to the south of the Trotwood area where that thunderstorm was. So, you know, we're looking at a lot of heavy rain and gusty winds too. The winds are really...
And you still saw a lot of people on the road.
Yeah, still a lot of people out there on the Main Street area downtown, seeing some people out as well. So there's some folks that are still carrying on about their business despite the severe weather that's moving through the area. But you and McCall have been talking very astutely that this is not a drill. This is the time where you really want to get into your basement or the centermost portion of your home, because these are hitting some really populated areas. You know, a lot of times these thunderstorms and these tornadoes will move over rural areas or farmland, but this is the populated city in Montgomery County now. And so it's really, you know, not that it's not a big deal in the other areas too, but it's really impacting more lives now.
Right.
So.
And did you notice damage on your way in?
I did not. I think as you and McCall, and I was tuning in as I was kind of getting my suit back on to come down here, and you all were talking that the storm was just to the north of where I was, right around 70, 75 intersection there. So I was going the opposite direction coming south, so I didn't notice any damage there. But more than likely, I mean, once daylight hits tomorrow morning,
That's when we'll
it's
see
going to
it.
be, I imagine our crews in the morning are going to be all over it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks as though we're getting another tightening of another possible tornado up south of the Laura area. So we have this one. I'm going to take you in really closely. This is southeast of New Germany. This is the one that we've been tracking that has passed through northwestern parts of the Dayton area. This is near the Fairfield Commons currently. This is near Lakeview Drive, Kemp Road, North Fairfield Road, Hedge Gateway Boulevard, New Germany, Trabine Road, over towards Beaver Valley Road. And this is going to be moving to the south and southeast of the base. To give you some reference, just north of Beaver Creek. And if it continued on its trajectory, would be moving towards Trabine and eventually down towards Xenia. This is our Beaver Creek weather camera. This is at I-675 and North Fairfield Road. This is just south of the Fairfield Commons. So we are right there. And again, the darkness of the night is making it very difficult to see anything that may potentially be happening at this point.
That is right about where Fairfield Commons is. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, I believe New Germany Trabine runs just to
this
the
is-
north along the mall.
this is right where the mall is, so it would
sits
be
on North
just-
Fairfield.
Just to the south and east, just south of that. And it does look like we have another potentially dangerous tornado trying to develop north and west. Just down south of Laura, we're talking south of Potsdam. This is crossing over 721 north of Montgomery County Line Road, moving towards Garland. Garland, you need to be in your safe spot now as this possible tornado is developing there. And we continue to get updates from the National Weather Service about the damage that has been happening with these tornadoes. And we have several tornado warnings that are out in the Miami Valley. We have 6 of them at this point.
6 tornado warnings.
Tornado warnings. One that is north of, well, just clipping the far northwestern parts of Logan County. This is just north of Russell's Point. That storm seems to be leaving the area. We have another one that is near Marysville, and this is moving through the Taylor area, so make sure that you're in your safe spot, Marysville, up towards Claiborne. Another one that's just to the south that continues with these, but there's these 2 that are very intense that continue to move on by.
McCall, if you need to get a drink of water
I'm
or
gonna
something,
take a moment.
let me take over here and help you out. And as McCall was alluding to, we are looking at these thunderstorms. Really, you know, Cheryl, as we were mentioning, some of those storms that we don't really see around this area very much. And these are some very strong storms and some possibly very strong tornadoes as well. Over towards New Germany and Trabine Road.
Germany Trabine Road. Yeah, that's in Beaver Creek.
Okay, so
that runs north of the mall at Fairfield Commons.
We're looking at that storm moving right across that area now. A lot of lightning with this. It's nighttime as well. You're probably noticing some very heavy rain and some very gusty winds with that. Also moving across Beaver Valley Road as well. We have the weather camera at Beaver Creek, and we're certainly seeing it shaking, aren't we? It's shaking around. It's awfully windy out there. So sometimes you may not be able to distinguish whether this is a tornado or straight line winds as well. McCall, do we have? This is 675 and North Fairfield Road is what this is here.
Yeah, and I can see that there's a tractor trailer that has slowed down on the west side. I'm going to see if I can spin the camera, but in these winds, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that.
Right, and that's a high profile vehicle right there. In these type of winds, it's very easy for that vehicle to be toppled over. And there might be a lot of standing water around that area as well. So very dangerous hazards with some of these storms. Tornadoes aren't the only hazard. It's nighttime, very gusty winds, a lot of heavy rain. The grounds have already been saturated.
Right.
And so it's not really hard for it already to flood in some of these very heavy rainfall situations. And so I'm going to zoom out here just to give you a sense of where we are. We've got a shot from ODOT as well. Where's that looking at there? Okay, so this is North Fairfield Road and 725 North, is that what you said?
670.
675 North, I'm sorry, in Fairfield Road.
That's right near that's Wright State, Nutter Center, Fairfield Commons, a lot of homes out that way too. A lot of housing developments just east of there.
So we are looking at this area here, and it is just really still seeing that storm move through. And it's very slow moving right now. It's not moving as fast as we'd like it to move, and it's putting down very heavy rain. East Dayton Yellow Springs Road, just a heads up to you. If anyone's on that roadway, very heavy rain and a storm that has the potential of dropping a tornado. It's a hook echo is what we call that, and that's the type of setup that we see with tornadoes likely dropping. It's starting to weaken a little bit. It looks like it's losing some of its shape. And Sean Cuddy, he's on the phone in Salina. Sean, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Dante, I'm in Salina right here. We just got here in the last few minutes, and my photographer's working on getting us outside our storm tracker live right now. I'm at Tovell Street and Fairground Road right here, and it's a mess right here of law enforcement and medics. Now, what deputies on scene are telling me is that we're actually not even able to get back into the areas where there's damage right now because they said it's too dangerous to even drive. They said there's so much debris it would actually pop our tires if we were to try to go back here. But just a surreal scene, people rushing here, trying to see if their loved ones are okay. They told me they're not. They haven't heard of confirmation of any injuries at this point. There are a number of houses damaged is what they're telling me. However, we have seen a few different medics go back into the damaged area. And I don't know if you can even hear the sirens in the background right here. So again, this is in Salina right here. They're really trying to kind of get their head around what's going on right now. Just from where I'm standing at this intersection, I can see power lines down. They told me there's numerous power poles and power lines down. And they've been sending different ambulances back right now. I can see another one coming up towards this intersection right now. And I'm looking at my photographer right now. It appears that we may be able to go live and give you a video feed. So why don't I check back in with you all in just a minute here.
Okay, please do. And stay safe, you guys.
Wow. Well, that is, one of the things that we look at when we determine the strength of tornado, Cheryl, is the type of damage that's done. And so we're hearing things like damage to houses, power lines and power poles down and broken. So that's indicative of a stronger tornado. These tornadoes that we've usually seen at EF0, 65 to 85 miles an hour. The last one that we looked at was an EF1 up on the 85, 90 mile an hour. So this is very easily getting stronger. EF1, maybe EF2 type of tornadoes, and now we can get to Sean live.
I think Sean is ready live. Yeah, Sean, you're in Salina. Tell us, okay, now we can see you. A lot of activity behind you. Talk about it.
That's right, Cheryl. I'm right where I was just describing on the phone right here. I'll go ahead and show you what's going on. We're at this intersection, as I mentioned, Tovell Street and Fairground Road. You can see a fire truck going here, just kind of a chaotic scene right now because this is an area where they're trying to get these crews back into this area that's damaged. As I mentioned, they're not letting people back in their cars. They're not letting news crews back. But Steve, if we can pan over here to the right side right here, we've seen a number of these people coming through here with chainsaws and bags trying to go back to help. We've seen all sorts of people from town showing up to try and assist in any way they can. I've heard people coming up and asking troopers, is there any way I can get back there? I've got a loved one back there, and they're being told, I'm sorry, no, you can't at this point. They're saying it's not safe for people to get back because, as I mentioned on the phone just a minute ago, there's power lines down, apparently a few houses damaged. Now, if we look right here, there's actually an ambulance going back through right here. We've seen quite a few of these, but at this point, deputies have not been able to confirm to me whether they have any any reports of injuries. What it seems like at this point is that they're really trying to get their heads around what exactly the situation is. We've been talking about this all night. Difficult with how dark it is right here, but a chaotic scene right at this intersection. We've got the Ohio State Highway Patrol along with Salina Police and Fire Rescue on scene. Shortly after that report of the tornado came through, they requested mutual aid, which means that they get outside jurisdictions to come in and help. But we've seen these crews showing up with ATVs, as we mentioned, firefighters from a number of different jurisdictions. And these deputies were telling me, I was asking, is there any way we can get back in our storm tracker to see a little bit more of the scope of the damage back here? And what they said is that no, it might pop our tires at this point because of how much damage it is. So not an easy situation for these rescue crews trying to get back here either. So still trying to get a sense of just how much damage it is, but they're telling us, numerous houses potentially, numerous power poles and lines. I've been able to see just a few of them down the street from where we are, but again, hard to get these pictures and images because of how dark it is right now. So that's the latest from Salina. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Wow. Wow,
and I'm getting a message. Mallory tells me that Calumet Road, Ludlow Falls, has a ton of damage. Can't even make it down the road. Sounds very familiar to what they're seeing in Salina. So their parents lost their AC unit, window busted by a tree, debris everywhere, power lines down everywhere, and that's a very dangerous situation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then there's water too. I mean, one of the things that you don't want to do is walk outside in some of these situations where you have the debris, because number one, you don't know where you're going to step on. And then number two, there's the chance of electrocution with some down power lines, and there's water everywhere as well. So you just really got to be careful there. McCall, you have something?
Yeah, if we could pull up Max 2, I just wanted to show this video, and I could step in front of the green screen when we get a moment, because this is a look at our Beaver Creek camera, and it appears that we may be able to see what is the back edge of this very violent tornado. This is Max 1. Let's go ahead and pull up Max 2, which is our Beaver Creek camera. And in between the flashes of lightning, you're going to see that there is just some dark shading where all of a sudden you can't see anything further to the west. So this may be the back edge of that twister as it's coming through the south side of Greene County, and right there maybe that large wedge as it's moving south into Greene County, getting reports that it's coming in close to Xenia, north of Xenia, about 5 miles north of Xenia as this continues to move. So this is one of our weather cameras that we use to try and see what's going on. And again, the darkness of the night, you're not going to see this, and it may even just look like a wall of rain headed in your direction, and then you get that flash of lightning, and then you can kind of see the carving of that twister as it's on the ground. A very violent and deadly tornado that is on its way in that direction. We do have Gabrielle Enright, who's in Xenia. And Gabrielle, what can you tell us about what's going on there?
Well, the intensity of the rain has really picked up here. It's more or less the thunder and the lightning. It's shaking the entire house. I'm getting ready to head to either Trotwood or Greene County, wherever we can find some more damage or we're hearing about it. And I'm not leaving my house just yet because I've been watching you on the television, and it's just not safe for me to go anywhere. So I know that this is what we do, but when we are not leaving and we are staying in place and we are concerned about our safety as well as yours, this is not a time to mess around. I've talked with a lot of people that are in their basements. They're texting me. They're giving me reports. Some folks up in Troy, they were texting me. They had their families in the basement. But things are really ramping up here. You're saying things are north of us here, and I can really hear the thunder, and it's shaking my house.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Yes, I'm glad you're staying safe. I'm also getting a reminder from Tony Heitmeyer. Salina has been hit by at least 2 tornadoes in the past few years. I know one did some pretty heavy destruction to the Crown plant up there. So Salina has been hit again. We had Sean Cudahy there tonight. He said it's quite chaotic, is how he described it. Just reports of damage all Pinecrest in Dayton, Calumet Lane, Ludlow Falls, just all over the place. We're getting reports of damage. We're going to try to get to as many places as we can and report on this damage, and we're hoping that there are no injuries.
Right. Right. Yeah. We're looking at. I'm just looking at some of the information here and how many tornado warnings we still have out in the area. A lot of these are now moving off into the east, and that's good news for the Miami Valley. But unfortunately for Central Ohio, their evening has just begun as far as severe weather. So we still have a tornado warning for that storm that is moving just out of Inglewood over the Dayton International Airport over into Tip City. And over into Northampton as well, just to the north of Huber Heights. So we're still looking at that storm with the tornado warning on it. And it looks like we're looking at that storm also over Yellow Springs into Cedarville, just north of Xenia, seeing that storm also with the tornado warning moving off into the east. And I think McCall wants to show us a little bit more ground truth there, McCall.
Yeah, we have, as you mentioned, a couple of tornado warnings. We just got a new one that was issued for Montgomery and Greene County. That's with a second tornado that has been developing. If you can go ahead and pull up Max 2, I'll go ahead and step in front of the screen. So we have 2 tornado warned storms. This is the one that we've been tracking for several hours now that created a lot of damage, or suspected damage, as it was coming across the north side of Dayton and moving through parts of Beaver Creek, and it is now north of Xenia. There is this second one. This was the one that I was concerned with as it was developing. This new tornado warning associated with this storm is just to the south and west of the Dayton area, once again in the same area, coming across Interstate 70 southeast of Englewood towards Merlin Heights, that has the potential of getting extreme once again, just like the previous tornado, as we have some circulation that's just to the south of the Dayton International Airport, and that's coming back into Merlin Heights. So a very scary situation for these same areas. There may be some first responders already out in that area, and now we're going to be looking at another threat for a rotating thunderstorm that's potentially going to be producing another tornado. Dante?
Yeah, we're looking at some of the areas here this tornado warning is likely to affect. And we're talking Huber Heights. You're seeing a lot of heavy rainfall right about now. Wright Pat also seeing some heavy rainfall. This storm is moving just to the south of you, just to the west and the south of you. We're going to zoom in here just a little bit, and I'm going to see if we can't show you some of the communities that are in the direct impact of this storm. In addition to Huber Heights and Wright Pat, there's Fairborn also seeing some very heavy rain. This is moving towards the city of Dayton as well. It's just to the north and to the east of Trotwood. Trotwood also have received a lot of damage, as are the reports that we're hearing. Moving towards the Shiloh area as well is where this storm is moving. Again, this storm has that classic, what we call hook echo, where we see the tornado likes to sit right in that region there. So we are watching that. We're also seeing around Covington and Potsdam some very heavy rainfall too. So don't go out if you think that you're in the clear and maybe the winds have backed off a little bit, but it's still raining torrentially. I would not recommend at all going out because it is dark. You can't see anything, and you could also step on debris, which could be dangerous in and of itself. And there's a flooding element to that as well, seeing a lot of water falling from some of these storms. So we're still watching 2 storms that are in the central portion of the Miami Valley, Montgomery County, and over towards Greene County as well. And we're watching South Solon, also seeing some very heavy rainfall. The storm's moving towards you just to the south of South Charleston and Springfield. So Springfield seeing heavy rainfall, but the storm is just off to your south. And we're looking at the 70-75 interchange where we are now. So it looks like we're seeing, looks like some flashes of lightning, some rainfall there so far. The rainfall seems to be on the lighter side, at least from this vantage point. Let's head up to where they are.
And Dante, just real quick, the Salina Police Department wants us to announce that people are not to come to Salina until further notice. There are live wires and lots of damage there.
Wow.
I'm also getting word of damage in Brookville and the Terrace Park Boulevard plat, roof damage, several homes damaged in the Brookville area.
And Cheryl, I just want to mention too, to our crews that are on 70-75, I don't know what direction they're going, Emily, but I think if it's north on 75, they will, okay, they're going south towards Dayton. That's good. That's good, because the storm that we're watching would be on the western side of 75, right on 70. And so that's likely the tornado sitting there around the Dayton International Airport in Butler. And that's moving towards the south and towards the east, so you want to stay away from that area. McCall.
Yeah, we have been pulling up this product several times through the night. This is our correlation coefficient, which is basically our debris tracker. And once again, we are starting to see indications of debris, meaning this tornado is likely on the ground. When you start to get that indication, most of the time you just have those reds. But when they start to go down to those yellows, greens, and eventually over to blue, that's when we see the potential potential of some debris. And there were some indications just to the south of the Dayton International Airport. This is moving towards Merlin Heights, just south of the Butler area. And as Dante was just mentioning, crossing over Interstate 70 and headed back into northern Montgomery. These are the same areas that were dealing with that large tornado on the ground not too long ago, about 30 minutes to an hour or so, with that first storm as it was coming in. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. It's coming across Little York Road near Merlin Heights, just south of the interchange of 70 and 75. And this is still moving to the south and east. So we're going to be dealing with this threat for this tornado as we head into the rest of this evening. And we have this tornado warning that goes until midnight tonight. Classic hook there. You can see where the hooking is taking place north of Harrison, south of Merlin Heights. This is where the most dangerous part of this storm is located. On the north side, Huber Heights up towards Fulton, up towards Tip City. Likely some hail that's ongoing. We have frequent cloud to ground lightning. New tornado warning just issued. Dante, can you give me the what's going on with that? And now I'm seeing this. I'm not sure if that's actually a flash flood warning, which it likely is,
right.
And then a new tornado warning that's issued from Montgomery County as this new tornado is moving to the south and southeast, right over the same area north of downtown.
Yep, and you're right, McCall. That is a new tornado warning, and it is for Greene and Montgomery counties. And as McCall mentioned, that's until midnight tonight. Actual, from the National Weather Service, it says at 11:38 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Vandalia, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So again, from the National Weather Service, a confirmed tornado was located over Vandalia, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. We also have a flash flood warning for Clark, Greene, Miami, and Montgomery counties until 2:45. So a lot of water and a confirmed tornado again coming in from the National Weather Service.
And that's right near the airport. We're
Right.
talking Vandalia, the International Airport, and close to Huber Heights.
Correct. And this storm is moving right over the 75-70 intersection. So anyone having interest in that area, it's right over that area right now. So make sure if you're near that area, in some of these areas here, some of these roadways, we're talking about Harrison Township, where I just came from. We're talking about Little York Road. We're talking what's that? Poe Road.
Poe Avenue.
Poe Avenue.
That's Poe
Sorry
Avenue,
about that.
right
Yep.
off of 75. That's Butler Township area.
You will, and
Okay.
just south of that is where we're having a live look. That's where our crew is. And so it looks like they're pulling over for us. 75 at Siebenthaler. Okay. And so that's just south of that area. And we're just getting an update here. Remember, our live Doppler 7 radar is scanning these skies for you faster than the National Weather Service radar. So we're getting this really close to real time. And so we're looking at the storm moving right over the North Dixie Circle here, or North Dixie Drive, I'm sorry, North Dixie Drive, and that's just to the south of Merlin Heights. This storm is moving around the Needmore Road area, just to the north of Needmore Road, so just a heads up to you there. We are seeing this storm move to the south and to the east of places like Hooks Corner. You are going to be impacted by this storm within the next couple of minutes. So if you're in Hooks Corner, you will need to get into your safe place. Again, that's to put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, you want to head there, because these storms, this is more than likely a tornado on the ground. At least the National Weather Service has confirmed that. And so we have already had debris that has been lofted in the air. We've had damage reports come in. So more than likely this is a tornado. This is not radar indicated. This is actual ground truth that we see damage from these tornadoes. And this tornado is likely on the ground in Dayton.
And these are densely populated areas. Lots of homes,
so.
lots of people living in these areas. So please take heed, get into that basement in your safe spot. And as I see, as Dante said, the crossroads of America, 75 and 70, a lot of people coming back from a Memorial Day weekend activities.
Right.
They want to get home, but it's too dangerous right now.
Right.
If you're in that, you're coming back, you're tired, but get off the highway if you're on 75 north of Dayton or the 70 interchange up that way. It's just too dangerous right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and folks may be listening to us on WHIO radio as well. And if you are in northern Montgomery County, if you're around these areas, make sure you take caution there and get over. Pull over. McCall.
Yeah, we have two active tornado warnings or tornado warned storms that we're continuing to keep a very close eye on. Of course, the one that Dante was just showing you there. But as we take you over to Live Doppler 7 radar, the first tornado warned storm that moved through northern Montgomery County is now into southeastern parts of Greene County. And we have a tornado warning there as the circulating part of this storm is now moving through Cedarville over towards Wilberforce as we're getting our latest sweep on Live Doppler 7 radar. Very heavy rainfall along with the darkness of the night is going to hide this tornado, and it had confirmation of being on the ground not too long ago. As we look at our velocity scans, you can see that rotation within the environment. Red is away, green is towards when you're talking about radar. So there is that counterclockwise rotation and the threat for a tornado there. More so, there is a tornado likely on the ground as we're over towards Needmore Road. This is back into the northern part of the Miami Valley, or northern parts of Montgomery County, should I say. There's the interchange of 75 and 70 for a point of reference. Over towards Longford Road, Hooks Creek, out south of Huber Heights. Huber Heights, you look to be on the north side and not likely going to be dealing with the tornado threat as this is moving to the east and southeast, anywhere between 25 to 40 miles an hour. At times we see it picking up in speed and at times slowing down. So calling out areas such as Needmore Road, Wagner Ford Road, over towards Hooks Corner. Anybody that lives in that area, State Route 202, State Route 701 or 201, as we're getting our latest sweeps. Right over top of that interchange of Needmore Road and Wagner Ford Road is where that circulation is ongoing. And you can see on the north side from Huber Heights into Fairborn up towards Enid, that very heavy rain and possibly some hail that's embedded there. And we do have a flash flood warning that extends from Miami County through Tip City into Montgomery County and down into Greene. We're going to be dealing with a flooding threat, which could also be life-threatening, especially if anybody is planning to travel along any areas that are close to creeks, streams, or low-lying areas. That water's all going to gather there. And once again, the darkness of the night, you're not going to be able to see those deeper spots. So stay in place, hunker down at this point, especially if you are to the south and west of this thunderstorm that's in northern Montgomery County, Hooks Corner down towards Community Drive, up towards Miami Villa. That's where that circulation and the most intense threat for tornadic activity is now in northern parts of Montgomery County. Further to the south and east, this is where we have that first original tornado that was on the ground over towards Cedarville and Wilberforce, working towards Jamestown and out in that direction to the northeast of Xenia. So Xenia, at this point, you're in the clear with that first storm. We'll have to watch what happens with that second storm as it approaches that same area.
Yeah, McCall, I'm just looking at some very heavy rainfall in some of these places like Fairborn and Huber Heights. And although the tornado threat is just to your south, these are places who had already seen wind damage from tornadoes that just last week, as a matter of fact. And so you're already seeing some gusty winds and some very heavy rain. So the flooding threat is a threat that I don't want you to take lightly. Often in these situations, the tornado threat takes preeminence, and rightfully so. But also the flash flooding threat also takes lives, so you really have to be careful there. We're just seeing other tornado warnings come in for other parts of Ohio, but for the most part, we are still dealing with the two storm systems in the Miami Valley that we're watching that has a history of producing tornadoes. Again, the tornado likely on the ground in Vandalia of that storm that was moving 35 miles an hour to the south and to the east. Now it has moved on and it is moving to the south and the east, just to the east of the city of Dayton here. So we're continuing to watch that as well. And then we're watching a storm that's exhibiting a hook echo here still just to the east of Cedarville. So we're going to be watching that one as well. McCall.
Yeah, just to give you a little bit of an update, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the north side of that second storm, and this is until 12:15 with the potential of half-dollar-sized hail along with winds that could be in excess of 60 miles an hour. So as Dante was just mentioning, we give a lot of focus to where the tornado potentially could be, but the north side of this storm, which includes Fairborn towards Enid, Yellow Springs, there is strong to damaging wind gust potential along with damaging hail hail potential. So again, while you're not under the tornado threat, you are under a threat for some damaging wind gusts and damaging hail. And a very scary situation that we're seeing as we're getting our latest sweep on live Doppler 7 radar. Looks as though, as Dante was just mentioning, we have a new hook echo here, or that circulation re-energizing out towards Cedarville near Wilbur's Forest in southeastern parts of Greene County. And then the second circulation that is just south of Huber Heights that's working back towards that same area, towards Wright-Patterson, over towards Beaver Creek, over towards 675 North Fairfield Road. We were just dealing with that first twister as it came through, and now we have a second one that is knocking on your door. This is coming across State Route 201, getting our sweep again. There's 60 seconds, our next update, as we're getting our live sweeps pretty much in real time as these storms are moving to the south and east.
Yeah, McCall, and these storms, I'm noticing they are training, and they're moving over the same place and really dropping copious amounts of rainfall. And it's really hard because it's at night and because these storms are rain wrapped to see some of these storms. And I'm just going back to this storm here in Greene County with this bounded weak echo region here, and that's where we likely see a tornado in that little donut hole that you see right there in the center of the screen. So we're watching that, and that storm is moving off to the east towards Gladstone and Grape Grove and Shady Grove and Blessing. So if you know folks in this area, give them a call and let them know that this very strong, very likely tornado on the ground is moving in that direction. Again, it is in southeastern Greene County, and it's moving towards the south and the east, towards South Solon and Blessing and Jeffersonville and West Lancaster. That is our second tornado warned storm. We're still watching this first tornado warned storm that also has a severe thunderstorm warning with it because of the really gusty straight line winds, as well as the possible tornado. And this is moving over Fairborn and Enon and Byron and Yellow Springs right now, dropping a lot of rainfall and the really gusty winds too. So anyone looking for interest to get out on the roadways there, I just wouldn't, just don't.
We're trying to get a picture that a viewer sent me from Salina that really shows the extent of the damage. You can see a lot of debris in the road, and you can see why people can't drive there. I'm waiting to hear from Emily, our producer, that this is ready, but we've got a crew there, can't get in. We've sent a photographer to Brookville. He can't get into the city. So we're seeing some pretty serious damage, lots of debris all over the place.
And if the news crews can't get in there to do it, just imagine, residents can't get in there either.
Yeah, so and the emergency crews, the first responders need to get in there.
Right. Absolutely. So let's reserve that for those folks. You just sit tight and make sure if you're in the track of some of these really dangerous tornadic storms that you are staying in your safe place. Let's take a look here at radar once again. I'm going to go up here and take a look at this storm near Troy, Tip City. A lot of heavy rainfall. We're talking about 571 and 75, seeing some really heavy rainfall, and that's moving off to the east towards Tip City, just to the north of Dayton International Airport. This storm that we are watching moving just to the east of Huber Heights, now on its way towards Wright-Pat and Fairborn. That is a possible tornado, so just a heads up to you there to make sure you stay away from any windows, stay away from doors, get into the centermost portion of your home or your apartment. Because these storms, again, are not just radar indicated, but we're seeing ground truth of damage with some of these storms. So you want to stay in your safe place and make sure that you save your own life, if you will, because these storms are stronger. These are not the weaker EF0 tornadoes, more than likely, because of the damage that's being produced. These are going to be stronger tornadoes. McCall, you got some more information for us?
Yeah, just continuing to monitor the two storms as they develop. So we're going to get you into street level as we take you back over to Max 2 here and track those two tornadic cells as they're coming in. And it's very messy here when you look at live Doppler 7 radar. It is hard to depict out unless you're using the correct tools to see where that rotation is located. Off to the north and west, the northern storm, which is including parts of Fairborn back towards the base near State Route 4, and there's 675 to give you a reference. This is where we're seeing a little bit of that circulation. Further south and east, the first storm that we were watching through northern Montgomery County is now in southeastern Greene County, and you can see that hook that is taking place on this radar as it's starting to intensify once again. This is south of Selma and Jamestown Road near Lackey Road and Grape Grove. So if you're familiar with this area, this is northeast of the Jamestown location, where we can see that this rotation is starting to tighten up once again. There's Cedarville. It's now southeast of Cedarville. Cedarville, I wouldn't say that you're in the clear because we still have that second storm that is moving closer to the area as this is all lifting to the east-northeast. Again, we're heading back over to radar for you. This is south of the interchange of Selma Avenue and Lackey Road. If you are living in and around this area, or if you know of anybody that lives in this area, I'd say go ahead and make sure that you give them a call, as Dante said, and let them know that they need to be in their safe spot. There's Jamestown. This storm will stay to your north. You are okay with this storm, but again, you are within that tornado warning polygon, and off to the north and west, we still have this tornadic system that's moving to the south and east, and it does look like we just got a new tornado warning with this storm as it continues to drift to the south and east, and this includes anybody from Fairborn through the base down towards 675. Byron, you're in the path of this storm, so you need to be in your safe spot now. You should have been in your safe spot already. If you did come back out, get back into the safe spot as this storm is coming back into your area. Huber Heights, for the time being, it appears that you are okay, but there's still another thunderstorm that's off to your north that is headed in your direction. Not seeing much indication with rotation with this cell, but you can see there is that little bit of a hook that's trying to happen. But when I look at velocity scans, I'm not seeing signatures of rotation like we saw with the two previous storms coming through. What's the latest info on that new tornado warning, Dante?
Yeah, McCall, it's for Clark and Greene County, and that's going to go until 12:30 in the morning, and that is moving to the south and the east, as you mentioned, at 45 miles an hour. So that one's moving a little quicker, and that's what we like to see. But again, it's located over Fairborn, and it's capable of producing a tornado. And we saw that hook, which usually gives us an indication that that's a real tight rotation. And there's possibly a tornado there, especially when we're seeing the storms prior, and that storm in particular doing damage in other parts of the Miami Valley. So that's what gives us a ground truth. We have Sheriff
Fisher
Gene
of Greene
Fisher
County,
from Greene County on the phone. Sheriff.
Yes, how are we doing tonight?
Good. How are you? How are things in Greene County?
We just had a report of a tree in a garage on 68 North between Xenia and Yellow Springs. And so far, that's the main damage. Listening to the amateur radios of my guys, there's tornadoes popping up and down, or funnel clouds popping up and down.
We know you're always on heightened alert because of past tornadoes in Xenia and Cedarville. What advice do you have for your residents out there, Sheriff, in Greene County?
You guys have been given the good directions to take shelter. And I would fully recommend that people continue to take shelter.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us about tonight's storms?
Well, let's just hope that nobody's seriously injured and we can move on tomorrow.
Okay, we hope so, Sheriff Fisher. Thanks for joining us. We're going to take a look now at a picture that a viewer sent in from Salina that shows the extent of the damage there tonight. Okay, we're almost ready to show that. I saw this picture, though. A viewer sent it to me. And just debris all over the street.
Wow.
We can't get into Salina, can't get into Brookville, we're told. That there's damage in Brookville. We know New Madison's been hit. Lot of debris all over the area, and so far we haven't heard about injuries, and I'm sure hoping that we don't have any.
Exactly, and that's what we'd rather. If there are going to be any damage, we'd rather just be property damage, no injuries to life. But you can minimize that by making sure you stay in your safe place, that you go in the innermost portion of your house or your apartment or the basement. And we can't stress it enough, in all honesty, because there's a curiosity out there to say the winds are picking up, it's raining hard, I hear this, let's just go see what's going on. Resist the temptation to do that, because you're going close to windows, and there's the thought, Cheryl, it can't happen to me, it won't happen to me, there's someone else, but it can happen to you. We're seeing reports of a lot of damage, so please make sure you just stay away. You don't want anything lofted at you at 60, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, because that will do some damage not only to property but to you. So,
and when you talk to people who've lived through a tornado and talk about that sound of a train and how terrifying it is, You know, I remember I was in high school when the Xenia tornado hit, and some of the baddest football players who lived in Xenia told me they were just scared to death when that came through. And, you know, you just can't be too careful. You've got to get to your safe place, and don't worry about looking at it. We'll show the damage later. We can get there and get in, but let the first responders do their job. Get to your safe. Take you know, precautions with yourself and your family as best you can.
And I think, you know, Cheryl, one of the best ways to help people kind of put this into perspective is when, you know, when I'm out surveying some of the damages and I'm seeing telephone poles or I'm seeing things out of people's house that have been thrown about, imagine this clicker coming at you at 100 miles an hour. You know, that's going to probably kill you, if not, you know, injure you. So, you know, you don't want any of those type of things.
Flying debris can be so dangerous.
Exactly. So just stay away from the window so that you don't have to put yourself through that. That's just a real risk that you want to avoid. McCall has some more info for us.
Yeah, I have actually. I was able to pull up some photos, and I'm not sure if one of these photos is the one that Cheryl has been talking about, but this is a photo from Jennifer Dye. This is in New Madison, the grocery store debris covering Main Street. If we zoom in really closer, you can see it looks as though the brick from this building has been torn off. We do have another photo here. This is golf ball sized hail in Fairborn, and you can see just how large that is. So even outside of the tornado threat, hail of that size is damaging. And then we have this photo. This is from Salina, the tornado damage there. And we do have Sean Cudahy that is in Salina, and he says it's just completely destroyed. Sean, can you just give us a little update on what you're dealing with?
Yeah, McCall, as I told you guys, we were having trouble actually getting back to a part, you know, to the area that had been damaged. I was just able to make my way back on foot. We weren't able to bring our live vehicle back. And I have to tell you, this is unlike anything I've ever seen. I am on, is it Brunn Street? Brunn Street here in a neighborhood. And I mean, I'm just looking at it. I'm going to tell you right now, it looks like this whole neighborhood's destroyed. We've got houses that are just unbelievable damage. There is debris everywhere you look. There's power lines down. I've been using the flashlight on my phone to make my way around. Many other people using flashlights here as well. As I speak, there's a number of fire trucks actually pulling into this neighborhood right now. I just, literally, as you were going to me, I asked the firefighter, have you guys had any injuries? Because I have not been able to confirm that yet. He says that he has not heard of any injuries yet. But again, this is an investigation that's really still early. I'm seeing firefighters coming back and just starting to sift through some of the debris back here. But I mean, every house you look at has substantial damage, and the ones that are the least damaged, they've got debris all over them. I'm looking right through the roof of one house, just slats of wood, debris all over the yard, kind of a smell of sewage in this neighborhood, I have to say. I can't even begin to imagine how long this cleanup is going to take. I can't see a house in this neighborhood right now. There might be a couple that could be livable, but there are a great number of houses in this neighborhood that are certainly not livable.
And since it's dark, Sean, it would be hard to determine yet injuries or people possibly trapped in homes. Maybe they took cover, went to a basement, but if there's damage, perhaps they can't get out.
That's right, Cheryl, and that's why I've been going up to police as often as I can to kind of check back in with them, because we haven't been able to get really word on injuries. So far, I have not heard any reports of any injuries, but as you can imagine, these officers, an incredibly chaotic situation, and they don't have a lot of time to actually be dealing with the media right now. They're just trying to coordinate a response right here with all the traffic. But I mean, this is unlike anything I've ever seen. I'm actually looking right now. I can see some firefighters there walking up to one of the houses that's got some serious damage. Looks like they're going to go knock on the door maybe and see if anybody is inside. But yeah, so far, and a firefighter actually, no, sir, I don't. I actually that was a firefighter just asked me if I knew if there was anybody inside. And I said, no, sir, I'm not sure at this point. But yeah, the unbelievable damage in this neighborhood. As I mentioned, the reason we're not able to, I just sent some pictures.
To you. Yeah, we're seeing that video now. I think you and Steve, your photographer, took this video.
Yeah.
It's actually a live picture.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Steve and I actually got a little bit separated, as he and I were both trying to kind of get this story and get as many images as we can. So I'm actually not 100% certain where Steve is right now. We both have been trying to get as many of these images in as we can. I just sent back a couple photos as well that you might be able to see in just a minute here. But unbelievable damage to this neighborhood right here.
We're seeing firefighters, we're seeing police cruisers, flashing lights, some people standing around as if they'd like to get back there, but cannot. Perhaps they want to check on a loved one, but they're being kept out because it's not safe to go back in there, as you're finding out.
Yeah, that's right, and that's one of the reasons that we've had a hard time getting you these live pictures right away, is because we've been in our Storm Tracker 7 vehicle all night, but if they're not letting the general public back in some of these areas, they're also not letting us back because they haven't felt like it's safe for us. Fortunately, some of the sidewalks back here that I've taken, they've been able to get them at least a little bit clear enough where I've been able to find a path through here. But I've got to tell you, this is one of those situations where I've got the flashlight on and I am watching every step I take because you never know where there might be a down power line.
Hey, Sean, we're going to let you go for now. You and Steve stay there. McCall and Dante have more information.
Yeah, I just wanted to show this photo again. This is the one that I just showed you shortly before we took Sean's live there. And this is a photo that was sent in to us from Salina. So this is what Sean has been talking about. And it looks as though a bomb went off. You can just see the debris that is down this roadway with this storm system that came through. And Cheryl and I were on air, and I told you about a debris signature that had occurred in Salina, and this was what I was worried about happening, and that I had called out at that point that there was a tornado on the ground. And unfortunately, this is the devastation that has been left behind. You can see there are a couple people there that are walking through the debris. Somewhat of a scary and dangerous situation. If you know anybody that lives up in and around this area, just try and find a safe place to go at this point. Ask some emergency personnel to try and get some help, because this can be very dangerous to just be walking through, let alone, the storms that continue to be ongoing. And we still have tornado warnings in the Miami Valley. And Dante is taking a look at where the most severe storms are at this point. Dante?
Right, yeah, McCall, I'm looking at this tornado here for Clark and Greene counties, and just looking at some of the wording that the National Weather Service sent out. About 11:56, it says that radar has confirmed a tornado in far eastern Greene County near Jamestown, moving to the northern part of Fayette County. And that was at 11:57, so that was maybe about 7 minutes ago or so. And this storm is now here, and that's moving again to the east, southeast, just around Jeffersonville, Yatesville, Brookwater. A lot of lightning with this storm, a lot of heavy rain with this storm, and so this storm has not backed off. We're still seeing some rotation with this storm just to the north of Jamestown as well. So these storms continue to spin and rotate. We're watching this storm still around the Yellow Springs area, Cedarville, north of Wilberforce. Seeing this storm also exhibiting some rotation and possible tornadic activity. It's weakened some, not seeing the hook echo on that storm to the north of Xenia. That's not to say that there's not a tornado, but we're just not seeing the hook part, that indicative indication that there is tornado. But I'm still seeing the hook just to the north of Jeffersonville, around Brookwater, and Yatesville as well, and even over into Range. I'm seeing this heavy rain in the storm, and that's moving to the south and to the east towards Bloomingburg and Madison Mills. So just a heads up to those folks that these are the tornado warnings that we're watching across the Miami Valley. I'm just going to pan out here just a little bit just to kind of show you what we're seeing. I'm going to loop this once for you to give you the general sense of the direction of these storms, that they're moving to the east and southeast. Our storms in particular in the Miami Valley moving towards the southeast, and that right now the National Weather Service has these storms moving out of here at 12:30 a.m. So that's another half an hour for us.
Can't come soon enough.
Exactly. Can't come soon
Can we
enough.
take a quick live look at 75 in Harrison Township near Wagner Ford? We've had a couple of car crashes here. I assume weather related tonight.
Yeah.
Just real quickly, we're also hearing Sean Cudahy's in Salina. We're hearing there are people in Salina trapped in basements, which is no surprise after that damage picture we saw. Damage in Northridge, Harrison Township, off Wagner Ford Road in 75. A caller and somebody on my Facebook said there's a Brookville High School has lost its roof.
Wow.
Semi-trailer stuck in his rig on Troy Street. Power lines down, so he's been told to stay in his rig. Trees down, camper damage on Trebine Road, Gilbert's Party Barn in Xenia Township. I know where that is. It's bad, said Dana Puckett, who runs the business.
Wow.
Huber Heights damage south of Ashbury Road and North Main Street. At Riverside Drive in Dayton, damage with trees and limbs down. And so some apartment buildings, let's see, just several apartment buildings in Harrison Township and Trotwood were hit, and they have heavy damage. So some of these locations we need to confirm. But bottom line, we've got damage.
Yeah, and I've got some.
Throughout.
I have some more photos for you. This is from Andrew Schmidt, and this was near Lewisburg, Ohio. Very possible that this is what the tornado looked like as it was coming through that part of the Miami Valley. Then we have another photo here. This is to confirm what you were just talking about, Cheryl. This is Brookville High School, and you can see the roof just ripped off of the top. Not the best angle, but you can clearly see the damage that was caused by this tornadic storm that came through. Here's another shot. This was in Trotwood, and you can see the tree damage caused by those extreme winds as they move through northern Montgomery County. And we're going to see a lot more of these damage photos coming out, especially once the sun comes up tomorrow morning. Live Doppler 7 radar is looking better than it did just about 45 minutes to an hour ago, but we still have an active tornado warning that is in effect for this particular storm, stretching from Yellow Springs down into Old Town. This is where the hook of that possible tornado is located. When we put on our velocity scans, we can still see that there is some rotation. This is the same area where that first storm came through. So there's Wilberforce to give you some point of reference. Rotation is south of Yellow Springs, and it is moving to the south and east at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. North side of that, flash flood warning as intense rainfall just north of Jamestown towards South Charleston, back into the Enon area and up towards Tip City. It looks like we have a new warning that's just been issued. Dante, can you confirm what this new warning is for? And this again is for that particular tornadic cell just north of Xenia.
Yeah, it's just continuing that warning until 12:30 for Clark in Greene County. It says we got a local storm report that trained spotters reporting severe thunderstorm damage, wind damage with a large tree down. And I'm getting reports from Harrison Township that large trees are down and apartment buildings damaged. Cheryl, you mentioned that. Apartment building damage in some places. We're seeing the tornado warning again for Clark and Greene until 12:30. That storm is moving to the south and the east at 40 miles an hour, so it slowed down just a little bit. It was moving at 45 miles an hour. We're getting other information coming in from National Weather Service folks, just talking about the big supercell thunderstorms that we're still watching that's moving across the area here. Again, these storms are really producing tornadoes, and this environment is just really ripe for tornadoes this evening, as we can tell, and doing a lot of damage. These are strong tornadoes. These are not the weak, quick spin-up tornadoes, but these are the stronger tornadoes that have, as McCall showed you, that have leveled neighborhoods, in all honesty. So we got to take these seriously. And these storms are not moving quickly enough. They are really moving slow, and they're moving anywhere from Yellow Springs to Cedarville to South Solon, north of Jamestown to Jeffersonville, Range, and Bloomingburg as well, dropping heavy rainfall, really gusty winds, tornadic and straight line, and prolific lightning. So you want to stay inside too. A lot of lightning with some of these storms, and that's also a concern. When thunder roars, head indoors is what the National Weather Service usually uses as a phrase to kind of get you to remember that when these thunderstorms roll by, you don't want to take getting struck by lightning. You want to move indoors. So we're still watching these, and I'll just move in just a little closer. Show you some of the streets here that we're watching with some of these storms. I mean, we're really concerned just about the number of damage that we're seeing, as well as the inundation of water with these storms and the flooding potential because of the already saturated grounds that we're seeing. So I'll scoot in just a little closer, and Husted, I believe that is in Yellow Springs, or Husted, Clifton, seeing this storm move by, and McCall has some more information for us.
Yeah, I'm combing through social media because we're seeing a lot of photos being sent in from the public, and I wanted to show you what has happened in the Miami Valley. This was in Beaver Creek. This is from Brianna Dillon, and you can see the structural damage. As we were told, a very large and dangerous tornado was moving through this part of Greene County, and this is on the high end of our EF scale. When you're talking about homes that are shifted, or apartment buildings shifted off of their foundation, walls being torn off and exposing the interior part of this structure. This is why we say you always want to get to the lowest, most interior part of a sturdy structure, because those outer walls can be torn off. You can see the lower level seems to be holding up a little bit better than the top story of this home. So this is why we give you that information and tell you where you need to go when this type of threatening severe weather is moving through the Miami Valley. This is from Riverside off Spinning and Burkhart. This is from Steve Bryant. You can see that large tree has come down onto this car, and this is also another area near Riverside where the tornado did pass to the south of Riverside, and we were dealing with that extreme damage. Here's another photo from Salina where we have Sean Cudahy up looking at the damage up there, and he says it's just unimaginable as to what has happened there. It looks as though there's been an explosion. This looks to be the top of some type of building. Yeah. Hard to say if it's a house, if it's a barn, but you can see there is some lighting fixture. You have your beams from the peak of that building that's basically been lifted off of whatever it was on and moved to another location. So you can see as we zoom in, that looks to be a ceiling fan. So likely that is atop of someone's home, and hopefully whoever was inside of it was in a safe spot and are doing okay tonight. So we're going to keep an eye on what's happening, especially in the northern Miami Valley, where we know Salina has had catastrophic damage from a tornado that came through earlier on this evening.
Can we take a look at this new video in from one of our Eyewitness 7 reporters? This is in the Huber Heights Riverside area. Just as this video began, the woman says she heard an explosion and power went out. You heard her say that there. Went out on the whole street. Here you can see the thick storm clouds as lightning lights up the sky there. We're continuing to track these storms, as you know, into the night and early morning. We're hearing from people all over the area sending us pictures and video, and we invite that as long as you can get it safely.
Right, exactly. Once it's over, if you're in a safe place and kind of take the picture, maybe it's a lighted area that maybe still has some electricity and some power, take the pictures or video for us. It's really our ground confirmation and our ground truth of what's going on out there. We're still watching these storms. We're going to be watching at least for the next 15, 20 minutes if they stay in this area. They are moving at about 40, 45 miles an hour, and I'm looking at this latest that's just moving out of the Yellow Springs area into Cedarville and just to the north of Wilberforce. It's moving towards places like South Solon, Great Grove, which you have been inundated all evening long with rain and thunderstorms. And then we've also got that storm over Blessing as well, and Yatesville. Moving in that general direction, again to the south and to the east. I'm just going to zoom out here just a little bit, and I'm going to put this on loop just once to kind of show you the direction of where these storms are headed. And again, they're moving towards the south and towards the east. Looks like we're getting more information in now. That looks like a tornado warning. Yep. Tornado warning, possibly producing a tornado over Cedarville, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So these storms are continuing to exhibit rotation as they continue to try and move out of the Miami Valley, but they're still rotating and possibly dropping tornadoes on the ground. So we have to continue to watch these until they're completely out of the area, and then the cleanup can begin. But certainly don't want to do that while these storms are still here. And again, in Cedarville, Grape Grove, Gladstone, towards Lackey Road, Shady Grove, Solon Road is where this storm is moving. So please, if you know anyone in those areas, if you are in those areas, please get into your safe place, the innermost portion of your house or apartment, the basement. Stay away from any windows. We've had reports of windows being damaged, so we are watching for that as well. We are looking at 035. That is being impacted by the storm, and that's again around the Cedarville area, just to the south of Cedarville towards Wilberforce. And as McCall mentioned, if you were with us a few minutes ago, radar can look a little messy in these situations. So we try and call out as many street names and communities as we can to give you an indication. Power may be out. You may be listening to us on WHIO radio. You may have battery for your radio. So you're trying to get as much information as you can. Maybe you're listening to us live stream, maybe by computer that still has some battery life in it, or what have you. So we're trying not just to rely on the visuals here on TV, but also to kind of tell you verbally where these storms are headed. Again, South Solon, Jeffersonville, still seeing these storms roll through your area. They're moving to the south and to the east. So what you'll want to do, and what I want to do is, Sean is live in Salina, and he has some more information for us too. Sean, you've been our man on the ground and our eyes and ears up in Salina. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Dante, we're making our way around as best as we can. We're still at this intersection here that's closed off right now, bringing a bulldozer out here, so that certainly gives you an idea of the type of debris that they're having to move around right now. We're working in the next couple minutes to get over to where they're in the process of setting up a mobile command center, and we're hoping we might be able to get a little bit more of an update. As I mentioned in my last live hit that I did with you guys, it's really hard to get much of an update from the police on the ground here because they're so busy trying to direct traffic right now. But I have not heard any reports of injuries, but that's something we are going to continue to try and confirm. Now, do we have some video back right now? I was in that neighborhood that sustained some serious damage just a few minutes ago. We do not have that video right at the moment, but we should have that in just a couple minutes. But I was telling you the last time I saw you, when I called it on the phone, that what I would basically describe as an entire neighborhood leveled as part of that storm earlier this evening. Houses just absolutely destroyed in some cases, in some of the best cases in that neighborhood, dealing with a significant amount of debris. So as I mentioned, right over near where I am is a church parking lot right now, and that's where they're in the process of setting up a command post to try and coordinate this response, what is no doubt going to be a significant response here with the level of damage out here, and try to get you an update as soon as we can. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Shauna, we are going to take a look at some Salina video. There's a picture of Salina. You can see in this picture just the destruction, the debris. It's kind of hard for me to see right now, but
yeah,
it just looks like wood in the street.
Right.
You know, the house is damaged, cars kind of uncovered from carports. Mm-hmm. We have had some reports of people possibly trapped in basements in Salina, which might figure if a home is heavily damaged, somebody might have gone to the basement, not be able to get out.
Right.
Sean said he's not hearing of any injuries, and we hope that holds. But I would say it's very possible, as the first responders are checking to see, checking on people in this darkness after all this debris, that is possible. So we'll have to just wait and see what we hear from the officials.
Yeah. McCall, do you have?
Yeah, we're just going to take another look at live Doppler 7 radar, continuing to monitor the potential of a tornado developing in parts of Greene County. This is near the Cedarville area. When we come in really closely, there is some circulation near University Boulevard. When we put our velocity scans on, you can see clearly where that rotation is located. Green is winds moving towards the radar, red is away, and when you get those things very close to one another, then we can tell that there is some very tight rotation that's taking place. Not as strong as we've seen, but certainly an indication that there is the possibility of a tornado that may develop. So this is a radar indicated rotation at this point. I have not seen any debris signatures with it, so that's positive news, especially after the night that we've had. Off to the north and west, we have one last thunderstorm that's moving through the Enid area, so we just have to watch this back edge of this storm as it finally moves out of Greene County, and then we're going to be in the clear for the rest of the night for everyone in the Miami Valley. So this has been a very intense night. We've had several tornadoes that have occurred in the Miami Valley, and we're still dealing with the possibility of one trying to form north and west of Jamestown up towards Cedarville, as this is all pushing to the east-southeast over towards the Wilberforce area. Plus, we have the threat for flooding, and flooding is going to be a residual issue into and through the night. And meteorologist Kirstie Zantini is on her way in, and she is going to be with us, and we're going to work with her through the night, getting you ready for tomorrow morning for your morning commute. And there may be a lot of roadways that are going to be closed or blocked off because of either tornado, wind damage, or flooding problems early tomorrow morning. So that's what we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the night.
Now, you've been on the air now for over 3 hours, McCall. Warned a lot of people. I'm sure you've saved a lot of lives. Good luck. Good job to you.
Thank you, Cheryl. It was stressful. It was emotional, and thank you for being there with me through the whole process.
Talking about people's lives, homes, people in harm's way, and you just hope that, you know, sometimes I think people think we cry wolf because there are lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. We get a lot of weather in this part of the country. But a night like tonight, we haven't seen this. We just have not seen this. Not anything like this.
And this is the reason why we do what we do. When the conditions are right, when the ingredients are right, we warn the folks and say, hey, it may not come to fruition, but we would be remiss if we didn't warn you that this is what's happening. And that goes into a point that, you know, the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma, they are the ones who sort of issue these broader, you know, outlooks of enhanced outlook of severe weather, or, you know, a slight risk of severe weather. And so they're monitoring all these storms, and they give us these outlooks at least twice a day, and they say these are what we're looking at in the atmosphere. You know, we take soundings, or we take you know, measurements of the atmosphere to see what type of weather is this able to produce. And so when we take these soundings of the atmosphere in the early part of the day, it may say, you know what, there might be a few thunderstorms here and there. But then when the atmosphere changes and you take a sounding of the atmosphere or a sample of the atmosphere later on in the day, and you say, wait a minute, this is what we're seeing, we don't like this. We've got to pull a trigger and say, we could see some really bad weather tonight. And this is what we do. You may watch us in the morning and say, hey, okay, there might be a few thunderstorms this afternoon. You may watch us at noon, like, there might be a few. And then by 5:30, 6 o'clock, we say, you know what, there could be some really dangerous weather. We've taken soundings and samples of the atmosphere all day long, and now we're starting to get more information to say, okay, this could be an explosive evening. And that's what happened today. That's what happened over the past couple of days.
We're both concerned. Hours and hours ago in the afternoon. We're going to look at some new video from Salina now. Sean Cudahy and Steve McGuire are up there, and you can see first responders. The road is closed. People kind of walking around, probably trying to get back in there. Sean said, you know, that there's debris all over the roads, so it's tough to get back in there. He did get back in there with the flashlight from his cell phone, and just, you know, saw a lot of damage to houses. He said one neighborhood was pretty much destroyed. He put it, lots of damage. He wasn't sure that there were any homes in that neighborhood that escaped unscathed. We haven't heard of any injuries in Salina. We've heard of people possibly trapped in basements. That is not confirmed. We've heard of damage tonight in New Madison, in Brookville, Harrison Township, Trotwood. Little pieces all over the place. Urbana Avenue in Dayton, Pinecrest in Dayton. People are sending us messages, telling us that these places, we've seen a lot of damage, but Salina, okay, somebody's telling me now there's a friend, her mother is stuck in the basement. Hang on a second, let me see what this woman is telling me. She says, we were talking about this, she said, there's a friend of mine, her mother is stuck in her basement, tornado took her roof off, she's by Westbrook and Hoke. So that Westbrook and Hoke Road, we're talking northwestern Montgomery County, Englewood area.
And that would
Trotwood,
be consistent
area.
with where the storm moved through.
So hopefully
evening,
we can get to her.
Here.
Hopefully the authorities have been notified about her and that she can stay put and safe until someone can get to her. And let's see, we're also getting a message from Tony, who's been messaging me. The Mercer County EMA director is saying they've had several injuries in Mercer County, so we need to check that out.
Yeah,
But what-
Mercer County, that's where Sean Cuddy is
Right,
at.
in Salina.
In Salina, and there's just been, and that's where, the population center is there in Salina, but no doubt that there are other, rural and suburban areas there that have suffered
And
damage.
I just got a pretty damaging picture of North Fairfield Road. Why don't you talk about what we're still being concerned about right now, and I'll see if we can get this one on the air.
Yeah,
Dante.
sure. We are still concerned about this storm around the Grape Grove area, moving into Grape Grove right about now. And so I'm just looking at the shape here, looking at a bit more rotation with this storm. It's not, as McCall mentions, not as strong as it had been, but still seeing a little bit of rotation with that. So we're just watching that. And it's moving off to the south and to the east around Blessing and South Solon, around Shady Grove. Grape Grove Road is where this is moving, in Selma Jamestown Road. It's moving across there, over towards Jeffersonville and West Lancaster and Bookwater. So just a heads up for all those communities. Again, around 41 in South Solon, just to the east of Shady Grove. We're getting another scan coming in now, just showing you very heavy rainfall with this storm, and again, a possible rotation, possible tornado with this storm. And it has a history of producing a tornado, so we really have to watch for that as ground truth. Getting more pictures coming in. I'm seeing McCall showing us some here, just some really devastating pictures, McCall.
Yeah, this is actually from one of our WHIO photographers, Marshall Gorby, and this is a photo from Trotwood that he sent in. Not really sure if this was a house next door to this. Is this a garage? But some massive damage, catastrophic damage to this structure in Trotwood. And likely we're going to see more and more images like this coming out now that the intense thunderstorms are settling to the south and east, and we're getting a break up in the Trotwood area. And if you look in the distance, you have the tree line back there, and you can see some of the trees have just been sheared off at the top. As this tornado came through, we had debris signatures and plenty of indications that this was a large wedge tornado moving through parts of Montgomery County, and this is what is left in at this residence in Trotwood. And it's interesting because it looks like the actual structure next to it is somewhat unscathed. I'm sure we've lost some shingles and things like that, but when you see damage like this and then a house that seems to be left standing right next to it, that's just breathtaking to see.
Right.
And hopefully, if that was a house that has been demolished, that whoever was inside was in a safe place and is okay. So we'll have to see what comes of this, as we do have one of our WHIO photographers there on scene, obviously snapping some photos for us tonight.
Yeah, and you'll notice, look at the way that garbage is. You certainly, wouldn't want to be next to a window if that would have happened. You'd want to be in a basement. And if you were in a basement, you'd be relatively okay, as some of the reports are coming in that there's some folks trapped in a basement. If that's the case, then that would be because all of the debris or the house has fallen in, and so you are underneath. And so you're safe. If the house is fallen in and the house is ripped apart and you were not in the basement, you would be with the debris. And so you don't want to be there. You want to be in the basement. Look at the car there. It looks like the damage is around the car. Imagine if that were the centermost portion of the house or the apartment where the car was. Looks like maybe there was a garage or a driveway of some sort. So if you were there, you'd possibly be shielded away from some of the debris and some of the damage that's around you. That's why we tell you to get in those places. But that just looks awfully devastating, and certainly going to keep those folks in our prayers, most definitely. And the folks next to them, hopefully they too were also in a safe place in their basement or maybe the centermost portion of that house as well. So just looking at, we're still looking at these two tornado warnings that are in effect for the southern portions of the Miami Valley. Still storm around South Solon and Jeffersonville and Buckwater, moving very slowly at that, not moving fast enough. We've got at least another 5 minutes until some of these will be allowed to expire, and my guess is they may not, but let's take a look at some of the rotation in some of these storms. We'll take a look at some of the velocity here, and Still seeing some rotation with the storm around Grape Grove and Shady Grove. And what we look at is these reds and these greens. And this is the wind feature here. This is the direction of the wind. And red is away from the radar and green is coming towards the radar. So with that tightening there, with the wind going one direction and wind coming the other direction, that gives us indication that there is rotation in that storm. And we call it a couplet. And so that's what we look at to give us any sort of indication if there's rotation in the storm. And as McCall shows us at times the correlation coefficient, which tells us, can you give me which are like things and which are different things? What should be here, what shouldn't be here? When you play that game and it gives you a list that says which doesn't belong. That's what the correlation coefficient is. It tells us what doesn't belong here in these things that the radar is picking up. And so if we're looking at particles of rain or hail or what have you, and then we see other things like a tree or a house, then we know, okay, that doesn't belong. That's not precipitation. And so that's what we look at when we look at correlation coefficient. Also looking at some rotation with this other storm around Crownover Mill, Fersen, Muhlenberg. So seeing some rotation there as well. So just looking at a couple of these storms that are still working their way through, and it looks like that one may be off into the central Ohio area, but we're still looking at the one storm here that's still around South Solon. I'll put it back on the traditional radar for us here in just a second. But just to give you a heads up that we are still seeing a threat, not as large of a threat, but a threat of severe weather tomorrow as well. Here is just to the north of 70. Tomorrow we could see in places like Salina and Wapakoneta over towards Bell Fountain the chance of seeing some severe weather as well. So we'll be watching that, and that's earlier in the evening. That's around rush hour, just after rush hour tomorrow. At least that's what the latest computer models had it earlier during our 90 minutes of news here. And of course, as we take samples of the atmosphere, we continue to get the updates on the models and the timings and the threats as well. McCall, you got some more information?
Yeah, here's another photo of that same structure that we showed not too long ago. It does appear that it was a garage and not a house that was hit. The house was probably next to that garage, and you can see how it collapsed on top of the cars. This was in Trotwood, where we did have that circulation and that debris signature as this tornadic system was coming on through. I'm going to go ahead and step off camera for a moment so I can take you through radar and show you what's going on. We do still have this circulation that's in southeastern parts of Greene County near Jamestown. I did get a spotter report from Lake Shawnee saying that there was a funnel cloud just south and west of Salone, and this is a trusted source of mine, so this is clear indications that there is the possibility of a funnel cloud, if not a tornado, with this storm that has a hook echo on it just to the southeast of Jamestown. And you can see clearly velocity scans showing that rotation to the north and east of Jamestown. And for some reference for you, Lake Shawnee is right near the Jamestown area, so possibly a funnel cloud, if not a tornado, occurring as this storm system is now exiting Greene County and moving to the south and east towards Jeffersonville, and we'll monitor it as it continues. And we just got our latest scan there, and it looks like not only did the rotation weaken, but it is now moving out of the Channel 7 viewing area. Big picture view of what's going on. We are going to be looking at some quieter weather for the remainder of the night. That threat for severe weather is now exiting out of the Miami Valley and off to the west, just decreasing cloud cover, and it's going to be a mild, muggy night ahead. We're going to keep an eye on conditions of what's been left behind after the severe weather blew through the overnight hours, and we're going to have updates early tomorrow morning on News Center 7 at Daybreak Edition, and of course throughout the day tomorrow. If you do live in and around any of the areas damaged by storms tonight, if you can safely snap a photo and send it in to us, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, email it. We would love to see it. Again, just make sure that you're doing it safely. Still monitoring this strong thunderstorm, potentially a tornado in the northeastern parts of Greene County. Again, viewer and storm spotter report near Lake Shawnee saying just southwest of Salone that there was in fact a funnel cloud with this storm as it came on through. Dante.
Can I mention real quick, we do have a report of really bad damage at the River's Edge Apartments on Riverside Drive in Dayton. And also, I don't think we mentioned this yet, Brookville High School is closed tomorrow because of tornado damage to the roof there. We've heard of damage in Brookville and our crews not being able to get in. And Sean Cudahy is in Salina. You have an update for us, Sean.
That's right, Cheryl. I just spoke with the Mercer County EMA. They were flooded with calls. They tell me there are some injuries here in this storm. We're hearing that for the first time now. However, what I'm told is that all the injuries that have been reported so far are believed to be minor injuries. So that's from the Mercer County EMA. I didn't get to have a real extensive conversation. They were on and off with other people as they are trying to coordinate this massive response here. We show you some of the video from a nearby neighborhood right here. Just unbelievable damage. Some of these homes sustained major damage. And the EMA's office is trying to get us, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, into a nearby church parking lot to try to give us some sort of more formal update. They asked if I could call back in a few minutes. At this point, we're not actually even able to get to the parking lot where they're trying to have this command center right here where we expect to be able to get some more information. Really still a chaotic situation. You can imagine this storm moved through, and in a matter of hours here, and minutes really, they've had to coordinate this response from all sorts of different fire departments, bringing them to the area right here. If we come back out here live, the police here at the intersection of Tovell Street and Fairground Road continue to block things off, just emergency vehicles getting by, but there are a lot of them. We have seen people able to go back in some of these areas on foot as they try to reach loved ones that are back there. But again, what we're hearing so far from the Mercer County EMA, and this is early, is that there are some reports of injuries, but at this point just believed to be minor injuries. That is what they have for us at this point, but we're going to keep checking back in with them because, as Cheryl has talked about throughout the night, we expect them to be able to get a better sense of the injuries as we go forward this evening.
Thank you, Sean. Dante?
Wow, yeah, Cheryl, I'm just looking at the storm moving out of Greene County here, moving into Jeffersonville, and still seeing some signs of rotation, but not as before. We're just looking at heavy rain, and certainly we'll be glad once this system moves out, but it's still over Blessing in South Solon. I think I pronounced it Solon earlier. Please forgive me. I'm from Northeast Ohio. We pronounce it Solon up there.
Yeah, it is Solon up in Northeast Ohio, isn't it, by Cleveland?
And so Bookwalter, Midway, Jeffersonville, all seeing the storm move towards the south and towards the east. These storms have exhibited rotation and tornadoes and some very heavy rain and some golf ball size hail too that we saw earlier. So all really damaging weather patterns for us, and a lot of flooding with some of this rain as well. So these storms have really been problematic all night, but it looks like we're just starting to wind down. We're waiting for the National Weather Service to see if they'll allow this to move on out of the Greene County area, probably within the next 10 minutes or so.
That would be a wonderful thing.
And then once it does, it looks like the threat will be completely over the central Ohio area and out of the Miami Valley, and so that will allow really for a lot of folks already, Cheryl, probably cleaning up, probably getting outside, first responders, cleaning up some debris because the bulk of the storms are out of here now with some leftover showers.
I'm wondering now how many tornadoes we had tonight.
Yeah, that'll really be
have a firm
yeoman's
number.
work for the National Weather Service tomorrow. You know, it will be interesting to see
Several.
exactly. Yeah, several. And you know, by the damage that we're hearing about, by the debris signatures that we've seen, I'm thinking that several tornadoes is probably the safest way to put it. McCall.
Yeah, you think so too, McCall?
Yeah, I do, just based on the debris signatures. And this is a photo that Gabrielle Enright had sent in to me from, she says, a storm chaser, Brady Smith, sent this to her. And you can see what appears to be a tornado developing there. And of course, this is just a photo. So perhaps seeing some lights exploding there if this was actually touching down. And then off on the right-hand side of your screen, it looks like there may in fact have been a secondary funnel that was trying to form. So it was a very violent and volatile setup that we were dealing with tonight. I know it's a very dark photo, but you can make out clearly that there is certainly a wall cloud there and a funnel forming. Whether or not it actually touched the ground, it is really hard to tell from that photo. And again, thank you all for sending in your pictures. Of course, we always want you to do them safely if at all possible, as these storms continue to move on in. And we are watching the threat for this tornadic activity wrapping up in the Miami Valley. These cells are now pulling to the south and east, and we're in the clear in the Channel 7 viewing area as this storm has now exited Greene County, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on situations throughout the Miami Valley into the night, not for the threat of severe weather, but how our local communities are dealing with the impacts from this severe system that came through, producing multiple tornadoes. And we're going to get the National Weather Service out there surveying the damage tomorrow. And of course, we'll have our Channel 7 team throughout the entire Miami Valley, in and around any areas that were affected by this severe weather tonight. We do have Gabrielle Enright that's actually on the phone. And Gabrielle, we just showed that photo that you sent in to me, which appears to have been at least one, perhaps even two funnels captured in that photo.
Gabby, you there?
Hi, Cheryl. I hear you, Cheryl. I'm here in Beaver Creek, and I'm on North Fairfield. Right now, they've got power lines down. There's trees that have covered the road, so they've blocked it off near Kent. And I was just talking with some folks here in the distance, asking if there was anything that they knew. They said they're still really busy, the emergency workers. There's some houses where apparently some people are trapped. So I don't know how severe the damage is. I was watching Sean Cudahy using my WHIO app when I was stopped in traffic, and I haven't seen anything that looks that severe, but it is a mess out here in Beaver Creek, and it sounds as though there's enough damage where people are needing rescues.
Yeah, I did see a picture from somebody in Beaver Creek. North Fairfield Road did look rather messy, a lot of debris and a pole leaning over. This is live right now in Beaver Creek, and lightning. Are we hearing sirens too, Gabby?
Where I am, I'm not hearing any sirens.
That's the video. Okay, all right, it said live. All right.
But I can tell you, it's very muggy out here. It obviously rained, but there's no wind. It's muggy, and I'm looking around at the damage. It seems very familiar to me because I've covered many tornadoes during my time with you here at Channel 7, and I've also covered many hurricanes. And the feeling right now, looking at the debris and seeing these big chunks of wood that were just basically splintered, it was obvious that something major happened here.
Okay, anything else that you want to tell us, Gabby? You know, I'm getting messages now from people, and maybe you have an idea where people want to be able to help in the morning. They want to volunteer with searching or with cleanup.
A lot of times
wait till daylight?
I would say the best thing to do is wait till daylight, because if you've never been out in a situation where you're running into live power lines, that's what will happen tonight. Emergency responders have to get there. They have to set things up. They have to rescue people. And quite honestly, we get in the way. We even have to do that to get out of the way. So the best thing to do is check with your local Red Cross. See if there's places. Look for organized. You don't want to throw a whole bunch of resources at people that are really still in the rescue mode. So that's what we've learned in the past, is that contact the people that do this for a living. See if you can help them. And wait until daylight. This is still extremely dangerous out here. If you're not familiar with it, you shouldn't come close. And quite honestly, you need to protect your family. I just got a picture from Jamestown that appeared to be a funnel cloud, or is that Jeffersonville area? So this is still an active situation.
Yeah, good advice on the helping. Wait till morning. Call the Red Cross. You know, seems like bottled water is always in order.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you got to, in these situations too, you don't know how long the power is going to be out. You don't know if the water system itself in your house or your apartment has been compromised, so bottled water. Speaking of water, Cheryl, as a matter of fact, we just got in a flash flood warning for southwestern Clark, northern Greene, and northern Montgomery and Miami counties until 2:45 this morning, because all of the water that's already fallen. Remember, we were talking about flooding also being a threat, and it's nighttime, so you can't even see. Nonetheless, you don't want to go out at all if you don't have to go out and about in the streets if these thunderstorms have moved past your area. So just play it safe and stay indoors. And if you do have to step outdoors, really be careful of your surroundings, because you can step on anything if you don't have. Make sure you have shoes on. You can step on anything that can be dangerous: nails, screws, wood, anything like that. So please take it easy there. But the flash flooding is a threat, and the National Weather Service has picked up on that as well. I'll just read exactly what they have here. Thunderstorms have produced heavy rain across the area. The ground has already been saturated. 2 or 3 inches of rain have already fallen. And although thunderstorms are beginning to move out of the area, rainfall and additional rainfall still pose a flood threat as we go throughout the rest of the night. So please be careful there of the imminent flooding. Now that the severe threat as far as the winds and tornadoes go, and that's waned, the flooding now is a threat that's going to linger at least the next few hours here. So please be careful there.
What a night.
Yeah, what a night. Wow.
Yeah.
And it's really, it started at what, 8, 9 o'clock in the evening?
I think it was 9-ish.
Yeah.
I looked up, I was at my desk in the newsroom, I looked up and I had just got an email that said we had the first tornado warning in Wayne County. Looked up and of course McCall was already on the air, so I came on down here to join her. And then you came back in, but we just saw it move from Indiana.
Yeah.
We saw it up in Mercer County. We saw DARKE in Preble County. Just seemed to slowly take in so much of the Miami Valley as it moved through these different systems. And very frightening night. So many messages from people telling me they were worried, they're scared, they're terrified. Got the family in the basement. You know, now people want to help, and I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, a lot of folks I think are going to remember this night, and I think it's nights like this, situations like this, that really make folks take the weather seriously. And you know, we often hear, you know, cutting into programming, you're cutting into my favorite show. Well, you know, this is why. This is why we do that, because this is a little more important.
You save somebody's life, one person's life, it's worth it.
And this is why we do what we do. You know, you can't all the time rely on a computer or you know, some other inanimate object. Sometimes you need a human to say, hey, let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what's happening, how it's going to affect you, and when it's going to affect you.
You can look at that device, but that device
only tells you so much.
Yeah, it gives
only
you
tells
data.
You so much.
But you need to come here and listen.
To interpret that data.
Right.
Yep.
And listen to the warnings.
Exactly. So this is why we do what we do. And this severe weather season's not over. You know, spring's not over. This is the time where this happens. And so we'll continue to be here. Every storm system, it's been an active storm season. Every system seems like it's producing severe weather.
All the rain and wetness and you know, and we've got some power outages is what Emily's telling me. Let's take a look at this power outage map. Looks like we've got the bulk of them in Montgomery County, nearly 5,000. Miami County's got 3,900, and there are some. Mercer County is upwards of 2,000.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've, you know, those are kind of the areas that have been hit tonight, and lots of damage out there. It's scattered all over the place, and as daylight comes, we'll find out more. We already have crews coming in tonight. People who worked all day are coming back in tonight. They're going to be on 12-hour shifts or longer. You know, we're just going to do what we do. We're going to cover this damage. We're going to inform everybody about what has happened tonight, and you and McCall and our team of meteorologists are going to stay on top of. Kirsty's coming in. Kirsty's here now. Good morning, Kirsty. And she says hello. So I know you're going to stay on top of all the watches and warnings, and by tomorrow we'll find out how many tornadoes we had tonight, the extent, the level of tornado, the EF level. So are we still looking at that Washington courthouse one, or are we pretty much?
This is out of our viewing area now.
It's out of our viewing area now. Okay.
Yeah. So we're at this point. I think what we're going to do as a team is, you know, just regroup and kind of look ahead to tomorrow, because we have that next round of severe weather that is expected to come in for tomorrow afternoon. Unfortunately, that threat for severe weather once again falls in the northern part of the viewing area. So Salina, which was damaged this evening, this is going to be another terrible situation for them tomorrow if we have more severe storms moving in. At this point, the tornadic threat for tomorrow is not what we were dealing with tonight, but damaging winds and flooding is just going to add insult to injury as people are trying to clean up from what happened tonight. So that
there's a lot to clean up from what we've seen.
A lot to clean up, and of course we have our crews that are going to be out there until, you know, until they can clean everything up, and we have, you know, our team is going to be in here, as you mentioned, all hours.
And thankfully, we've only heard of minor injuries in Salina. There's damage in other parts of the area, Brookville, New Madison, Dayton.
Right.
Yeah.
And that, and that's, again, I can't stress enough that, oftentimes we talk about these storm systems and folks in the major city, in the metro, just say, oh, this is so far removed, they're on air, they're showing us these
there's one rural
cornfields out
area
and
hit.
Right. But now that it's moved across the metro and some folks in the highly populated areas have been impacted, I think they have a better sense of now, okay, this is serious. Some of these storms, and it wasn't some of the weaker EF0 tornadoes. These are some really strong tornadoes. So I think they got a sense of, these storms really pack a punch. We just talked about the microbursts that happened on Sunday, which were straight line winds. And we often stress that, straight line winds can do as much damage as tornadoes. And then you come behind that and add insult to injury, and we get a few tornadoes, a few days later. And every storm system now that, McCall and I were just talking earlier this afternoon that every storm system we've had just about has produced severe weather this season. And it's just been a crazy season of severe weather. Even the wintertime. Think about the winter storms that we've had. We had 2 or 3 big snow-making systems that have come in, and that's not typical for Dayton to see such large amounts of snow in one storm. And so it's been a really active season, and I can't stress enough that this is why we do what we do, to kind of keep you ahead of the storm and warn you what's going on.
Yeah. I did pull up the storm reports here across the Miami Valley, and you can see where all the damage was that came through southern parts of Darke County into northern Montgomery County, where we did see that threat of a large damaging tornado on the ground as it came through parts of Montgomery County and then eventually moving into Greene County. And then also you have that that damage that occurred up in Salina. Right now is just showing it as a wind damage, but based on debris signatures, that was likely a tornado, and then perhaps it either stayed on the ground as it moved towards Wapakoneta or perhaps picked up and touched back down. So these are all reports that we're going to send our crews out and about to look at as we head into and through the night and into sunrise tomorrow, to take a look at everything that's pretty much taken place through the night tonight. And we're still dealing with the impacts of this storm system. Most of this is now a flooding threat that is left over from all of that heavy rain that came on through.
Yeah, that's a real problem that we were talking about earlier, that I was stressing, is that the flooding potential here is just really, really high, especially in some of the rural areas there where you already see some of the saturated grounds and the fields are just flooded with water and standing water because it has nowhere to go. And now you've added 2 or 3 more inches on there in the course of an hour or 2, and the streets are flooded. And so this is, in some places, this is the only way in and out that some folks have to go. And so your house is just sitting there in the middle of nowhere, and because your street is flooded. So this is why we take this seriously and tell you about the flooding threat.
Yeah, and people probably want to go out and take a picture of the damage, but then you have this flooding threat. You don't want to be driving through any flooded roads trying to see damage. Don't be a looky-loo. Just stay home and just stay there. Let the emergency personnel get out there and take care of what needs to get taken care of, especially in the darkness hours that we're dealing with tonight.
We have Sean Cudahy in Salina. He's going to give us an update from Salina, which was pretty hard hit tonight, Sean.
Yes, Cheryl, I just spoke with the director of the Mercer County EMA, got a little bit more information for you. He's telling me at this point they know of 7 people taken to the hospital, at this point unknown condition. So I had heard from some folks in that office a little while ago, they had some mostly minor injuries. He's now telling me that concrete number, 7 so far taken to the hospital and unknown on their condition. And at this point, they're really still going through and doing search and rescue. What he told me is he expects there are many more people that had some sort of injury, but they know of 7 people that have actually been transported to local hospitals in this area at this point. He does not expect we're going to get a real formal update until the sun comes up, because at this point they're still doing search and rescue, and it's still too difficult to really get around here. As you can see with how dark it is out here, still a very active scene with these crews trying to go through the rubble of some of these homes and figure out whether there's anybody inside. I just talked with a family a couple minutes ago who told me they had gone to the basement, they were watching our coverage, and they just heard loud crashing upstairs, went upstairs to find a gaping hole in the upper floor of their house. They described their home as shot, and they said that's how it is for many homes on their streets. So just a devastating amount of damage in that neighborhood and in many places here in Salina tonight. But again, 7 confirmed people taken to the hospital, and search and rescue continues at this hour, guys.
From Salina, we're also hearing that if you're without power tonight, you're certainly not alone. Close to 27,000 throughout the Miami Valley.
Yeah, I think
households have no power.
Yeah, I think if we pull up Max 2, we'll be able to show that map. But yeah, as you just mentioned,
15,000 in Montgomery County alone.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you can see.
It's really jumped.
Kayla Corvell just got in. She's going to go to Brookville, which has also had extensive damage. Brookville High School is closed tomorrow because the roof got ripped off in the tornado. So we've just got reports of damage coming in from all over the place.
Yeah, if you didn't know where the storms went, you could look at this power outage map and just look at the direction of where the storms moved and see all the power outages there. That's just unreal. Right there. Wow.
Yeah. And as Cheryl was saying earlier, we had this discussion. I said before, your dinner break, I said this might unfortunately be a very long night. It escalated to a point that was a little bit more extreme than I would have liked to have seen. But hopefully we were able to give that warning to people before this moved into their area and were able to get into their safe spot in time.
Yeah, well, you were spot on. It's been about 4 hours we've been on the air, but like Dante says, this is what we do. We're here to give information. That's that's the media. We're the medium between the information and the public, and that's what we do. We give you the information, and our team of meteorologists, you guys are just outstanding, watching these storms move in and giving people warnings, and you're so appreciated.
Yeah.
And, I want to give kudos, by the way, to our colleagues at the National Weather Service. I mean, they have really been working, fingers to the bone with all of these. The way this works is the Storm Prediction Center, as I mentioned earlier, gives these broader outlooks, big tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch. But, they just say the conditions are favorable in one area or another part of the country.
Right.
But it's the local forecasting offices in Wilmington and Cleveland and what have you that really look at each and every one of these storms, and those meteorologists will make the call and say, okay, we think this is a tornado, this is a severe thunderstorm. And we make those calls as well. We look at these storms throughout the afternoon as well. They're part of the government agency. We're here in the private sector, and we look at these, and we may chat with them and say, hey, what are you thinking about this storm? What are you looking at the helicity or the shear of this storm? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? And so we work in coordination with those Mets at the National Weather Service, and we'll make this call sometimes. Okay, we're going to go on there and let folks know this is coming their way. Although maybe there's not a technical tornado warning with this one or a technical severe thunderstorm warning with that one, we're going to jump on and let you know, okay, hey, there's danger with these storms. So just kudos to all of our colleagues at the National Weather Service as well. They do yeoman's work there.
They sure did, and we appreciate them too.
Yeah, and not only are they there, helping to issue those warnings for us, but they're going to be the ones that we'll meet up with tomorrow afternoon. And, they're going to be working all hours of the night tonight and through the day tomorrow. So that, they're putting in just as much effort, if not, more at times than we're going to have to deal with, because they have to go out there and really assess everything and determine, was this one tornado or was it 2 tornadoes? How strong was this tornado? And really map everything out. So I think tomorrow is going to be a very long day for the National Weather Service as well as for us here at Channel 7, getting that information in. We'll constantly have updates on WHIO.com as well as on Channel 7 as to all the information that is coming in, rating and number of tornadoes that actually occurred through this evening and into the night that we were dealing with.
Just to mention, the folks at the National Weather Service, you mentioned that they're pulling all hours like we are as well. I was in North Carolina for 6 years before I got here and always dealt with hurricanes in that part of the country. And just like we were on air for 12 hours or 24 hours, 40 hours, they were at the National Weather Service working cots and beds and blankets and dinners and lunches for all hours, that the hurricane was affecting us. So a lot of folks in the whole meteorological community here pulling together to let everybody know about severe weather events. And so, this is the work that we do. This is why we tell you the ingredients are there, just so you can be safe and so you don't have to get caught off guard by something like this. That's the whole point.
It works well.
Yeah, we also have Skywarn that's in the building, and they've been here through this whole event as well, making sure they're getting the reports from local ham radio operators sending in that information, and
There
you
they
can
are
see
right
there is
there.
Skywarn. They're in here, and they've been with us all night long. And they continue to deal with, there's still the severe weather threat that is off to the east. So I don't think they're going home anytime soon tonight
No.
either.
No, absolutely not.
When we go back over to live Doppler 7 radar, we are dealing with much quieter conditions now. I know meteorologist Kirsty Zontini is working over on our other computer, and she's actually showing how much rain has fallen, I believe, in the last 12 to 24 hours. And this is why we have a flash flood warning in effect until 2:45. If we can pull up that graphic, you're going to see just how much rain has actually fallen. Kirsty, is that 12 or 24 hours? 12 hours. It looks like we have rainfall estimates up over 3 inches. So that is breaching that flash flood index, and why we are dealing with very high water in a lot of parts of our viewing area, stretching from Mercer County near Salina down into Miami County and into northeastern parts of Greene County. So that's a lot of rain in a very short period of time.
And you know, and you mentioned this is the last amount of rain in the past 12 hours. Just to remind folks, although the span is 12 hours, it only rained the past
true.
3 or 4 hours. So you're talking about 3 inches in the past 3 hours.
Yeah,
so
an inch an hour.
Yeah,
And
that's
I noticed
heavy
today the
rainfall.
Great Miami River in Dayton was already high
Yep.
and flowing, and that just gives you an idea. And then we add more water, and it's got to go somewhere.
And more. And more. And the threat for storms this week really lasts until Thursday before we start to dry out a little bit for Friday and Saturday. But that's the problem. Some of these storms come in. It takes one, you know, storm that's dumping copious amounts of rainfall, moving very slowly, and so there you add a lot more onto wherever area you are that's already saturated. So it just really causes more problems as far as the flooding goes.
Yeah, and we know that rivers and streams don't crest for sometimes 24 to 48 hours after an event. So the flooding that we're dealing with now, this immediate flooding where we have the flash flood threat, could lead to more of river flooding as we head into the coming days. So we're going to be monitoring those river levels.
Yep.
If you are someone that lives near those creek streams that typically get flooded easily, likely this is going to be a situation for you. And then we'll have to see how those bigger streams handle all of this water coming in. And as Dante said, we have even more rain that is expected to move in for tomorrow as well as Wednesday and into Thursday before we get a little
And we
dry
actually
time.
had a kayaker rescued on the Stillwater River up in Union
Yeah.
in northern Montgomery County late this afternoon. So maybe even the kayakers and canoeists should stay off of the rivers with the rising levels in the next few days.
Yeah, great advice. Even into, through the weekend.
Yeah, and that current is just probably really whipping too.
Oh yeah,
with some of this
and that's
water.
scary to think that you're canoeing along and suddenly,
Right.
you know, it can capsize so
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah, our own Jim Oddie, he was on last week talking
Right.
about that exact
And he's
same
an
thing.
experienced kayaker, but he
Right.
knows when to stay off the river.
Exactly. So yeah, we got to watch for that. So rainfall, unfortunately, still in the forecast. We're still watching the flooding. Thankfully, the tornado threat has waned. It's moved off towards the east, and so it's going to be a much quieter night, allowing for some folks to clean up, especially in the morning here. The next 6 hours, we'll start to get some daylight, and so we'll start to see what's going on. The National Weather Service folks will be out there tomorrow. We'll be out there. Our crews are out there now already gathering information for you, gathering video and pictures. Head on over to WHIO.com. We'll be putting updated information on there as well. We'll be providing you updates throughout the night. And of course, on daybreak tomorrow morning, it's going to be busy as our crews will be out all over the Miami Valley assessing some of the damage for you and giving you the very latest once the sun comes up and we start to see some of this debris.
Yeah, and our latest power outage map now showing that over 30,000 people are without power.
Look at
And
Montgomery County.
yeah, more than 20,000 in Montgomery County, and that's where we saw that massive wedge tornado that was coming right through a very populated area. So it's no surprise that we have that high of a number, and no surprise if that number continues to climb as people are sending in their reports. A very busy
I do get
night.
these little messages. Mindy says, my cousin is stuck in an apartment on Burkhart Road in Riverside. The roof is off of their building. And then she sent me a message just a few minutes ago. She's out and safe now.
Good.
So that's good to hear.
Yeah.
I've heard some stories like that tonight where, you know, people were concerned about somebody and then things turned out okay. But I tell you what, I can't get over this night and how storms have been all over the place, tornadoes, damage everywhere, so many people affected in so many ways.
At one point, I know Cheryl's been with us, and Dante came in a little bit into the broadcast, but we were bouncing around because it wasn't just one. You know, we had, at one point, you said 6 tornado warnings. And we had about 5 rotations with those 6 tornado warnings. And very scary to have to, you know, focus in on one spot and knowing that there are other people that are somewhere else that need that same attention. And hopefully we were able to get people in their safe spot in time before those rotations came in. But we came on at like 9:03. And it was just one right after the other after the other. They all just seemed to develop. And we have some photos here. I know I showed these earlier. I don't know if we can pull them full screen. But this is in Beaver Creek, this first photo. This was from Brianna Dillon. And this is structural damage from this tornado that came through this area. And you can see just how it ripped off the side of this building, which probably was built very, very well. And why we always say you want to make sure that you move into the most interior part and the lowest level of that structure, because it does appear that that first floor may have been the best place for you to be, and you had that brick on that first floor where you have more of a siding on that second floor, and it was all ripped apart. Here's another photo. This is of some tree damage that occurred, a very large, healthy trees, it appears, brought down by those damaging winds. And then this was up in Salina, where we do have Sean Cudahy. He's out there surveying the damage now, and you know, continues to send back video and information of what's happening there. Emergency personnel. I think at one point we saw a bulldozer moving into parts of Salina to try and perhaps clear some debris, perhaps first and foremost clearing the roads so that emergency personnel can get in there and assess the situation. Also a good reminder, if you live in anywhere where debris and damage has occurred, you know, make sure that you call your local officials and let them know what's going on, especially if you smell gas, things like that. Those are important things that they need to know and need to hear about. So again, this is what we're dealing with tonight, the aftermath after several tornado-warned storms came through, and likely we had at least, I would say at least 3 tornadoes on the ground.
Right. You know what, McCall and Cheryl, that is the power of local television, by the way. You know, we're in your area, we're in the Miami Valley, we know these areas, these counties, folks have lived here for years and years, some folks are from the Miami Valley, so that is the power of watching, you know, local news as opposed to maybe a national network or just relying on your app or relying on something that's really not in the area. And so this is why, you know, we're on at 1:08 in the morning because we're here for you. You know, we're here getting
and we
you
live
through
here.
This.
We're part of the community.
Precisely.
That's why sometimes we get a little emotional, because these are our people. We care about you, and we care about our own families. And when you know, we see stuff happening, it's pretty scary. I'm also getting, Tammy tells me that Northridge High School is offering shelter to people with damage. So if you're in that part of the area, you can go to Northridge High School. Katie Waddell in our newsroom said, a caller said, the Riverside area of Main Street and Frederick Pike, there are multiple businesses, a car dealership, and restaurants heavily damaged. And again, we can't confirm all of these tonight. We have crews out and about, and they're working on that. It's dark. And again, the emergency responders, the first responders can't always get to us because there's so much to do. Kayla Corvell has come in early. She comes in pretty early anyway, but she's come in even earlier. And Kayla, you are headed to Brookville. What are you hearing?
Cheryl, yes. I just did a short text message with the superintendent over in Brookville. He said things are a mess there. We have reports that the roof is off of the high school. So we're heading there now to get a look at that. I've also heard reports of injuries in a lot of areas across the Miami Valley. So we're just heading out there now, and as soon as we get out there, we'll be sure to give you a live look at what we're seeing.
Yeah, thank you, Kayla. We know that they don't have school tomorrow at Brookville High School. I assume probably all Brookville schools are closed, or at least the high school is, because of the damage. They can't have school. And I know a lot of other school districts are already out for the summer. But apparently Brookville was still in session, but it won't be today, Tuesday. Someone just told me it's certainly going to be a memorable Memorial Day.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm also seeing reports on my social media. Someone wrote that Dayton Phoenix Group on Kuntz Road off Stanley Avenue also received major damage, it looks like, there as well. So reports coming in all over the place.
Had a lot go through there.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean Cudahy's got an interview with someone in Salina. Let's go to Sean now.
The sirens are going off, and a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down, and it's going to be a long night.
Okay, and that was Sean Cudahy talking to someone in Salina, talking about the sirens going off, trees down, power lines down. Look at the damage there, roofs off, trees down. Where do you even start cleaning up some of this damage? You can't do it at night, really. I know that the crews there are really just trying to get to people, make sure that people are okay. We heard of 7 minor injuries in Salina, and we hope that's all there is. Very minor injuries, we were told. People being checked out at the hospital just to be on the safe side. But Salina has been hit very hard tonight. People unable to even get back into those neighborhoods because there's a woman who's just been told that she can't get back there, and how bad it is. And you can see the shock on her face. There's a damaged picture. We've seen this one before, but this one really shows. I mean, there's just pieces of wood all over the place. Cars that look like they were in a covered garage no longer are covered. The car is just sitting there. Someone took.
For the whole street.
That's video from Huber Heights. Someone was taking video, and they heard something explode.
Right.
And said that the power's out all over the street. And of course, we saw the constant flashes of lightning too tonight. Just constant.
Tons of lightning. I mean, there's been so many dangers from golf ball size hail to lightning, tornadoes, straight line winds. I mean, you run the gamut of severe weather that we've seen tonight, and that would be why, you know, Storm Prediction Center put us under an enhanced risk for severe weather.
McCall was calling it a tornado emergency too. Well, tonight, you're talking about earlier enhanced risk, and then tonight we had a tornado emergency.
Yeah.
And I don't remember that terminology in all the years I've been here.
Yeah, that's the highest level. There's tornado warnings that are issued by your local office. If you get put into a tornado emergency, that is just the highest level of a tornado threat that you could be in. And that's your greatest impact to life and property. And the amount of people that tornado was moving through that neighborhood in northwestern parts of Montgomery County warranted that tornado emergency to be issued. I did get a photo here. This was on my Twitter page. This says State Route 721, and you can see that street sign was taken down, and then that is some tree damage
in the road.
in the road. So
can't even get through.
No.
Yeah. So we're getting a lot of these types of photos. I know that this isn't the best visuals, but I'm just pulling them from my Twitter and Facebook feeds and trying to pull them up here very quickly for you to take a look at. I know meteorologist Kirsty Zontini is actually working on getting some more photos for us so that we can show them here on Channel 7. But it's been a very active night, to say the least. And here's the latest on our outages across the Miami Valley right now. You can see over 20,000 in Montgomery County, more than 7,500 in Miami County, nearly 2,000 both in Greene County as well as up in Mercer County. So our total for outages tonight is around 33,000. We'll get a little update here. If this pops up.
Okay.
Yeah. So 33,128 as of 1:12 this morning, and that includes DPAL, Duke Energy, and Ohio Edison.
Yeah, and I've heard that, you know, power crews are out and they're working on some of these. So, you know, they also were, you know, power crews, utilities, they all are emergency management officials. They are all in contact with, you know, weather officials because that's their livelihood as well. That's they got to get folks back up and running, businesses, homes. So they're out as well, pulling long hours, no doubt. Those folks trying to get power restored to homes and businesses. So even in the wee hours of the morning, you're probably going to hear some power folks out there, some utility folks probably see some light coming back on, hopefully in the wee hours of the morning as well, but no telling how long some of the electricity will be out for some of these
I think
folks.
we've got Gabrielle Enright on the phone, but before that, I just want to mention that Amelia Robinson, who's with Dayton.com, is saying Trotwood is bad. She's just sent some pictures of trees down and street signs over and power lines. So, you know, the kind of damage that we see in these things, hopefully nobody's injured there. But Gabrielle, are you on the phone? Or do we have video from Gabrielle? Okay, well, we'll get to that in a little bit. We'll keep talking about other things.
Yeah, I mean, our crews are going to be out and about. There may be some cell towers that are down that could make things a little difficult to get their information in. And we have Sean now. I believe that he's interviewing the mayor.
The Salina mayor. Sean?
Yes. Yes, Cheryl and McCall, I'm here with Mayor Jeff Hazel of Salina. Wish we were seeing each other under better circumstances here. Tell me a little bit about what your city has gone through tonight. We've seen some of the early pictures here.
Well, this tornado certainly, when it hit us, it came out. We were expecting it. We had a warning out for the residents in the area. The tornado did touch down just to the west edge of Salina. When it came through here along Fairground Road, we have the Wheatlands Acres subdivision, Bruns Avenue. It has done a significant amount of damage. I have done quite a bit of touring through there this evening. There's multiple houses that are completely destroyed. And as it's already been released, there's 6 injuries that were transported to Coldwater Hospital. There's one over at St. Mary's Hospital, and those would all be at this point, I believe, deemed serious, non-life threatening. We know that there are other injuries that maybe haven't transported yet, but there is a significant amount of damage. People are displaced. We know I've been working with EMA. We have a emergency shelter. It's set up in Coldwater tonight at the Eagles. We have no power in town right now because of the storm damage. So crews are out right now working to clear those lines so that they can at least get power restored to part of the community.
And when you say no power in town right now, are you talking to any of the city right now?
No, I'm talking everybody's in the black unless you have a generator. It is down everywhere. We've got multiple substations here that we can backfeed, but because of the extensive damage, we had to get these lines moved off the road. There's a lot of utility poles that have snapped, so lines are down on the road. They're down across properties. Those are a priority to get those away and get those safe before we attempt to turn any power back on.
And Mr. Mayor, I had somebody actually walk up to me this evening and they said, when is the power going to be back on? And I said, well, I haven't gotten an update on that yet. This is a little earlier, but just looking around, I mean, it's not going to be anytime soon, I wouldn't think.
It's going to be a while. I will say that our crews in Salina, they are certainly top notch. They're very well trained, but as soon as they can get through these lines to isolate that, they'll be able to turn the power on in other areas of the community. It's always interesting when one part of a community gets hit with an item like in 2017, the rest of the town kind of goes on as business as usual, and we certainly appreciate that. We want our residents to feel safe. We want to get the power back onto them as quickly as we can, but we need to do that very safely. And so that's how that we work towards so people don't take that chance.
Now, it's obviously tough with how dark it is out here, right. Being in the middle of the night here. Are we kind of standing in the area right around here? Is it really this part of town that got hit, or are there other parts on the other side of town that got hit as well?
Well, at this point, this is where the major destruction and storm damage was. If you'll recall back in 2017, on a Sunday afternoon when the tornado hit, we could assess that damage fairly quickly right up front. Unfortunately, this didn't hit until late in the evening. It was already dark. It makes it very difficult. So that, and with the rain, at least it's not cold, but it is one that we can't assess all the damage. One of my councilmen, their house got hit back in here last night, this evening. So I know that we've been in contact with a number of folks inside that are okay. They're trying to clean up. I was very pleased to find out how many people actually immediately went to a basement, an area of safety. Some did not, those that got injured, but they were doing some search and rescue on some of the houses where they were able to get those out.
We had heard some reports earlier this evening that there may have actually been some folks that were trapped. Were those accurate, and were those the folks that sustained injuries?
I don't know if it's the same folks, but there were some people that were trapped because of debris. I believe that they have those cleared out at this time, but I don't have much more information of that right now.
And are your crews still in the process of doing search and rescue right now? I know it's tough because of, you mentioned the 2017 storm. There were some homes damaged, if I remember. I was on the ground here that night as well. You and I spoke that evening. That evening, it was a lot of businesses, though. This is different because it's homes.
I think, I was just talking with the sheriff a little bit ago, I think that's what hits me so hard is in the business district, which was very devastating. It's very costly for businesses to go through that. There were a few homes that got hit. It wasn't significant damage on most of those homes. This one, I've witnessed one where the basement foundation was all that was left. So the entire house is gone, but there has been significant damage back in this area tonight. And I think what really hits is knowing these are people's homes, like you said. So often we think we have a hard day at work, we've been out shopping, we go home, we want to feel safe and secure in our own homes. This is where it really does hit at the heart. So.
And just to reiterate here, for folks that are displaced this evening, or maybe some loved ones who are looking for where their loved ones may have gone, where is the shelter that's in place, and what do folks need to know about that?
Red Cross has got the shelter set up right now in Coldwater, just a few miles to the southwest of us, and it's at the Eagles. And I know that they are there right now, and so folks can be transported there if they have nowhere else to go. We've got folks around that will help them get there once we find those. But it is important for them to know that they have somewhere to go. I'd like to tell you we have a shelter here, but because we have no power, we don't have the ability to do that right now.
Right. And Mr. Mayor, I just have to ask you, how are you doing with all of this? This has got to be tough to look around your city and see this level of destruction.
You know, again, in talking with the sheriff, I think this just really hits because it is at home. People are down for the night. This is a tough one for me to look at. I have such a heart for the community and for people that when there is damage and you know they're hurting, those are the folks that you want to reach out to do what you can so that you can get them stabilized, help them to feel safe again as we once again look to rebuild.
All right, Mayor Jeff Hazel, thank you very much, and best of luck over the next hours here. We'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Sean and Mr. Mayor, and you know you can feel his heart for the community there and how disturbing this is. We've got 44,000 power outages now in the Miami Valley. It keeps going up. So you may be listening to us on radio, or you may be using a computer, a laptop, or something. So we've got Gabrielle Enright on the phone. Gabby, where are you now?
I am making my way to the station to pair up with a videographer so we can go back out into the field and talk with some more people. But I just left an area of Beaver Creek. When I first spoke with you, we were on North Fairfield Road near Kemp. And I went back into one of the neighborhoods to see what kind of damage was back there. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about the damage, and what I'm seeing right now is the spirit of that community. There was a person that was using their truck, using their headlights. Another person grabbed a chainsaw, and they were cutting up a tree that was blocking a street. They know emergency crews are still possibly making some rescues. They also know that everybody is busy and taxed at this point, and they wanted to make sure their neighbor that has medical problems was able to get out of his house if he had to. And that's what's happening right now is people, if they are able to help their neighbors, they are helping their neighbors. But they're doing it in the dark, and they have to be careful. And that is the one thing that I can tell you is I would not be out if I wasn't actually going to work to get out to help make the community safer. Driving around neighborhoods just to look at things is very dangerous right now. There's a lot of debris. There's a lot of wires down. There's a lot of nails because there's pieces of buildings that have blown apart. So, you know, this is really the time that if you're going to help your neighbor and they're right next door, that's a great thing. But to get in your car and go somewhere else, that's a little scary. I did hear someone say that there's some areas of damage over by Ludlow Road in Beaver Creek, and he had to go help his parents because the fence was blown down and their horses had gotten out. So there's a lot of things that are happening right now, a lot of chaos, but people are really trying to help each other until emergency crews can get there.
Yeah, and it's really heartwarming, Gabby, because we've heard from people tonight who are messaging us and saying, how can I help? What can I do to help? We're safe. We got through it, but we would like to get out there and help. And your suggestion was wait till daylight for the most part, except for these people who are out there tonight. Contact the Red Cross.
That is the natural thing to do, and it's just
help
right away. If you can go next door and you want to help your neighbor or
Sure.
check on your family, that's great. But actually getting in your car and going somewhere, a lot of these areas, Cheryl, emergency responders, they haven't even made it there. So you don't know what you're going to encounter. and in the
Okay.
easily to a power line.
Yeah, with power lines down, we've seen trees down in roads. So even if you have the best of intentions, you might be going down a road and there's a tree blocking you and you can't get through. So think about that before you head out tonight, as great as your intentions are. Thank you, Gabby, for that. We're going to take a look at some hail in Huber Heights that someone sent us. Take a look at that, Dante. Look at the size of that.
Wow, that is
That's some significant hail, isn't
very
it?
significant hail. That has been lofted up. These storms, that signifies that these storms are very large, and you have enough wind going up into the storm to keep that suspended up and down to grow that hail size before finally coming crashing to the ground. So that means that that's a very big storm that caused that hail. And of course, we know that there have been some very big storms that moved
Yes,
through the area.
definitely. We have some video from Beaver Creek. This is North Fairfield and Kemp Road. So this would be south of the mall at Fairfield Commons. Some damage on the road there, some debris, tree down it looks like. I'm also told by someone, as we continue to look at this video, this is I-75 South, that the Foxton Court of Parts in Dayton were evacuated for damage, and the Dayton Police Department is asking the RTA buses for help, and they were talking about setting up UD Arena as a shelter. So we'll have to get over to UD Arena and see if that's actually being used as a shelter tonight because of damage to some apartment buildings.
Wow. Oh man!
But when you have, so many people and it's the middle of the night, and you've got to get them somewhere so that they're safe until morning, till daylight, until we can assess damage, make sure everybody's okay.
Yeah, some of these neighborhoods and homes are just uninhabitable. Getting reports from folks in Trotwood that their neighborhood is just inundated. So we've seen a lot of damage here over tonight. I got some pictures that I can show us here. And I don't know if we showed some of these, or maybe you weren't with us before and haven't seen some of these, but this is a mobile home community at North Dixie and Wagner Ford. Look at that. That looks like that's just toppled over right there, unfortunately. A couple of mobile homes right there toppled over. That's a larger view for you. This one is also damaged from S. Maxwell Story. And this is, looks like a couple of cars have been destroyed, maybe a car or a house here that's been damaged, maybe a shed of something or of some sort. That's a little closer view up there for you. And then this is the hail from Fairborn, so certainly see how large that hail is. That is golf ball size hail right there. So very strong thunderstorms that moved through the area. So we're looking at live Doppler 7 and just showing you that we are in the clear in the Miami Valley of the severe weather. That's moved on off into central and eastern Ohio now, and the threat looks like it's waning as it moves into other portions of the Ohio River Basin. Looks like just a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Lancaster and headed to the north of Chillicothe and Waterloo. And that's those storms look like they're dying out as they move on. So we are expecting relatively nice weather for the majority of the day tomorrow, which is going to help with cleanup, thankfully. But then we have another round of thunderstorms that'll move into the southern areas, the northern areas of the Miami Valley tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. So places like Lima, places like Salina, Wapakoneta, Bellefontaine could also see a resurgence.
That got hit tonight,
Unfortunately,
which is so
yeah.
disturbing.
Absolutely.
We do have a picture of a possible tornado that someone sent in. I'm not sure where this is. I don't think we know, but we're going to take a look at that picture. If we can bring that up now. There it is.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just
what do you make of that one?
Yeah, taking a look at that, Cheryl, off in the distance. I think that's what, that's one of those things that McCall and I were trying to show live. When you see flashes of lightning, you get that bright bolt that brightens up the sky enough, and you see that monster there in the distance. And that's what you see right there. It certainly looks like a tornado there. Where's this from? Do we know where this is from?
No, I wish we did.
Let's see if I can. I know this is taken straight from social media here, and I can't make out. Looks like the person didn't necessarily say where this is from, but yeah, that's. You look at that, you can certainly see that is a tornado moving through that community right there. That is just wow. That is devastating, and the flooding threat continues right on into the wee hours of the morning here. right, at least until 2:45, we have a flash flood warning for including Dayton. It's including Dayton, including Miami County, including Clark and Greene counties as well, and even including Preble County. So just a heads up to you that we're looking at the flooding potential as we go through the overnight. So the severe threat as far as the winds and the tornadoes has waned and has moved off to the east, but we are looking at the flooding threat as a threat as we go throughout the course of the overnight hours. You want to be careful if you're trying to go out and maybe help anyone. Be careful there. Make sure you wear shoes. You don't want to step on any debris. Make sure you are maybe taking a flashlight with you so you can see where you're going. And then also the roadways may be flooded wherever you're going if you're trying to go out and about and help anyone, maybe a loved one or a friend or what have you. So just be careful there. Those are some things you want to make sure you're careful about after the storm.
Okay, the tornado we just saw, Matthew tells me that tornado pic was taken on 35 by Steve Whalen Boulevard, so really not too far from our station, the East Dayton area.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's, to think that tornado was in Dayton. Wow, that's, you don't see that often.
And there's been damage at some apartment buildings in Dayton, so we have heard of some damage and some businesses damaged, so.
You don't see that often. That's just, here's some video here of the storms moving through this area. Let's see if I can see where this was taken at. This video looks like some hail there too. I think that's video of hail that Allison Adams sent us here on Facebook. So that's, wow, look at those flashes of lightnings and all of that hail that's falling. And that does some damage as well. That does damage to your cars, especially if you don't have a garage and your car is sitting on the street or sitting in the driveway and that hail falls. So it's not necessarily life-threatening at that size, but it certainly does damage to your property. So we don't like to see that. So that's just ground confirmation and ground truth of some of the severity of the storms that rolled through the area here. So
we've got Kayla Corvell on the way to Brookville, where we know that the roof was torn off the high school and that there's other damage. Barbara tells me that the police and fire department in West Alexandria have been sent to help in Brookville. Earlier we had Marshall Gorby out in Brookville, and he could not get into town because of the damage there. So that's a problem that, you know, rescue crews are encountering because there's so much damage. There are trees in the road, power lines down, just for them to get through. And then of course, as the media, you know, our job is to cover that damage and all the impacts from these storms. And that's I-75 Montgomery County. Look at the rain there. Wow.
Yeah.
Look, the cars under the overpass.
Moving under the other, and I don't know if that's because of the heavy rain or because that's
tornado
the
warning.
wind or tornado perhaps. And I imagine unless all of those folks were listening to radio that said, hey, there's imminent tornado in the area, I can tell you very heavy rain at times can make you pull over the underpass and just wait there. You know, it can really buckets. And then here we hear the tornado sirens and we see the flashes of lightning. And so that's what Farmersville and Montgomery County. So I heard the sirens before I came. And so we see that folks certainly taking heed and giving us ground truth and video and pictures of what's going on there. McCall.
Yeah, looking ahead, we're still dealing with the potential of flooding out there tonight because of that very heavy rainfall. Live Doppler 7 radar scanning the skies, and no precipitation falling in our viewing area currently. Flash flood warning continues until 2:45. We're at 1:33 now, so we have about an hour and 15 minutes left on this warning. Still dealing with residual flooding outside of that, so a lot of low-lying areas are going to be holding on to that water. Smaller creeks and streams are going to begin to swell if they haven't already, and then we may see more of our major rivers, including the Great Miami, that are going to be creeping up, and we could be dealing with the threat of that reaching flood stage and perhaps causing a few more issues into the next 24 to 48 hours. Tomorrow, though, we are not out of the woods. While we're quiet now, there's another threat for more strong, if not severe, thunderstorms late tomorrow afternoon into the evening. A margin to slight risk for severe weather, especially up in Mercer and Auglaize County, and unfortunately, those are the same same areas that we have Sean Cudahy up in Mercer County near Salina, where there is catastrophic damage to that part of the city from a tornado that came through earlier on tonight. So more thunderstorm activity in that area is not the best thing for those people that live up in that direction. Of course, we're still dealing with massive damage further south, but it appears that we'll get a little quiet weather in Montgomery County and Greene County as we head into your day tomorrow. So here's Futurecast. I'm going to show this for you. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're going to be quiet. We'll even have some sunshine. Towards the afternoon, there's 4 o'clock, and you can see a few showers, perhaps an isolated thunderstorm trying to develop. Some positive news, our latest trends are showing that perhaps the strongest thunderstorms may stay just to the north. So let's hope that that holds true as we head towards late tomorrow into tomorrow evening. There's 11 o'clock. But as we head into the day Wednesday, certainly we are going to be tracking some thunderstorms back into the Miami Valley. Around daybreak on Wednesday morning, you can see some thunderstorms and some steadier rain as you head out the door for your morning commute Wednesday, and could see another batch of rain and thunderstorms moving across the southern Miami Valley as we head towards Wednesday afternoon, and then again a few more thunderstorms into Wednesday evening. So active pattern continues. So even though we're out of the woods now for the time being tonight with that severe threat, that flooding threat remains, especially as we get into the middle and end of this week. Any rainfall that happens from this point on into the next few days could lead to a flooding situation, a flash flooding scenario. And then, of course, if we do get those stronger thunderstorms, talking about damaging winds, this is going to create a lot of problems, especially in those areas that were damaged by tonight's storms. So this is what we're going to be tracking through the night and into the day tomorrow with this next round of storms. Dante?
Yeah, McCall, up to 55,000, nearly 56,000 power outages now. 38,831 in Montgomery County alone, 7,600 in Miami County, nearly 2,000, 1,900 up into Mercer County, and then Greene County coming in about 7,348 power outages there. So thousands of folks, nearly 56,000 folks without power here at 1:30 in the morning, Monday night, Tuesday morning, however you like to say that, because tornadoes ravaging the Miami Valley, and strong tornadoes.
That's a good way to put it, ravaging, really, because
Yeah.
we've had several and we've got so much damage in so many different areas. We're going to get to as many of those areas as we can to show our viewers the damage.
Yeah.
It's going to be impossible to get to all of them. That's why we are glad that our viewers are sending in pictures and video. We invite you to keep sending them in, and we're going to get as many of those on the air as we can. But we just have not seen a night like this.
Right. And you know what, and you mentioned, Cheryl, on social media, and I invite you to post it on the wall, as they say, so that everyone has a chance to see it. And we appreciate all of them that you
And
send
how do
in
they
with
do
your
that,
inbox.
if you want to
So
tell us?
as opposed to sending it as a message or an inbox message to WHIO.
Because I can't keep up with all of them.
I know, yeah. Just post it on the wall. Just post it as you're just posting, a picture or a message to WHIO, and that way every viewer can go and see your video and see your picture.
On our
and see the
WHIO
damage.
Facebook page.
On the Facebook page, yes. And if
Okay.
you'd like to share them on Twitter, you can also at WHIO, and we'll be able to see those on Twitter as well.
Because
for
they're
those of
really
you who
great.
are
I mean,
savvy.
somebody just sent me a video. They were on the 11th floor of Miami Valley Hospital.
Yeah.
And could see the tornado, that same tornado that we saw in the picture, US 35 and Steve Whalen Boulevard. I think it's that same tornado, and trying to figure out how to get that video over to our people so that we can share that on the air. But just some really really powerful images tonight coming in from all of our viewers, and we thank you for sending those, and we just hope that you stay safe while you're out there. Don't fall and sprain your ankle or anything in the dark and with all the debris around. That's something that would always happen to me.
Right, and it's very easy to
Misstep, and
happen.
there you go. And this is a picture that someone sent in. This was Dayton Xenia Road, and there's a pole through the window of this car. Is that it on the left-hand side there? Is that what we're seeing, or is it through the front windshield? It's a little hard to make out.
You know what? It looks like, Cheryl, it might be
You can walk
through
up there
the,
nice and close. I guess I can get up and walk too. About sick of sitting here.
It looks like it's right through the front. You know, if I'm not mistaken, it's through the front windshield, and then it goes through the passenger seat and out the passenger window.
Yeah, I hope nobody was in there.
Right, right. Yeah. And this is why you wouldn't want to be, if at all possible, you wouldn't want to be in a car during something like this, or even next to windows in a house or an apartment, because that could happen. That very thing, with debris lofted in the air, and
tree
really,
limbs turn into spears.
Exactly.
Pierce
that's
windows
precisely what happens, and you just don't want to. You don't want to do that. So stay away from any windows and stay out of cars if you can. Even straight line winds can do that. You know, tornadoes certainly do that, but even straight line winds can do something like that. So you just got to be careful there as we look at the damage reports that come in. Again, we have our producers and folks that are combing our social media pages to look at some of the damage. As you mentioned, we can't get to everywhere. So if you know your neighborhood or your street that's sort of off the beaten path, if you will, go ahead and send those pictures.
Because there
and
are
send those
pockets
videos.
here and there where we know you had damage. You look at that picture. I think we showed that one earlier.
Yeah.
And I can't remember exactly where this, Laura, thank you. Laura, Ohio, up in Miami County. Obviously, we still had some daylight then, so this was a few hours ago. And we're really, we're out of the dangerous time now. The threat of tornadoes has passed for tonight.
Right.
And that's good news. But we know that we have just damage scattered throughout. We've got New Madison, we've got Salina, we've got Trotwood, we've got Dayton. You know, just sometimes people have damage on streets. There's some video from Farmersville that someone sent, and you can see those constant flashes of lightning. You hear the sirens in the distance. We're just a lot of that today, and we heard from so many people tonight who were just worried. They were scared. They were in their basement wondering, you know, is it safe to come out? Are we going to be okay? And you and McCall just did a great job informing them and telling them where the danger was. And so far, all we've heard about, Dante, are 7 minor injuries, and that was in Salina.
Okay.
And we're going to take a look at a picture from Jamestown. And I think we see a funnel cloud there, don't we? Is that a tornado?
Yeah, that's one that we saw earlier. That looks like it's a possible tornado. At that point, we can't necessarily see if it's touching the ground or not, but it looks like a funnel or a tornado, and certainly wouldn't be out of the question, seeing that we had so many tonight. So that's more ground truth, if you will, that these storms certainly dropped funnel clouds, if not tornadoes, which we're almost certain that some of these have been tornadoes based on the debris signatures that we've seen with radar. And that's why we come up with the technology to see if we can get some ground truth without someone actually injuring themselves and risking life and limb to go out to confirm these things for us. But
and as we're taking a look at this earlier video out of Salina, where I'm sure they're still seeing this kind of activity there. I'm sure first responders are still there all night checking on people and doing what they can to clear roads until daylight breaks. But we did just get a call from Miami County, and all of their administrative and non-emergency lines are down. So if you need help tonight in Miami County, you got to call 911. So we want you to know that if you're in Miami County. And that's one of the areas that's really affected by these power outages. I'm looking at the power outage map behind you, Dante, and of course the big one is Montgomery County with close to 40,000 people without power. But Miami County's got almost 7,700. Greene County's got almost 7,400 people without power, and Mercer County close to 2,000. So there's an awful lot of people tonight who don't have power, sitting in the dark, waiting for the power to come back on or for daylight to break, and then only then will they be able to assess the damage. But you know, for now, if there's nothing you can do, you can continue listening to us. You can go to bed if you can, because the threat is over for now. We're looking at Webster Street in Dayton. This is a live look. I was getting messages that there's some damage in Webster Street. On Webster Street in Dayton.
There you have it.
So
right there.
people are driving by slowly, trees down on Webster Street. Really, so many areas got damaged tonight, and you know, especially from Dayton and north. And the Red Cross is now setting up a shelter in Coldwater up in Mercer County, we're hearing. So that's good news for the people up there, because they've been hit pretty hard up there.
And a lot of folks going to go to work tomorrow morning too. We're coming after the long holiday weekend. Tuesday rolls around, folks headed back to work and school if they still have school, if they're not out for the summer yet. And maybe some folks are already gone to bed. They don't They don't know what's going to be closed, what streets are going to be impacted, what damage they may wake up to. So just a heads up, for some folks who may be about to go to bed, just, in the morning, that's something you want to be, take caution and keep in the back of your mind as maybe a different or alternate route to work.
If your area has been affected, probably a good thing to check it out, maybe even make a call, and as you venture out, make sure that you can get through. Maybe call your business, depending on what type of business. I mean, some businesses never close. Hospitals and police departments and fire departments and news organizations, meteorologists never sleep, right? But you might check it out before you head out in the morning.
Yeah, and we'll be on daybreak here the next 3 hours or so.
4:30.
So we're certainly going to keep you updated of what's going on.
We're not going to go anywhere.
Inundated with debris from these storms that roll through. And again, just can't stress enough, safety is the name of the game. You got to be careful out there. And flooding is a threat that we're going to have to watch over the coming days. Some of these creeks and culverts and rivers that are rising because of all of the heavy rain. You remember what happened in Oklahoma last week with the severe thunderstorms that rolled through there. A lot of heavy rain. So you have the flooding in Oklahoma. Then you also have the tornado threat that came with it. And so we're not as bad as the Plain States, as bad as Oklahoma, but we're certainly seeing similar type damage in terms of flooding and tornadoes from these very powerful storm systems that are moving through the area. So, wow.
Well, people can't be careful enough tonight and in the morning, and as the days go on, but especially tonight, stay put if you can, go to bed. The threat is over. If you want to keep listening, we're happy to have you. Especially those of you without power, wondering how your area is affected. We're doing our best to get that information to you. But by daylight, hopefully we'll know a lot more. We'll be able to get out and actually see the damage in broad daylight. It might not be a pretty picture in many places. I don't think it's going to be.
No, I don't think so either. Just some of these heavier populated areas, I'm just really interested to see the type of damage that they really sustain to give people the sense, the impact of how strong these storms were and how serious we have to start taking these storms when they roll through, because they can be very deadly. And so, as you mentioned, at least 7 minor injuries so far.
In Salina, and that's all we've heard about. There could be people still stuck in basements, can't get out because of the debris, because their house was damaged or even leveled in some cases, and they can't get out of their basement. So, of course, they're stuck in there. But hopefully we're not going to find any more injuries than those 7. And thankfully, those are all minor. But the night's not over, and we've still got first responders knocking on doors in some areas saying, is everybody okay? Is everybody out? So we'll really just have to wait for several more hours to go by before we know really what we're dealing with.
Exactly, and that's always the case with nighttime tornadoes, and we've seen it on the national outlets, especially these big tornadoes in the Great Plains states. They happen at night, and then you come on in the morning, some of the local or some of the network outlets, and you see the damage that they really sustain.
Yes, and it's really just shocking. Kayla Corvell is in Brookville now. Kayla, that's where the high school is going to be closed tomorrow because the roof was ripped off. Is that where you are? It looks like you're in front of a school.
Cheryl, yes, we just arrived here from the front of the school. It doesn't look like there's much damage, but as we came around the back, I just want to show you the roof here. You can see right here over the doors, you can see where the roof was torn off. Just in that area, you can actually, if you stand back a little bit farther, see down inside the school. Now take a look over here. You can see other parts. Trees are down. As we were driving through here, the light poles were bent. Some were on the ground. Those are metal poles that were just kind of torn apart in all of this. And as we walk down a little bit farther here down the school, you can see another area where another part of the roof was torn off. I'm just seeing for the first time some windows broken here on the school. Just a lot of widespread damage, pieces of trees. There's not even really a ton of trees, so I'm not sure where these branches have come from. But as you can see here in Brookville, just a lot of damage again. School canceled here. And what we're already seeing is the community coming together. They were out in front of the school directing traffic. There are students, parents, other people just up there. We talked with the superintendent. He said it's a mess. Obviously, that is why they canceled school this morning. I don't see them getting in anytime soon because of all that damage. Let's take a look again up here at that roof that was torn off. You can see it just bent up there on the top of the Brookville High School here where we're at. Another area, the library, which is just in front of the school, that looked pretty much untouched. That just shows you how this tornado came through and just the areas of damage that we did. I'm actually here with one of the students here at Brookville High School. They were out here surveying damage. She said she would talk to us and let us know kind of what students are planning to do over the next few weeks after just coming here and seeing all the damage done to their school. Reporting live, Kayla Corvell,
before
News
you
Center
go,
7.
did the superintendent tell you how much school is left? Because I know a lot of the schools in the area are already out for the summer. And you know, when I heard that Brookville doesn't have school tomorrow, I wondered how much school do they have left? Did the superintendent tell you that?
I believe it finishes up on Friday. The student we were talking to said she had one more exam to get through, but obviously they won't be in school probably the rest of the summer.
Okay. All right. Well, Kayla Corvell reporting. You be careful out there, and thanks for that update.
Yeah. Still looking at damage that is just photos are starting to flourish in, and we're seeing them all across our social media accounts. I pulled up a few more photos for us that we can show. This one is trees toppled over in vehicles in North Xenia, and you can see that very large tree that was taken down in that part of Xenia. Not sure exactly where this is. Tony Fannin sent this photo in, but notice the one side of the Rite Aid of this structure was just sheared off by this twister as it came on through. And then also we had a photo, which I don't know why it did not populate, was from Riverside, and we're still dealing with the aftermath of this devastating situation that occurred through the evening hours. This is our latest power outage numbers that we have across the Miami Valley. We're up over 55,000 now. Most of those are in Montgomery County. A number of those nearing 7,500 to almost 8,000 in Miami County and Greene County, and then also up in Mercer County, nearly 2,000 people without power. And that is where we know that Salina was really destroyed by this storm system as it came on through. When we look at live Doppler 7 radar, all is quiet except for the lingering flash flood warning that still remains in effect until 2:45 for Clark, Greene, Miami, and Montgomery counties, which you see shaded in green. Those are flood advisories. So there is standing water in a lot of locations, as we saw anywhere between 2 to nearly 4 inches of rain in this part of the Miami Valley in just about 2 to 3 hours. So flash flooding and standing water is going to be an issue through the morning, along with that cleanup needed from this significant weather system that came on through. Getting some dry time now. Clouds are lingering. We're dealing with the quiet after the storms, and we'll continue to watch this as we head into the early morning hours, Dante.
Yeah, it's just really the threat of flooding, I can't mention enough. It's just really a real hazard that we got to watch for. And then the cleanup, too. You got to be careful there as you head out and about.
We do have now a picture from Tamarack Court in Trotwood. It's actually a live shot here, and you can see trees down, and someone told us, quote, "My whole street was hit." So this is out of Trotwood, and we are hearing from Amelia Robinson tonight with Dayton.com. She sent us some videos, and it did look like Trotwood had some pretty good damage. Street signs up. Well, Letitia's here now, Letitia Perry, and did you see damage in Trotwood?
Well,
Are you aware of it?
I live in Trotwood. My trek in was not too bad. I did see a huge tree that had landed on a house. I took a picture of that. But from what I'm hearing, the area behind the Salem Mall is obliterated.
Is that a neighborhood?
That's a neighborhood
okay?
behind the Salem Mall has been hit pretty badly. I'm waiting to see some video and some pictures from that area. But, you know, I was in the closet actually because we heard the storm coming through. We were watching you guys on TV. My daughters woke me up and we did take cover. The sound of the storm was just nothing that I've heard before. Really? The wind was extremely strong. There's a lot of power outages in the area.
Thousands.
I was fortunate that my particular street still has power, but on my way in, there was no lights.
It was
I mean,
darkness.
Darkness. So there are a lot. I know there's over 21,000 in Montgomery County. Trotwood hit pretty badly. I passed several fire trucks and emergency vehicles, ambulances on my way in, heading my way. So I know that Trotwood has been hit pretty severely. This street looks to be blocked by trees. I did have to kind of drive around some branches, but there again, my neighborhood in particular is fortunate in that we did not see a lot of damage, but I do know that the city of Trotwood has suffered tremendously.
Yeah, and that's such a
Sustained a lot of
shame
damage,
because
yeah.
you know Salina's been hit hard tonight.
Yes.
You say Trotwood has been hit hard. New Madison's been hit hard. An apartment building in Dayton, Foxton Court Apartments, we understand was hit, and they may even be using UD Arena as a shelter to evacuate these people to, because when your home is gone, you got to go somewhere.
Right.
You know, it's dark. You know, we've got to figure out where to put people and take care of them until they can get back in their homes
and get those places open and up and running for people to come to.
Right.
You know, and so you know, I shudder to think what daylight is going to bring.
I think we
the
all
kind
do.
of damage that we're
wondering
going to
how many
see.
tornadoes we had, the extent of the damage, and just the impact on people. So far, all we've heard is 7 minor injuries, but I keep worrying that there are more somewhere. When you say there were ambulances going by, maybe just checking on people, but you know that is a concern.
Yes.
What we'll find out in the coming hours. Dante and McCall, anything to add right now?
We just keep going through at this point the photos and the images that are coming in from our Channel 7 viewers snapping these pictures, and this one in particular I think is rather extreme. This was from Lisa Hatton. If we can go ahead and pull up our graphics here. I'm not sure of the location. I know Kirsty's checking on it. We don't have a location, but this says that it was from their in-laws' home, and the house was totally pushed off of its foundation, and you can see the immense damage that was caused to this 2-story home that was, you know, hit by this storm as it came on through. If we can get a location on that, Lisa, if you're watching us still, please let us know. Wings Sports Bar in Vandalia, take a look at that damage that was caused by this twister as it moved through this part of the Miami Valley.
Was that part of that bar? Because it's called
Yeah.
Wings.
I believe so.
So yeah, take a look at that.
Yeah.
Wow,
Pretty intense.
that's Vandalia.
And then this last photo, this is from Riverside. This is the one I was trying to show a few moments ago. This is from Heidi Rodriguez, and you can see how the windshield just shattered in on this car in Riverside. So we can zoom out a little bit further, and you can see the damage caused to this car in Riverside as this massive storm came through. And Riverside wound up being on the north side of that circulation. So tornado warning was in this area. It looked as though the circulation and the debris pattern was south of Riverside, but intense winds with hail, which we showed many photos, Dante, that showed hail the size of golf balls, if not slightly larger than that. And that in and of itself can be life-threatening if you're caught out in something like that.
And typically, McCall, as a matter of fact, just the other day, last Thursday, you and I were looking at storms on radar, and I looked at a storm, and I had a little query on that to see what size the hail is. And up in the air, it was golf ball size, but it didn't reach the ground. And typically that's the case here in the Miami Valley, but these storms were so strong that those golf ball sized hailstones actually made it to the ground.
And they were likely perhaps the size of clementines or apples when they were up in the actual cloud itself and shrank in size. So that just goes to show how violent these storms were as they came through. And I've been going through my Twitter and Facebook and trying to respond to some people. And of course, I have a lot of connections within the meteorology community. And the conversation that we're all having back and forth was how prime the conditions were in the Dayton area when this storm came in, and that's why we saw things intensifying rapidly as we were dealing with number of tornado warnings, at one point 6 tornado warnings, with possibly 4 tornadoes all at the same time. Here's our power outage map. We keep going back to it because the number keeps rising. We're up to 58,000 plus outages, and it is likely that number is going to keep going.
Yeah, more than likely as crews get out there, more reports come into the utility organizations that we're going to get that number to climb, but the crews are out there working. They're working to try and get that number stabilized, if not down, and that's going to take some time to do that. And as we were mentioned earlier, folks are out from vacation and they're back and they're in the bed. They have to go to work tomorrow. But what a way to end the holiday weekend and to start the unofficial start of summer with severe spring weather that moves into the area.
I mean, perhaps one of the silver linings of this situation that happened tonight is hopefully most people were home at that point when these storms came in. Had this happened at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and people are in, maybe not at their house, maybe they're at their family's house, and then you get more of the panic and scatter to try and get back to their house. So hopefully we had some people that were at home. They got the message. They got that watch sent to their phone when the tornado watch was issued. They got the tornado warnings sent to their phone to let them know, hey, now it's time. As Letitia was just saying, she was hunkering down in her safe spot when this storm came in. And hopefully we're not going to be hearing any fatalities from this. We know that there have been some injuries. Hopefully no fatalities.
And I'm going to hand off to Letitia and Adam. It's 2 a.m. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you. But we're going to stay with you throughout the night. So I'm going to head out and I'll be back in a few hours. Here you go, Adam.
Thanks, Cheryl. Cheryl, Dante and I have been tracking this system for hours. It was shortly after 9 p.m. when our first tornado warning was issued out in Wayne County, and at that point we just decided that it was a situation that was going to escalate and we were going to maintain coverage from that point on, and it turned out to be one of those situations that perhaps that was enough advance notice for people to know this is coming, and hopefully that helped to save some lives tonight.
And that's the name of the game, in all honesty, McCall. I mean, we try and track these things, and especially, when I remember, out in the Chicagoland, towards the 90 minutes of news earlier this evening, they were seeing severe weather there, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and those lasted through Indiana, and that gave us confirmation that the ingredients were coming together and the storms were tapping into those ingredients because they don't always do, but tonight we saw that they were. And so as you mentioned, very astutely, that, that gave us that advantage to tell folks, this is what's coming down the pike, this is what's coming, and the models did a good job in timing these things out to say in the evening hours and prime time, when you're at home watching your favorite shows, you're putting the kids to bed, perhaps you're winding down for the evening, that's a good time. This is the quote-unquote Sunday night, if you will, from a holiday weekend where you're getting back into the routine, and so everybody's home, everybody's aware, thanks to WHIO radio and TV and the app. By the way, if you don't have the weather app, I think this is a good time that you want to download that. Good time to plug that so that you're aware. It goes off. It lets you know what's going on, what type of weather is moving in. And I think it's a good time for you to just remind yourself that, if you put it off and say, I'll download the app at some point in time. Now's a good time to go ahead and do that because that'll keep you ahead of these storms. It's a good tool to use when these situations come about.
We're just about 45 minutes or so until this flash flood warning is set to expire, but we're going to be dealing with a flooding threat through the night and then with the threat for more thunderstorms on the way. We do have Adam Marshall that's now with us along with Letitia Perry. And Adam, can you speak a little bit to what you're coming into this morning? Well, I know you drove up from the south.
Absolutely, and I do want to mention it was relatively calm. Before I even begin this morning, I do want to say the entire way in I was able to listen to both of you on AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO. I was also actually listening to a Cincinnati station, 700 WLW, which is a very powerful station for that area. As you all know, many people in Cincinnati also have family up here in Dayton and in the Miami Valley. They were referencing WHIO the entire time. So I got to listen to our live broadcast and listen to a Cincinnati radio station, and they too we're talking about WHIO and our coverage. So thank you. I do want to mention, in terms of south of Dayton, at the moment, all is very calm. Thank goodness, after what's been an extremely active overnight. Letitia, I believe you know exactly what we're looking at here.
We are looking in Riverside. This is a live look there. You see the police tape up, the caution tape up. This is the Colonel Village Apartments in Riverside, and you can see lots of damage there as well. We just saw off camera several emergency vehicles drive by here. I know that a lot of people are waking up not sure if they should go outside because of the damage, to survey their homes and their area. We're just hoping that everyone is safe at this point, but Riverside obviously hit pretty hard here. Again, this is a live look at Colonel Village Apartments there in Riverside, where lots of damage has happened. Again, I just drove in from the Trotwood area. My particular trek was okay. There were lots of branches down. I did see one huge tree on one house, but from what I'm hearing, there are other areas of Trotwood that have been hit pretty hard. In fact, lots of power outages. The area behind the Salem Mall, I'm told, just looks like a war zone. The tornado actually did, or at least straight line winds, something came through there that has taken out the power and has caused lots of damage. In fact, several homes, I'm told, have been destroyed in that area. We're waiting to get some video and some pictures from that area as well.
Yeah, we saw that pickup truck just pull up, come to a stop in front of our camera, and then back up. So it's really anybody's guess as to what they're actually going to run into. I will say what you're looking at here, what it appears to be, is the ends of these apartment buildings, and obviously you see police officers there still with their lights on. I assume that was probably either brick facade or siding on the side of those buildings, where you see the black streak. So that's actually what was underneath that siding. And my assumption would also be that that's much of the debris that we're now seeing scattered across the street and out in the yard. The good news, it appears they've been out there. You can see it's all taped off. But again, major cleanup that really can't truly begin until the sun rises, as both you, McCall, and you, Dante, know. We're also being told that there is a house destroyed in Brookville. This is a picture right here. Speaking of Brookville, I do want to mention, you know, it's not very often we cross paths here overnight and into the morning, but we have everybody here, as you guys have been saying, throughout the night and into the morning. So Kayla Curvell, she's at Brookville High School. Heavy damage there, obviously heavy damage to homes in Brookville as well. Sean Cudahy, as we've been seeing, he's in Salina and Mercer County. Gabrielle Enright, I'm told, is on her way to Windover Drive in Beaver Creek. And then, of course, Kayla... and our entire team. So we have so many people, honestly, so many crews out right now, I can't even name them all, but that's what I know at this exact moment.
Yeah, and that's going to be the story as we head through the overnight hours into this morning. In fact, I'm going to pass the torch off to meteorologist Kirsty Zantini, and her and Dante Jones are going to take you through this morning. Then meteorologist Jesse Mag will be in, and I'll be back with Jesse into the evening hours. Likely one of us is going to be going out to assess some damage, and of course we'll also have Molly Coates coming in. So this is going to be a continual thing, and it's possible that we're going to head into the following day as well.
Well, kudos to you. You kept me safe, and I know thousands of others around the Miami Valley. We were watching intently, and every warning and watch that came over, I mean, we depended on you to give it to us, and you did. So we thank you for your service, for your hard work tonight.
Thank you so much.
I mentioned to Cheryl just as we were crossing paths, I said, is your family okay? She said yes. I said, okay, go get some rest. And I'll say the exact same to you. There's no doubt that because of our team, lives were saved tonight. There's no doubt. So I know we've had reports of minor injuries. I hope all of those people are okay.
Yes.
And I hope that's the worst of it. And much of that thanks to you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Get out of here. Get some rest.
Go get some rest.
Just reports coming in, damage reports from Twitter. Just wanted to say Ryan Wirtz telling me that parts of Butler Township were hit hard. Extensive damage in the Iron Gate plat off of Little York Road and along Dixie and Benchmark, and many power lines are down as well. That was coming off of Twitter. So as I mentioned earlier, folks, if you have any reports or any pictures or videos, share them with us on our Twitter, on our Facebook pages, on Instagram. If you're going to go on Facebook, it's really helpful not just to message us, but if you put it on the wall, is what they say. If you're familiar with how Facebook works, just post it on the wall so that everybody can see your picture and your video, and that'll give us all ground truth and and gives us a better way to be able to access that, and so other viewers can also see what's going on in your neighborhood as well. Looked at the power outages. We mentioned before that these numbers would go up, and they do continue to climb. Here we are at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:08, 2:09 now on a Tuesday morning. 64,102 power outages across the Miami Valley. The majority of those in Montgomery County so far, about 43,564 power outages in Montgomery County, about 10,500 for us in Greene County, 10,588 to be exact. Miami County, about 7,683 power outages, and then Mercer County still holding pat about 1,900 power outages, 1,952, and that's because of the storms that rolled through, had straight line winds as well as tornadoes. We have technology that's been developed that sort of gives us truth to some of these tornadoes that have been on the ground and some of the damage that has been lofted up in the air in some of these tornadoes. And then we've also have ground truth of some of the damage that has been assessed with some of these tornadoes as well, and moved right across Montgomery County and Dayton, the high populated areas across the Miami Valley. So these have really been ravaging and damaging tornadoes and storm systems that have moved through the area. So continue to send us your information over on our social media pages. Continue to give us information through email as well.
And Dante, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the largest number we've seen so far.
This
is
the largest number we've seen so far.
They've been climbing.
They've been climbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a live look now from Action Sports in Dayton, what used to be Action Sports in Dayton. This building is all but destroyed. As you can see, the roof has been sheared off. The wall is now compromised. Lots of debris around this area. I'm not sure what street this is on. I do know this is in Dayton, and it's the Action Sports Complex. I'm going to look up to see where that is, but much the same picture around the Miami Valley. Lots of buildings and homes destroyed at this point. And again, we're looking at this. This is on Gateway Drive, I'm told, in Dayton. Action Sports on Gateway Drive.
It's the 1100 block of Gateway Drive in Dayton.
All right. Again, just one of many buildings totally destroyed by the severe storms that came through overnight. I'm going to assume that because this did happen overnight, that hopefully no one was inside at the time of a business such as this. But there again, daylight will really show us what we're looking at. But right now, even in the dark, you can see the devastation here on Gateway Drive.
Letitia, this facility is described online via their website as a 30,000 square foot indoor facility. Now they have outdoor areas as well, but the indoor facility, the one you're looking at, we're told is 30,000 square feet. It includes 2 indoor soccer fields.
Wow.
So this was a very, very large building, a full concession stand as well. But we have a 95 foot by 50 foot indoor soccer field, as well as a 150 by 75 foot indoor soccer field. So a massive building there, and as you can see, essentially that building, that entire business is going to have to start over.
Yeah, destroyed.
All right, if you're just joining us, it is just shy of 2:15. We do want to mention we have been live wall to wall since a few minutes after 9 tonight, thanks to Cheryl McHenry and Chief Meteorologist McCall Vrades. Dante Jones has been here as well. Kirsty arriving. She'll be joining us here on air in just a moment. Letitia and I now taking over for what has been a very, very scary, a very real weather event. Dante, I know on my way in, I was listening on AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO. I heard you and McCall both saying that you actually had to use some judgment in terms of what rotation to follow in that moment. You know, it's not very often that you have so many storms that you have to think, okay, whose lives are in danger the most right now?
Yeah, there are times you have to just do a round robin. You have to take a tour of the radar, and you have to really start and focus in on some places and then focus on the threats really everywhere, in all honesty, and you just can't spend too much time on one particular storm. And that's just the case that it's been tonight over the past 4 or 5 hours, where we've had at the most 6 rotations, 6 tornado warnings out in the Miami Valley, at least 5 rotations, and just about 3 or 4 of them have actually dropped to tornado. At least that's what we're seeing from some of the damage and some of what we're seeing from ground truth as far as radar technology has given us, as far as debris signatures as well. So a busy night, a ravaging night across the Miami Valley. It's just really been devastating for so many who's not used to this type of severe weather. You hear this and you think of Oklahoma, you think of Kansas, Nebraska, but these storms have really they've really tapped into the ingredients in the atmosphere to stay together and move across the Miami Valley and just wreak havoc. So we're looking at stronger tornadoes, not the EF0 or the weak EF1s that we may be used to across the Miami Valley. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some EF2s in there. So, but we'll see what the National Weather Service is going to look at tomorrow morning. They're going to be also busy as well. The folks at the National Weather Service that are going to go out and survey what's been going on. And they got the work cut out for them because there are a lot of sites. I would imagine we'll probably won't get some of these numbers until later on in the day, if not maybe the following day or so, because of what they have to look at.
Now, we have crews overnight working right now. We have Gabrielle Enright, News Center 7's Gabrielle Enright, who is in Beaver Creek on Grange Hall Road, where there are wires down, I'm told, Gabrielle.
Right, we're actually on our way to a neighborhood where apparently some homes have some major damage, but getting there, even for us, has been difficult. And I want to show you why. This is what people throughout Beaver Creek are seeing. In the distance, as the cars start making their way this way, you'll see those large trees that have crossed the road, and then we'll also seeing a lot of wires down. Now, we got up to another location, we started to set up, and then we decided not to. We started smelling something that was burning, and a lot of times what happens in these situations is that the hot wires, they land on the trees and they start small fires, or they start to smolder, and that's when you know you need to get away, because you don't know if a tree limb's going to fall, you don't know what's going to happen. But in the distance, there were a lot of emergency crews. They were trying to get through and assess what they're looking at, prioritize really what's happening here in Beaver Creek. Again, I was in some neighborhoods before I was live. I know I was with you on the phone a little bit ago, and we were talking, and I was talking with people in the neighborhood. They were helping their neighbors. There was one man in a neighborhood that had a medical issue, and his neighbors wanted to make sure that the tree blocking his house was clear, just in case he had to get somewhere and get somewhere fast. Again, this is what we're seeing throughout Beaver Creek, and it doesn't really matter where you are. In certain neighborhoods, these trees are down everywhere. And then we did see on our way here along US 35 a lot of damage. There were a lot of buildings that had bricks, street signs blown over, and then maybe about 20 feet later we saw buildings that were just fine. So what we're dealing with now is trying to get to some of the areas that were really affected the most, and as soon as we make it there, of course, I'll be sharing pictures with you, going live, and also putting those images on Facebook. And we're going to stop this driver. Hey, don't go. Excuse me. Sorry, this is what we've been doing today, trying to make sure. It's so dark, you just can't see. Sorry about that. Don't want you to be safe. All right, well, we're going to get back with you. We're going to talk with this guy, and I'll let you know what else I see here in Beaver Creek. Reporting live, Gabrielle Enright, News Center 7.
Well, hopefully they listened to her. I see that they drove past her there, but they're not going to make it very far. We saw that large tree across the street. You know, I do want to mention something wonderful about the Miami Valley when these things happen. Gabrielle mentioned neighbors, helping neighbors, you know, making sure that everyone is okay. I can tell you, since I walked in this building about an hour ago, I've had several people say, are you doing okay? Was your drive-in okay? When terrible things happen, people in the Miami Valley come together. If you're just joining us, it is 2:17. We've been on air since just after 9. Last night, we have Kayla Cravell, we have Sean Cudahy, we have Gabrielle Enright, as you just saw there in Beaver Creek. We have homes destroyed. We have businesses destroyed. We have
several injuries.
We have a tremendous amount of cleanup that's going to begin once the sun comes up. Storm Center 7 meteorologist Kirsty Zontini is here. She's been tracking this for hours now as well. I can tell you, in terms of the massive impact, the power outage map to me is something I'm still trying to wrap my mind around.
Yeah, just thousands of homes without power. Now, I do want to mention that authorities have contacted our newsroom here at News Center 7, and they are asking that all non-emergency traffic stay away from these areas. Listen, West Milton, Laura, and Ludlow Falls. significant damage. That area has sustained a lot of damage from these tornadoes, and they're asking that all non-emergency traffic simply stay away from West Milton, Laura, and Ludlow Falls. And that comes from the top to our newsroom, asking us to tell you that.
And speaking about safety and staying away from certain areas, you know, the Ohio Department of Transportation tweeting about an hour ago that really, if you can avoid I-75 north of Dayton, not a bad idea. They had plows out there, literally snow plows out there trying to clear debris. Traffic was very slow southbound I-75 north of Dayton as I came in about 12:30, 12:45 early this morning. Also, something else that was mentioned earlier that I think is great to remind people of, listen, there are gas lines that go into these homes that were destroyed. There are gas lines that go into these businesses that were destroyed. So if you smell gas, whether it be from your home or a neighbor's home, turn the gas off and call your gas company. If you have to, call emergency crews, but if you can, call your gas company. We're also being told that many are having their gas shut off in Montgomery County because of this. So if your gas goes away, do not panic. You are probably one of those. By all means, if you need to or want to, reach out to your gas company. But just so you're aware, gas for many homes, hundreds if not thousands of homes, is being shut off.
All right, we've got a live shot now. This is damage on Grange Hall Road. Just one of several pictures that are now flooding our Facebook pages and our Twitter pages and Instagram of damage from around the Miami Valley. This is just one of those. You can see that house severely damaged. You can see the tree there, and the debris field in that yard is just incredible. You know, I was online looking at the Montgomery County statement. Officials with Montgomery County up, out, and about, and they say right now they are focused on supporting life-saving measures, including, Adam, as you mentioned, shutting down gas lines and locating people who are trapped. And they ask that anyone that needs assistance, please call 911. They are trying to get to you just as soon as possible. On my way in, I passed several fire engines and ambulances headed toward the Trotwood area, doing just that, responding to calls.
I do want to know if we can get that picture again of Action Sports Center. If you want to see what this has done to certain businesses, Action Sports Center, it's in the 1100 block of Gateway Drive. Okay, I'm told our crews that are there actually interviewing people on scene, so we understand that. But again, a 30,000 foot sports complex with 2 indoor soccer fields has been basically destroyed. You see some of the framework, some of the beams up, but it's been destroyed. And Kirsty, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
We know this is very early. We know this has been a very long day for you already. I know you've been tracking behind the scenes, and I understand you're still getting Eyewitness 7 pictures in.
Yes. So again, if you could safely take a photo, always very helpful. But we don't want to put yourself in danger.
Absolutely.
Not only do we have so many power outages, and by the way, the numbers have been climbing since I've gotten here, which was several hours ago.
Yeah.
Just exploding in Montgomery County and Greene County. Those were the 2 counties that were hit the hardest in terms of where we had that rotation, where we had those tornadoes, and where we've had damage. So I do want to share a few more photos with you from some of our Eyewitness 7 reporters. This one has sent in, well, thank you, WHO, that was very sweet for telling us that. But if you look closely here, this was a truck, and you could see the damage there. We also have another local business, which this is very sad and hard to see. This is Wings Sports Bar in Vandalia. Zoom in a little bit closer for you here, and you could see that may have been, I'm going to assume, part of the decor that they have outside. That's in Vandalia. You could see that airplane just completely taken down and is in the front yard. And then, of course, this one that was sent in to us from Heidi in Riverside. Looking a little closer, you could see just how that damage was able to wreck her car. Now, when it comes to any current warnings that you need to be aware of, we've been talking about the amount of rainfall that we had also received. So this is live Doppler 7. We do have an active flash flood warning that's still in effect for Clark and Greene, Miami, as well as Montgomery counties. That goes until 2:45. So the rain has ended, but it was just buckets of rain that were coming down. Also, I'm going to zoom up a little further to the north here, up in Mercer County, Salina, also hit hard here from the tornadic activity, but they're still under a flood advisory. And Mercer County has been struggling this whole spring with widespread heavy rain, rounds and rounds and rounds of it. So unfortunately, they as well will likely have a lot of road closures, not only from debris, but also from the heavy rainfall. These are radar estimated rain totals for you. You could see this is a past 12 hours, but realistically, we dealt with those thunderstorms from about 9 o'clock until, about an hour or two ago. And so that's how much rain fell in just about really 3 or 4 hours, over 3 inches in some spots. These are estimations from the radar. Of course, these totals could be higher or a little lower, but you could see where that swath went through portions of Darke County into Miami, Montgomery, and then as well as Greene County there as well. So that's just a look at the big picture. We are no longer under an active tornado watch. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. Early this morning, we had a little cell that popped there into Logan County near Bellefontaine. That has moved out. There was no warnings on that one. So in general, we are kind of in a quiet stretch for right now. But of course, I am putting together the forecast for you out into the future. We need to know if you're going to have a quiet day as we continue to clean up debris across the Miami Valley. So I'm going to continue to work on the forecast. I wish I could say that we are going into a quiet stretch, but we do have the chance for more storms this week. So of course, I'm going to be highlighting for you as we continue on throughout the overnight hours and on daybreak where we will have the best chance for storms tomorrow, and what other days this week I'm concerned with when it does come to any more strong storms this week. It's not something we need. Of course, we want just dry, quiet weather, but I've been looking at some of the models here this morning, and I'm kind of trying to fine tune for you a little bit closer look at the forecast so we can kind of help navigate what crews are going to have to be dealing with when it comes to the threat for more storms this week.
All right,
Letitia.
Kirsty. Right now we have on the phone Marita Zarkowski. She is from the Red Cross. Marita, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, tell us where you are and what you're seeing, first of all.
Well, right now I'm at my house, so I'm not up in Dayton, but I do have some information for you about the shelters that the Red Cross is opening for those that have been displaced by the tornadoes.
Yes, please.
Okay, we have a shelter that we're opening up at the Ridge Church, and that is at 7555 Brookville Phillipsburg Road in Brookville, Ohio. Then we have another one at Morton Middle School. That is at 8555 Peters Pike in Vandalia. Another at the First Baptist Church of Kettering, 3939 Swigert Road. Another at the Trotwood High School. And then another one in Miami County, Hoffman Methodist at 2010 South Main Street.
Okay.
And your assignment desk has all that information, so I'm sure they could put that up on the screen for you.
So
we have 5 shelters right now.
Thank you. And I'm sure more will be opening as well as daylight hits and you see more damage and more places make themselves available.
Marita,
yes.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sitting here with Letitia. I do want to ask, if someone is sitting in their now damaged home and they're thinking about going to one of these locations, what will be there? What will be provided for them? What services can you offer them that, let's say, they will not get sitting in their neighbor's living room?
Well, right now it is a safe place to go. We provide cots for sleeping. We have Red Cross workers that are there. We provide food, water. We have emotional and spiritual support. That's an aspect of the Red Cross that a lot of people aren't familiar with. When you're in situations like this, of course, there's the material damage and having to deal with all of that, but you suffer quite a bit emotionally. So we have healthcare workers that are there. We have mental health care workers that will help people work their minds through the process of going through the trauma that they've been through. And then a little bit farther down the road, we're not at that stage right yet, we'll start assessing the damage to the homes and what kind of financial assistance that we could provide them. That's a ways yet. Right now, we're trying to provide safe places for people to spend the night whose homes have been damaged.
And Marita, if you don't mind, I know this sounds silly, but we have many viewers. They were probably jotting down the locations as we were. If you could, just take 60 seconds and repeat those 5 locations again for us.
Sure. We have the Ridge Church. That's at 7555 Brookville Phillipsburg Road in Brookville, Ohio. Morton Middle School at 8555 Peters Pike in Vandalia. First Baptist Church of Kettering, 3939 Swigert Road. Then Trotwood High School. And then in Miami County, Hoffman Methodist, 2010 South Main Street.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Well, Marita, we thank you very much for all of the work that you've had to do overnight in organizing this and getting this information to us. We will continue throughout the morning to get that information to our viewers as well. Marita Markowski of the Red Cross, thank you so much.
Marita, thank you. Okay, we do want to get, we do want to get to News Center 7's Kayla Cravell. I'm told she's at Brookville High School where they have had heavy damage. And Kayla, I know you're just arriving. I know that's a massive scene, but can you just tell us what you're seeing right now where you are?
Adam, we've kind of just driven around the school, and I just want to show you what we saw at the front of the school. You can see where the doors were blown in completely out of the door frame. There's glass all over the ground. You can see the windows were busted out. I mean, look at this. Look at where this separated from the building. That's how strong those winds were. Just look at how this was pushed in, the carpeting all torn up there, glass, again, all over the ground. We were in the back of the school. That is where all the damage to the roof is, and we will show you that a little bit later on this morning. I was talking with the superintendent. He said they were going to have insurance come out here, take a look. They don't even know if they're allowed inside of the school right now because there is a chance, because the roof is torn off, of it collapsing. They said what they're going to have to do is get a tarp on top of the roof because there is a chance for rain, he said, later on today. So they're going to have to move quickly so that the inside of the building doesn't get wet. Now that right now there's no roof on part of this school. I want to take you over here. As we were driving around, we've just seen things like the tennis court. The fencing for the tennis court is just kind of lying on the ground, all bundled up. It looks like if you took a fence and rolled it up, you know, before you put the fence up, it's all rolled up. That's what the tennis court fence looks like right now. And then there's actually the nets. Those are laying about 200 yards from where the courts are. So that was all put up. You can see there's wood here on the ground. Some of these metal telephone or light poles around here, some of these are bent. This one is still standing, but we'll walk just down the front of the school here. And actually, if you're looking at the front of the school, other than what we just showed you there on the door, it really doesn't look too bad. The front of the school, as you can see, still looks like it's in pretty good shape other than that door. But there are things on the ground, just metal bent. There's a piece of metal over here. I saw it as we were driving in. You can see the metal here. It's wrapped around another light pole. It's a little ways away. There's also a neighborhood behind this school. It's called Terrace Park. We were on our way there, and police said they wouldn't let us through because there's exposed electric and gas lines. But as you can see, this looks like metal here that was just wrapped around here on this pole. We've seen a lot of them just down across the area. We're going to continue to drive around, and we'll have another look at this damage a little bit later on. Reporting live, Kayla Cravell, News Center 7.
Well, Kayla, thank you. We do want to mention, I hope you stay safe. If you're just joining us, Kayla was at Brookville High School. Extreme damage. You saw there where the glass doors actually caved in from the bottom, and then she said the roof was ripped off. There's debris. You saw that piece of metal wrapped around a light pole. And Letitia, I understand you know what we're looking at here.
This is the Hara Arena in Trotwood, Ohio.
Goodness.
Take a look at the damage field there. I know that the tornado or the twister came through Brookville and then hit Trotwood. As I said, I've never had to take cover. I've never felt the need to take cover, but overnight I did. I was in the innermost closet of my home. And as those winds whip through, this is not too far from my home. And take a look at the damage there. Just amazing there at Hara Arena. Now, we were mentioning before, because these storms came through overnight, businesses like this and the Sports Center that we were talking about in Dayton,
Action Sports
Center on Gateway, businesses like those likely closed. Now, of course, the Hara Arena is shut down for good right now. But the fortunate thing in all of this, especially when you look at all of the damage there, there is that there were likely no people in those buildings, so that lessened the severity of possible injuries anyway. There were some injuries throughout the overnight, and we expect those numbers to go up as the power outages numbers have been going up. But at least here, when you look at the severity of the damage here in Trotwood, and then I'm hearing as well, just from some friends, that behind the former Salem Mall, there was a lot of damage as well. So daylight will only tell. I said before, I just shudder at the notion of what we're going to see when daylight hits. But even overnight, we're just seeing incredible damage. Again, you're looking at the Hera Arena in Trotwood there.
Yes, and unfortunately, it was such a wide swath of damage. Like we had said, we had multiple tornado warnings throughout the evening hours, and it happened after the sun went down. And that was something that Chief Meteorologist McCall Vrydaghs was really trying to hone in on, was the fact that, you know, the sun sets about 9 o'clock at this point, and our tornado threat ramped up. We had a warm front moving through, we had conditions that were ripe for volatile storms, and that's what developed. These weren't brief spin-ups like what we can typically see. These were long track areas of rotation and tornadic activity. We've had photos already of what looked like at least a wide wedge tornado. So we will be getting more information. And I do want to just speak briefly here. The National Weather Service has communicated with us, which we knew that they would. And hats off to the National Weather Service in Wilmington. You guys ladies and men, have done a fantastic job keeping everyone safe, issuing warnings. Really, I mean, we can't thank you guys enough. The Weather Service is the body that issues warnings. We cannot issue them. We can analyze the storms and show you rotation and continue to communicate, but they have worked really hard over the past several days. I mean, we've had more severe weather over the weekend as well. So when it comes to what they're currently warning on, again, there's still flash flooding to deal with, so not only are people going to be waking up without power to tornado damage, but we may also likely, especially since this flash flood warning, which I just talked about 10 minutes ago, it's now been extended until 5:45 for Clark, Greene, Miami, and Montgomery. So we may have more road closures just due to high water than what we've been seeing. The good news is the rain has ended, so in flash flooding scenarios, you can get that water to recede. But if you live near a creek or a stream along the Great Miami River, be careful overnight and into the early morning hours, because, you know, we may still, it takes a little bit of time here for things to recede, and we had about at least 2 to 3 inches of rain that came from those storms, again, within 3 or 4 hours. Really fast acting storms produced likely multiple tornadoes. The Weather Service has confirmed that tomorrow morning they will be out doing surveys, which they're going to have to do, of course. Salina, New Madison, Dayton, those are just a few of the cities that they've mentioned for now. But as you guys keep sharing those damage photos safely, please, they're going to also keep getting them in. The WHO Facebook page is a great place to post, but also the National Weather Service in Wilmington has a Facebook page. That's helpful for them. We pass these photos on, but if you can pass them on as well to them, then that can just really help to make sure everyone is seeing areas that have been damaged so they can go out and do those storm surveys. But I mean, at this point, I pulled back one of the tools we use, which is velocity, which looks at the movement of wind, and that's usually where we can locate rotation on thunderstorms. So I'm trying to put together a movie for you. I don't want to show it because I don't want to make people nervous. But this would be old information. But yes, you can clearly see where that rotation developed, entered Montgomery County, went through Greene County, and it's really scary to see that.
And the frightening thing is, typically when we think of tornadoes, we think of rural areas. But these are hitting, in very populated cities.
Crossing I-75, which we all know just north of Dayton is one of the busiest interstates in the country. You know, I almost couldn't believe when the Ohio Department of Transportation tweeted out, avoid I-75. It's where we believe a tornado went across, and they have plows trying to clean up this debris. It's unheard of, and can you imagine those vehicles as they drive down the interstate near a major city to see a tornado coming?
So
it's scary.
Absolutely horrible to hear that. Scary to see, and like we had mentioned before, tornadoes that people might not necessarily be used to here in the Miami
Sure.
Valley. These are going to be likely higher rated. These are likely going to be more than just an EF0 or an EF1.
Right.
And so that makes it scary, and the amount of damage makes it scary. Also, the Weather Service is going to be looking at the types of building that were damaged. Mobile homes can sustain damage a lot faster, older buildings, the types of construction that we have. So they're going to be very busy, very hard at work. We do have another photo here as well. This one, I can't really read where it is. Can either of you see that?
Dayton, I'm told Dayton Creative Printing, I believe is what this is. Good. It's kind of hard to see. I believe I see a door there, and goodness, if that is a business, it is badly damaged. I do want to mention, if you're just joining us, we have a lot happening right now as we speak. As Storm Center 7 meteorologist Kirsty Zontini mentioned, we have flash flood warnings for several counties. We just got off the phone with Red Cross, who are overseeing the Miami Valley and the Cincinnati area. I'm going to list 5 shelters that they currently have set up. And again, they said if you go there, they have water.
Right.
They have blankets. They have health professionals. If you've been shaken up, right? I mean, let's be honest, as you mentioned, you seek shelter and you got in your innermost closet in your home. Goodness, there's a lot of men and women out there that are huddled with their little children overnight, and that can be hard to deal with, and sometimes you just need to be around someone else to help you. So if that is the case, they have Ridge Church in Brookville. Correct me if any of these are wrong. We have Morton Middle School in Vandalia, First Baptist Church in Kettering, Trotwood High School, and Hoffman Methodist Church. That's in Miami County. I'm sure most people can Google the exact addresses, but I'm going to go over them one more time. These are shelters for Red Cross. Ridge Church in Brookville, Morton Middle School in Vandalia, First Baptist Church in Kettering, Trotwood High School, and Hoffman Methodist in Miami County. Also, our entire Team 7 crew is here. We've been overlapping with the night crew. We came in early. They've stayed late. We are in multiple locations. News Center 7's reporter Kayla Curvell, she's at Brookville High School. We have Sean Cudahy in Mercer County out there in Salina, where several people were injured and taken to the hospital. I heard you mention that earlier. Gabrielle Enright, she is in Beaver Creek. We saw on Grange Hall Road damage, trees down. We also saw her live on air trying to warn drivers to stop them on Grange Hall before essentially they were going to run into a tree. It had not been cut. It had not been removed. As we speak, I know power crews are doing everything they can, but those numbers from what we've seen so far continue to get worse.
They do. Authorities also have called our newsroom and asked us to pass along to you that all non-emergency traffic needs to stay off the roads, stay away, in particular West Milton, Laura, and Ludlow Falls. Again, authorities have called us and said all non-emergency traffic, stay away from those areas because those areas are just covered in debris from tornadic activity this morning. And this is happening right now. So this is not something that, yes, the storms have come through earlier, but right now there is still danger right now to go outside. And if you can safely make it to one of these shelters that we mentioned, and we're building a graphic right now so that we can put that list on the screen for you. But if you can make it to one of those shelters, they are open. There are emergency personnel there to help you. There is food, there is water. Those are 5 safe places that we know of. We're sure that that list will grow as well.
And the Red Cross is there, and they say if you need them, come on out. We spoke with them on the phone. We've worked with the Red Cross many stories in the past, and they welcome you with open arms. So don't feel ashamed. Don't feel like you can't use that service. By all means, even if you need to just be around someone, go to that shelter and use that resource. I do want to mention, speaking of safety, we're going to get to Sean Cudahy, I believe, here in just a moment. He's in Mercer County in Salina. Actually, Sean, I understand you're there right now. What's going on where you are?
Adam, search and rescue continues at this hour here in Salina. The mayor tells me crews are actually going door to door to make sure there's not anyone unaccounted for at this point. If you saw us about an hour ago, I talked with him live here in our wall-to-wall coverage on News Center 7, and he told me what we've heard earlier this evening: 7 injuries, all believed to be non-life-threatening, but that's a number we're going to continue to monitor as we go forward this morning. I'll show you, if I just step out here, this is where we have really had our our Storm Tracker 7 vehicle that we've been in. This is as far as we've been able to get in that vehicle tonight, blocked off here at Tuvell Street and Fairground Road, and that is because if you go either direction, there's still power lines across the road, so it's really not safe for any vehicles to get by. Just a couple of minutes ago, I went back into one of the neighborhoods where I was showing you earlier this evening. We saw some major damage sustained. Not sure if we have any video of that we can show you right now, but we had houses that were just destroyed in just catastrophic damage in that neighborhood, and really just once again taken aback. I had been there a little bit earlier this morning, and once again, just unbelievable to see the level of destruction in that neighborhood. And this is really the area the mayor says that they're seeing a lot of that right now. Now, if you didn't catch my conversation with the mayor, a couple other points to take away. The entire city of Salina is out of power right now. It's not just a couple neighborhoods right here. The mayor tells me all of Salina is out of power. No word on when that's going to be back. It's going to be a while. And for those neighbors that are displaced, the Coldwater Eagles is the shelter site for people in this part of the area here in Mercer County if they need a place to go. Adam, I heard you talking about that a couple minutes ago, and you know, the mayor was comparing this. I was on the ground in November 2017, the last big tornado they had here in Salina, and that was catastrophic here in the city as well. Really destroyed a lot of businesses, and the mayor pointed out that was a terrible thing for the city. But here you have so many people that are out of their homes. So such a challenge. And one of the big challenges, as we've been talking about all throughout the night here, is that there's still no daylight. So it's really hard for these crews to go through and get a true sense for how much damage there is here. The mayor said as they go into daylight, that's when they're going to really be able to assess things even more. He said he had been on a tour. Obviously, you can see as much as you can see. But come daylight, it's going to really tell a lot more about the situation here. And he's planning another news conference after the sun comes up and they're able to get a better sense for what's going on right here. So bottom line at this hour, search and rescue continuing here in Salina, and as they try to ensure that the 7 people we know were transported to the hospital were the only people that were seriously injured here this evening.
Well, Sean, thank you. I know goodness, Sean Cuddy has been out there all night into the morning. He's been doing a fantastic job keeping us updated in that area. One of the areas where we do have people confirmed injured, several people on their way to the hospital there getting treated as we speak. The good news, we're told those are minor injuries. Thank goodness. Hopefully it stays that way. I do want to mention, before we went to Sean, I did want to make a point. Not only are we dealing with tens of thousands without power, but also many people with gas lines that are now being shut off. So Montgomery County is shutting off on purpose now. This is to keep you safe, to keep your family safe, and to keep nearby businesses safe. You know, all of these businesses we've talked about, Action Sports in Dayton, which is right near Dayton Children's Medical Center. Many people go there daily, I'm told. There's indoor soccer fields there, a 30,000 square foot facility. We have Wing Sports Bar in Vandalia, the Hera Arena, as you mentioned, not far from your home in Trotwood. All of these facilities have gas running into them, and that gas needs to be shut off.
Right, and we have crews all over the Miami Valley right now giving you updates on this damaged debris and the field. And one of our reporters out is News Center 7's Kayla Corvell. She's in Brookville. Kayla, show us what you're seeing.
Adam, Letitia, we just pulled up behind Brookville High School. I want to show you the tennis courts. We're just seeing it now for the first time. You can see where the fence was laid down here. That was torn apart. There are pieces of it that are actually split where these metal bars are. Some areas actually split, so you can see just how much damage was done here. The fence, there's a lot of debris around here, and even some of the nets in the tennis court. I want to show you those. They are also damaged. There are pieces of the tennis court actually a little bit closer to the school, and I want to show you where the school is right around here. This is the area, and you can actually see probably now if we can zoom in with the camera, you can see down into the school where the back of the roof is ripped off. Now, I spoke with the superintendent earlier. He said that they were working on getting a tarp over top of the roof because you can see right down into the classrooms right now. So they were working on getting a tarp just in case there was any rain that was going to come through. They were going to work with the school board. The insurance company was going to come out. They were going to speak with them to find out when they can actually get back into the school. School is canceled for today. The last day of school is Thursday. I was speaking with one girl. She said that she just had a couple of tests left, and then this happened. They had a talent show, all that canceled again because of just how much damage is done to the school. Let me give you another look at that. Take another look at this damage at the school. Right now, because it is dark, you can't really see any of the trees that are down. Quite a few light poles also bent in half. We actually almost ran into one as we were driving because they're just laying all over the road. There's no one really available to pick up things like this because just behind the school there's a neighborhood. We tried to drive through it. They said there were flipped cars down trees. One roof was off one house onto another house. There are gas lines exposed. As you were just saying, some areas in Montgomery County, they've shut the gas off because of things like that. Same thing happening here in Brookville. There are gas lines exposed, power lines down. It's not safe for anyone to leave their house. If you're safe in your house, I'd stay there. You can't even get through the roads. They're all blocked off, not only with police just trying to keep you safe, but also with trees, power lines. Again, those gas lines just kind of spread out and exposed all around the area. And let me give you another look here at this tennis court. You can see just where the fence came down. And if we walk over here, let me try and shine this light a little bit ways so we can give you another look here just at this damage, just where this fence is laid down here. Just looks like it toppled over. That tornado just crumpled it, whatever it came through. You can see where it's bent, just kind of laying on the ground because of all of that. A lot of debris in the area. We've seen things like wood. There's a blue tarp here. I'm not sure where that blue tarp blew in from. But again, pieces of the tennis court all the way up to where the school is. So just a lot of damage out here. We're going to be out here throughout the remainder of the morning. We'll also give you a better look at the school and the roof and the damage that's done up there too in just a little while. Reporting live, Kayla Craval, News Center 7.
Just amazing pictures, Kayla, thank you. And now Gabrielle Enright also, she's out and about and she is in Greene County in Beaver Creek. Gabrielle, what can you tell us?
I've made it to Garden View Acres, and I just want to show you, this is a home, a front yard, and a tree that was ripped out of the ground by what happened here. And just to follow the trail of damage, D'Angelo's going to kind of follow me as I walk out here on the main street. Just saw some emergency personnel, the first folks that I've actually seen. They're canvassing this neighborhood because of all of the damage. In fact, if you look over in the distance, I know it's a little dark, but you might be able to see some flashing lights. There have been some trees that have landed on some homes. There's also some roofs that are gone. And I was talking with a woman named Julia who actually lives here at this house where this tree is. And Julia, you and I were speaking just a few minutes ago. She is actually lives here. She is a nurse. And you said that you were just going around talking to people.
Yes, we went and walked down Rose Hill and came back up Garden View, checking on friends and seeing if everybody was okay. And there's a lot of houses demolished at the bottom of the neighborhood, and they're clearing out because it's been declared a disaster area because there's gas leaks down there from propane tanks.
And if it sounds like you're an expert, that's because you are. You're a nurse.
Yes, I am a registered nurse. I'm a trauma case manager.
So when you're going around and you're talking with people, you and I both heard them saying that there were some injuries. What are you seeing when you talk to your friends?
Shell shock. I'm seeing everybody's kind of in shock. Because I know I've lived in this neighborhood for 32 years. That pine tree's been here the whole time. And it's just, the mature trees is one of the things we love about this neighborhood. And it's today the worst thing about this neighborhood.
We watched it unfold on television. I was even sheltered down in my own house because it was too dangerous to leave. What did you guys experience in this neighborhood, and then how long did it last? What did it sound like?
It felt like it lasted 10 minutes. I don't think it probably was 10 minutes, but it did feel like it lasted about 10 minutes, and it felt like the wind was whirling around the house, and you could hear the debris beating against the windows. My dogs and I were in the hallway, and just hanging out waiting for it to pass. I didn't realize it was a tornado until I looked out afterwards.
And in this particular situation, what other damage do you have here at your home that maybe we don't see?
The gutters are off the back of my house, and I recognize some of these shingles in the yard as mine, but of course I can't see too clearly, but so far I think I've been lucky.
Well, I appreciate the time. I hope that there's not much more damage than we're seeing out here, and thank you for checking on your neighbors.
We're hearing that we won't have power until the 29th.
The 29th, that's what you've heard?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've heard that there's a command center. Julia, thank you very much.
welcome.
I appreciate it. We've heard that there's a command center set up over at Spicer Heights. As soon as we check out the other places in this neighborhood, I'll be headed over there to talk more with some of the Beaver Creek officials. They've been so busy. I literally just saw the first person. They've been responding to calls, and they were walking through the neighborhood house by house, checking on people. So we're going to go get a couple of images here, and then we're going to head over to that command center. Reporting live in Beaver Creek, Gabrielle Enright, News Center 7.
Gabrielle, thank you. You know, neighbors helping neighbors. We've heard that multiple times just this morning. She was just speaking with a nurse there saying she went door to door. A couple of things about that young lady's interview stuck out to me. One, she said they're in shell shock.
Yeah.
Which you just don't hear that. You don't hear that after storms very often here in the Miami Valley, if that lets you know how serious this is. She also said that one of the most wonderful parts of her community were the mature trees, and this morning that's one of the worst parts. Obviously, taking trees out, taking branches down. Gabrielle, before being there at Garden View Acres, was at Grange Hall Road. We saw that large tree that came over the street. It was a dark stretch of street. We saw Gabrielle on air trying to stop that SUV before really they could have ran right into the tree. So again, neighbors helping neighbors. Right now we still have flash flood warnings. We have American Red Cross setting up several shelters for people to go to get food, to get water, to get blankets, to just be with someone else if they need to be with someone else. Sean Cudahy is in Salina, Mercer County, where several people were injured, minor injuries, all taken to the hospital. He's spoken with the mayor. He's spoken with emergency officials. Still a very active scene out there. Roads closed around the Miami Valley. We have, what, Kirsty, at last check, 70,000 without power. Give her, okay, 64,000 without power around the Miami Valley. That's the highest number yet, but we do know that DPAL crews are doing everything they can. There you go. I mean, look at this number. It's staggering. We have more than 43,000 in Montgomery County, more than 10,000 in Greene County, more than 7,000 in Miami County, nearly 2,000 in Mercer County, and a handful of others. I've been here 4.5 years at News Center 7. That's the highest number I have seen since I have been here.
And speaking of all of those outages, on the phone right now we have Mary Ann Cable with Dayton Power and Light. Mary Ann, can you hear me?
Can. Is this Letitia?
Yes. Can you
Hi,
tell?
Letitia.
Hi. This, as we were just mentioning, is one of the largest numbers of outages we have ever seen living here in the Miami Valley. Can you speak to that?
Well, with this tornadic activity that we had go through the area beginning late this evening, coming from the west, it is a very large storm path, and we have crews out there assessing the situation that will be there throughout the evening. We have requested through our mutual aid network assistance because we know based on what we're hearing, the number of fallen trees, the number of down power lines that come along with the storm of this intensity, that we're going to need assistance. So we anticipate restoration events, restoration activities may take a couple of days.
Mary Ann, this is Adam. First of all, thank you for joining us. I know you said you reach out. I just want to know, from where do you pull crews in from, and are we talking about 100 crews? Do you have 500 crews? Will you assess that later today? And then what do you tell the homeowner who's sitting there without power, not knowing, my goodness, when it may come back on, whether that be 12 hours, 24 hours, or 48 hours?
You know, Adam, that's a great question. Number one, we are part of a mutual aid network. So just as we help others, they help us, especially when we have devastating storms as we had come through the Miami Valley earlier this evening. Well, actually, late yesterday evening, and we're still dealing with it today. And as I shared, crews are out there assessing the situation. So the number of crews and the help that we may need, we don't know those exact numbers. Okay. I will have those later on today.
Sure.
And with the homeowners, I know they're checking on neighbors. I know they're checking on friends. I know they've called each other, and they are going to people with power. I understand that you do have shelters that are opening up, and I'm sure they're addressing those as well. I know there are police, fire, first responders out there helping those people.
Mary Ann, do you suggest that people without power call the hotline, or are you just going to just blanket the area and take care of finding out where those outages are yourselves on behalf of DPAL?
Thank you for asking that question as well. We encourage everyone who has experienced a power outage to call. That's how we know for sure that you are without power. We can't expect your neighbor to call on your behalf. You need to call those in.
And what number is that?
That's 877-4-OUTAGE, O-U-T-A-G-E.
Okay.
And you can also do it on your phone if your phones have been fully charged in preparation for the storm, and you can report your outage online.
Mary, I assume this is also a very good time to remind people that, my goodness, if there are lines down, do not try to move them. Do not try to cut a tree around those lines. Do not try to walk over those lines. I assume it's safe. It would be much better to just keep a safe distance.
Safety first in all cases. Assume all down power lines are energized. Stay more than 10 feet back. All the safety precautions that we announce time and time again when it comes down to outages, you need to employ today. And right now we're at a situation where we've never experienced this type of damage as of recently with regard to tornadoes. I believe, based on some of your statistics that I heard earlier this evening, that even the Xenia tornadoes from back in '74 did not have this extensive amount of damage.
Well, I'm sure that your crews are very busy. You've got, as you mentioned, mutual aid, a network of folks that are making their way to the Miami Valley to help Dayton Power and Light crews restore all of the service around the Miami Valley. But again, I think the takeaway here from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if your power is out and you can, whether it's online or by way of phone, please call and report that. Again, the number, and I just want to be clear, 877-4-OUTAGE. That's 877-4-OUTAGE, correct?
Correct. And then online is dpandl.com/outage, and you can report it online.
Okay.
I'll know more in the morning, and I can give you updates then.
We will be in touch. Thank you so much for taking your time out this morning to speak with us. I'm sure, as again, we will be in touch and as those numbers continue to fluctuate. Thank you for all that you do. That was Mary Ann Cable with Dayton Power and Light. Lots of folks calling in to get the message out to our viewers of things that they should be doing and things that are available to them right now.
Yeah, I do want to mention, if you do happen to call a family or friend that maybe has been watching us and they've lost power, they can still watch our live stream and get an update on the situation. All you have to do, really, most of us have these smartphones in our hands. And you can go to WHIO.com, and all you have to do is click on Watch Live, and that will be our live stream. But again, if you're just joining us, we are now officially at 3 o'clock in the morning. We have been on air wall-to-wall for nearly 6 hours. It started with Chief Meteorologist McCall Vrydaghs, Dante Jones right by her side the entire time, Cheryl McHenry. Our entire team of News Center 7 reporters have been in multiple locations, but we have a lot still happening. We have flash flood warnings. We have shelters being set up by the Red Cross, Brookville, Vandalia, Kettering, Trotwood, Miami County. At the moment, we have Kayla Curvell, Sean Cudahy, Gabrielle Enright, all out there for hours now, of course. Storm Center 7 meteorologist Kirsty Zontini has been tracking the very latest.
We also have our Eyewitness 7 reporters who
Absolutely.
safely are out taking pictures and video and sending it to us so that we can share it with you. Kirsty, I know our entire weather team has been busy this morning keeping everyone safe, and we thank you for that. What is the very latest?
Well, so far, I think the biggest concern is just cleanup. We are catching a break when it comes to any showers or storms for the overnight hours into the early morning, which is good news. But it's definitely still one of those scenarios where not only did we have likely several tornadoes touch down that were strong, but we also dealt with a lot of very heavy rain very quickly. Right. About 2 to 3 inches are some of our radar estimated rain totals. And that was during the time that the storms rolled through, which was really from about 9 o'clock until, let's say, 1 a.m. or so. I do want to share, we were showing this photo before and it was kind of hard to see, but I'm able to pull up these photos using our weather system and kind of give you a closer look. So this was the printing, this was Dayton Creative Printing 1944, this business has been around, and you could see just how much damage. That is a door that looks like the roof has completely almost come off of it. So that's just one photo. Another one that I just found on Facebook was from Gary Collins. This one, Brant Pike and Stanley Avenue, and you could see just the extensive amount of damage to that home. And then another one again from a local business. Dan Harper shared this, Wings Sports Bar and Grill, which we showed you here earlier. You could see just how much damage was done there. When it comes to those active warnings, we are still under a flash flood warning. This actually got extended until 5:45 now. So counties like Greene, Clark, Miami, and Montgomery, drive carefully, especially along the Great Miami River. If you live near a creek or a stream, we got a lot of rain very fast last night. We also still have a flood advisory. This is for Mercer County, where they have dealt with an extensive amount of rainfall throughout the spring season just in general. They got hit hard. Again, Sean Cudahy's been up there the entire night and into the morning. They're also still under an active flood advisory until 4:30. So being careful, watching out for any standing water. Looking at the big picture, as I mentioned, we're kind of in a bit of a lull right now, which is good news. Makes sense. The energy from the atmosphere was really sucked out when we had those tornadic thunderstorms roll through last night. But unfortunately, we're not completely in the clear here for Tuesday. So I do want to show you, this is a look at the Storm Prediction Center for where we would have a slight risk for Tuesday. And it does show that far northern Miami Valley is under a slight risk. So not great. We don't want them to have to deal with any more thunderstorms. But I was looking over some of the ingredients for tomorrow, or excuse me, for today. Now it's Tuesday, it's 3 a.m. And it does look like we will have another round. So I'm going to be putting together Futurecast for you. We will have that, of course, throughout daybreak. And we're going to talk about when those storms could start to refire, why the northern Miami Valley has a slightly higher chance. And I have put together an extended forecast as well. So I'm going to kind of highlight a couple more days this week where I think we're going to see more thunderstorms develop.
All right, Kirsty, I know you're very busy. Thank you for that. We do want to recap that list of shelters that are now available right now, so that if you can get there, there is food, there is water, there is counseling there available, there's a place to lay your head as well. We've got at least 6 that I can list off of notes that I've taken from folks we've spoke with this morning, and they are all over the Miami Valley. So if one of these is in your area, by all means, if you can get there safely, do so. The Ridge Church in Brookville, Ohio. The Morton Middle School in Vandalia, Ohio. First Baptist Church of Kettering, Ohio. Trotwood High School is now open and available to people who need it. And I know there is a lot of power outages in the Trotwood area. You can make your way to the high school there. Hoffman Methodist Church in Miami County as well is available, as well as Coldwater Eagles. Sean Cudahy told us he's in the Salina area right now. He says Coldwater Eagles has opened up for shelter as well.
Letitia, thank you. I do want to mention News Center 7's Gabrielle Enright has been in Beaver Creek. She started at Grange Hall Road and saw where trees were down. Do you still have more to list? I apologize. Yeah. Okay. We had trees down there, Gabrielle, on Grange Hall Road. I saw you stopping vehicles as they were driving toward those trees down. I understand you're now in Garden View Acres, where neighbors told us moments ago live with you that they are in shell shock. A nurse saying she was going door to door, and now I understand that the Garden View Acres subdivision is under a mandatory evacuation. 1, is that correct? And 2, what updates can you give us right now?
Yeah, in Garden View Acres, this is a street that's not far from Grange Hall. I went around, and I want to show you right now. They are coming out. They're assessing everything right now. They are going door to door, and we have been hearing police officers going through with what looks like their SWAT vehicles. I'm pretty sure it's their SWAT vehicles, and they're saying, by order of the mayor, this neighborhood has been evacuated, and it's a mandatory evacuation, and you have to leave. So we are in the process. They are now going door to door. You can see right here the fire personnel making assessments, going door to door, making sure that everybody is safe, and then telling them that the mayor has ordered them to leave this neighborhood. So we just got the word a few minutes ago. I got some video of that. I'll be sending that into the station. But you can see they're checking houses right now. This is what they do after situations like this. They go door to door to make sure everybody's okay. They want to make sure that everyone has shelter and out of that shelter, and then they are in the appropriate places, whether it is an emergency emergency shelter. They're with family. They want everyone to be accounted for. That is what's happening in this neighborhood right now. Again, the people that you see right now, they are volunteers, many of them with the fire department. Some are fire department members. And again, they're knocking on doors. They're checking with people that are walking around, seeing if they need any medical attention. When I did talk with some folks a little bit earlier today, we did hear that there may have been several injuries, but minor injuries. We're not hearing of anything more serious than that. And at this particular point, we are starting to see people getting out of their homes and starting to make their way to either other places with relatives and actually, D'Angelo, you can see the SWAT vehicle right over here. This is the tactical rescue that we often see at SWAT standoffs. They are using that because of the ability to go up and down these streets that are heavily covered in debris. So this is basically something that I've seen many times with tornadoes, and this is happening right here in our backyard here in the Beaver Creek area. Again, a mandatory evacuation here in this neighborhood off of Grange Hall Road, and this is something that we're seeing in a lot of places during this time. So we're going to go over to the command center here shortly. We just talked with a man who said that he has to get some help to get out of his house because it's covered with trees. So we're going to head over to the command center, and we're going to be checking in with the police department and the people running that emergency command center. Reporting live in Beaver Creek, Gabrielle Enright, News Center 7.
Well, Gabrielle, please stay safe. That entire situation is almost unreal to me.
It is.
As Gabrielle was speaking, I was speaking with Letitia and Kirsty off camera, and we all three agreed that we have never seen a mandatory evacuation of an entire neighborhood before. And to make this more worrisome, it's happening right now, and this is one of several locations that were hit hard. It's not like we had one little storm that burst through for a matter of moments and went on. That would have been a giant situation, a scary situation of its own. But you heard Dante and McCall speaking last night and into this morning. At one point, they had 5-6 rotations that they were watching on live Doppler 7 radar. And they basically had to just hit each one as quickly and swiftly as possible, essentially trying to save lives.
Right, to warn as many people
Absolutely.
as possible. Now, we have crews all over the Miami Valley assessing the damage, even though it's still dark outside, but we do have our crews dispatched as well. We just heard from Gabrielle Enright. Let's check in with News Center 7's Kayla Curvell, who's in the Brookville area. Kayla, what you've been showing us there in front of and behind the high school is just incredible. Incredible.
Letitia, there is a lot of damage here, and the reason why we've stayed here at the high school is because there's no way to get anywhere else. The neighborhoods have been closed off, and I want to show you just some of that damage that we're seeing. You can see there's just widespread branches and trees down on the ground. This is, again, right at Brookville High School. The tree there, that's demolished. I mean, most of the trees look like this one here. You can see the branches are everywhere. There are things like buckets that you see right here, just kind of laying all over the ground, just a lot of debris on the ground. The tennis court we showed you earlier, the fence is knocked down on that. The most damage we saw, and I was really able to see it a little bit better because it is dark, it is harder to see out here, but I just was getting a better look at the roof of the school. We'll show you that in just a couple of minutes, but the roof of the school was completely torn off the back. Now, they only have a couple days of school left. I was talking with the president of the student body here. She said just a couple of tests they had left to take, a talent show. That all has been canceled. It was scheduled for today. School here has been canceled. Obviously, they were waiting for the insurance adjuster to come out to let them know when they could actually get into the school. Still a very dangerous situation here. In fact, I don't even know where the roof of the school is. I've seen parts of it. It looks like this might be part of it over here that you're seeing now. I think I saw another piece of this. Looks like there's some insulation here. This might be part of the roof here. It's quite a ways away from where it was torn off, but we've seen things like that just kind of all over the ground. Again, trees down. We're getting closer and closer to the back of the school where a lot of that damage was. We've seen things like light poles snapped in half. Those metal light poles snapped in half. Looks like another piece of the roof over here. Now, I believe this is the roof. It's really, really hard to see in the dark, but this does look like a metal piece that was on the roof there. You can see the insulation, so that's why I'm thinking that is part of the roof. But again, again, trees down right here in this area just as we're walking even closer to the school. And now that we're getting closer to it, I can actually see on top of the roof that what we are seeing here, those white slabs of metal, were pieces of the roof here at Brookville High School. I did see a picture of inside the school when they went in initially to check the damage, and it was just there was insulation, wiring all down in some of those classrooms. So just a lot of damage here. There were people inside earlier. They've all since come out because it's just not safe to be inside this school right now. You saw those doors earlier that were blown in. Some of the windows have been blown out from this storm. And I want to see if we can maybe, you can see the fencing. This is the fencing I was talking about earlier. We believe this came from the tennis court. However, we're not really sure, but you can see it's just kind of rolled up there. Again, trees all down, the branches. Here, this is in the back of the school. Now I want to show you the roof. If we can get a close look up here on the roof, you can see where the roof is bent, the metal roof is bent, but that is all open up there. I wasn't able to see it until we were back by the tennis courts, and we can kind of get a look down into it. You can see the lights there. You should be able to see some lights because you're looking down into a classroom. The roof was torn off of there. It's all bent up, and it's really here in the back. You can see where part of the roof there is still on top of the school. But for the most part, we've seen pieces of the roof down here on the ground, just a lot of damage. I even saw a hose over here. I'm not even sure where some of this stuff has come from because it's just not things you would normally see in the backyard of a school. But again, we're seeing it here at Brookville High School. School is canceled today because of all of this. Just a lot of damage out here. We're going to remain out here. We're trying to get to some of the areas where we've heard there's more damage. Homes, we've heard of cars, trees. Roofs are ripped off of homes. We're trying to get to those areas. There is exposed gas lines, so it's really not safe for us to be out driving around. I would suggest anyone, if you're thinking of leaving to your house, just be very, very careful. Stay inside if you can, because it's just very dangerous out there right now. Reporting live, Kayla Cravel, News Center 7.
Kayla, please be safe. Those images almost, they almost look fake. To quote Kayla there when she started her report, I don't even know where the roof is. And then she spotted chunks of that roof throughout the field there, but behind Brookville High School. I also want to mention you saw the plywood, so it not only lifted off that metal roof, but the plywood underneath the roof, which is why you could see the light shining through the top of the school there, because there was nothing between the air outside and those classrooms. It had all been ripped off. This, a picture of a giant tree that's been uprooted in Beaver Creek. If you want to know how bad Beaver Creek is, we have Gabrielle Enright out there. She was on Grange Hall Road, stopping vehicles live on air before they drove into trees that were down. She's now at Garden View Acres. Kirsty, Letitia, and myself speaking about how they are now under a mandatory evacuation, which we have never seen before, us three in our professional careers. We have never seen an entire subdivision under a mandatory evacuation. She spoke with a nurse there that said she went door to door checking on neighbors, and that essentially her entire street she described as shell shock. She did say something kind of sad to me. She said one of her most wonderful parts of her entire subdivision there in Beaver Creek was the old mature trees, and that's turned out to be one of the biggest downfalls with a storm like this. Again, a mandatory evacuation, trees completely uprooted there in Beaver Creek, and that is one of several areas that we've seen hard hit. If you're just joining us, it's 6:15. We've now been on the air for more than 6 hours when this began. Meteorologist Dante Jones, Chief Meteorologist McCall Vrydaghs had been here throughout the night into the morning. Cheryl McHenry sat right here where I'm sitting, doing a great job covering every single aspect of what was several major storms rolling through the Miami Valley at the exact same time. And right now, we are still under a flash flood warning. Red Cross is setting up shelters in several communities. We'll get those exact locations. We have at least 3 businesses that I have seen that I would describe as destroyed.
Yes, Definitely. You mentioned those shelters. I'm hearing from the mayor of the city of Trotwood, and she says that right now we are sending citizens from the apartments to the Trotwood Madison High School because of the major damage. In fact, they have buses picking people up and taking them to one of those shelters, which is Trotwood High School. I do want to quickly run through the list of shelters that we have from the American Red Cross that are operating right now. So if you can get there, by all means do. There is food, there is water, there is, of course, shelter. There's also mental health experts. We have that list there on your screen. Ridge Church in Brookville, Morton Middle School in Vandalia, First Baptist Church of Kettering, Trotwood High School. Again, buses are picking folks up. If you need a ride to get to the high school there, that is available there in Trotwood. There's also a shelter at Hoffman Methodist Church, that's in Miami County. And Sean Cudahy, who's in Salina, told us that Coldwater Eagles has opened their business as well for shelter if you need it.
If you leave your home and you still want to get updates from us here at News Center 7, you can still go on your smartphone, WHIO.com, click on Watch Live, and you will get this broadcast. Thank goodness as well for our partners over on the radio side. We're talking about AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO. If you're in your vehicle, you can listen to them as well, or anywhere on the radio that you can find. Again, AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO. My entire way in, I listened to Dante, I listened to McCall, and I listened to Cheryl, keeping us updated on what's been basically a disaster of a night and morning. I also want to mention ODOT doing everything they can to clear the interstate. It was just 2 hours ago when ODOT decided to bring out snow plows. Literally snow plows on I-75 just north of Dayton. They were tweeting pictures of it earlier, and essentially whether it was limbs, entire branches, or debris, they were just scooping them up and shoving them off on the side of I-75, essentially like they would during a snowstorm.
Now, just off of I-75 on Wagner Ford Road, that's kind of north of the Dayton area, take a look at this video. This is the Marathon gas station there on Wagner Ford Road, destroyed. You hear the sirens in the background as well. Destroyed. Take a look at the debris field here. This business not only sustained damage, but neighboring businesses as well. Destroyed from those storms that came through. This morning we are continuing to get new video and new pictures from our Eyewitness 7 reporters as well, from all over the Miami Valley, and much the same. It's just amazing. All of the damage that those storms caused.
Not just that, Marathon. We've been talking about businesses destroyed. This video, I believe, from Dayton. This is the Action Sports Complex on Gateway Drive, a 30,000 square foot facility. The main building here, we're told, is completely collapsed. That complex is the house of 2 large indoor soccer fields and a concession stand. We spoke just moments ago with the owners.
The loss is devastating. I mean, I didn't know what to think when I pulled up. As we kind of walked around and assessed the damage, it's a complete loss. No way around it. The building is completely destructed. We've got steel construction baseball field lights completely snapped in half. All of our fencing's down, dugouts are blown over. That the place it's unsalvageable at this.
We're just fortunate that there were no fatalities in this situation. It is a devastating loss, but it's a great opportunity for us to look at how we can impact the youth of the Dayton area and the Miami Valley. We will rebuild, we'll get better, and we're just looking to be rebounding here and making this a premier complex.
Listen, can I just take a moment and talk about the 2 men there? These are business owners that their business has been destroyed. Without a doubt, there will not be customers there for an extended period of time. This is going to be a huge headache for them. This is going to cost them a large amount of money. But both of them stood there and said, we're just happy no one was hurt. There is something to be said about men like that in the Miami Valley, men and women that are business owners that can look at their business that they probably put their time, sweat, and tears into, and they can say, we do this for the youth, and thank goodness no one was hurt. So,
all right.
It's great. It's great. I just want to say it's great to see that.
It is.
And that is one of many businesses that we've seen destroyed. Wing Sports Bar in Vandalia, destroyed. Hera Arena in Trotwood, I don't know if it's destroyed, but my goodness, they have a ton of damage.
And here is another building. This is actually the firehouse in Beaver Creek on Kemp Road. Take a look at the damage there. And again, Adam, you were mentioning the several businesses that around the Miami Valley that we've been seeing pictures of, but this is actually where first responders are out working. This is their firehouse. This is what they will come back to, the firehouse on Kemp Road there in Beaver Creek. We have our own Gabrielle Enright, who's in the Beaver Creek area. She's been showing us damage as well in that area. But again, thank you to our Eyewitness 7 reporters who are sending us these pictures and video. Make sure that before you even get out to do that, that you can do so safely. We don't want you to be jeopardized because we know that the damage field is extensive.
Yeah, and this is not over. Let's talk about what's happening right now. At 3:22, we have a flash flood warning for several counties. We have, give or take, about 64,000 people, according to the DPAL power outage map right there. 43,000 more than in Montgomery County, more than 11,000 in Greene County, more than 5,000 in Miami County, nearly 2,000 in Mercer County. And this is a great time to remind everyone. We spoke with DPAL, Mary Ann Cable, about all of these power outages. She said essentially she needs business owners and homeowners to be patient. Yes. They have a very large network. They have energy crews from around the state and bordering states making their way to the Miami Valley as we speak. Of course, the crews that are already here doing everything they can. But if there's a gas line and you think it may be leaking, call your gas company and turn your gas off if at all possible. If your neighbor has a gas line that may be leaking, help your neighbor if at all possible. If you see power lines down, call DPAL. Do not approach that power line and assume that it is live. Very dangerous situations if people start to try and clean up their own mess and move power lines. Do not do that ever. And again, with 64,000 people, we are absolutely going to have a lot of people without gas. Montgomery County actually shutting gas off to thousands of homes purposefully so everyone can be safe and they can assess the damage and then start to work on getting the power and gas back to each family one by one.
And as we mentioned before, our Eyewitness 7 reporters are very busy. We have a picture to show you of the Aldi store. This is video actually of the Aldi store in Beaver Creek. This is on Lakeview Road, and you can see they still have power, but the debris field in front of the store and in this complex, just amazing. This again is in Beaver Creek on Lakeview, the Aldi store there. Thank you to that Eyewitness 7 reporter who sent us that video.
And again, we do want to get right back to Storm Center 7 meteorologist Kirsty Zontini. She's been here for hours now tracking this. I just mentioned 64,000. I see over your shoulder. We're now at 62,000, so we are making progress.
Yeah, I mean, they're working really hard. If we could switch over to Max 1, I had to update our graphics system because we've had it on for so long. But thank you very much. We are back now on, and again here with the flood advisory until 4:30 Mercer County and the flash flood warning until 5:45. Just got a report here of flash flooding. This is in the eastern portion of Cedarville. There was a report earlier this morning that should be a little bit better now, but that had come in that there was some water over near Fishworm Road, US 42. Again, that was a few hours ago. Hopefully that area has gotten better, but because this warning has been extended for flash flooding, you do want to make sure you're driving carefully here early this morning, especially before we see the sun come up. In terms of what's next, we are still under a slight risk for severe weather. This will be for Tuesday. So throughout the afternoon again here, we are expecting some more thunderstorms that could fire off. So especially if you are north of I-70, our northern communities up towards Mercer, Auglaize, and Logan counties, we're going to be watching the ingredients for you throughout the afternoon because again, we could get another round of some strong thunderstorms. As for everyone that is up late and those emergency crews that are out, Dayton Power and Light crews that are working as well, you can see we are active, no more. We're catching a break right now, so there's no lightning, no thunder to worry about, no thunderstorms at the moment. in. We are going to be keeping an eye, though. You can see up northern Ohio there where they still have some of that development. We'll be watching that throughout the afternoon as well. So continuing to build that forecast for you, but just know we're going to be dealing with more storms this week. Unfortunately, we do have a couple more rounds to get through, and we could again see some severe weather as well.
Kirsty, thank you, and thanks to our Eyewitness 7 reporters who keep sending in video and pictures. Take a look. We're told this is out of
That's
Xenia.
a big one.
I just want to take a moment, watch and listen.
It's down on the ground. It's going right straight to Jamestown. Whew. Oh my goodness. You can see it right there. See the funnel?
Yeah, but it's going that way.
Right, it's going towards Jamestown. Trying to videotape it.
Again, if you're just joining us, that was video out of Xenia of what was believed to be possibly a tornado there. We talk about how dangerous these storms are. There were several at one time. I heard Dante and McCall both saying they came at night, right? So the issue here is you literally can't see them. When there was no lightning, we could not see anything there in the distance. It was simply dark. But apparently there in person, it was easy to see what they described as a tornado. As we speak, flash flood warnings. You see here, this is a car wash.
This is Mike's Car Wash on North Fairfield Road in Beaver Creek, a place I'm very familiar with. And you can see the debris field here. The R slanted, and that's probably the smallest of the damage there at the car wash there along North Fairfield Road, which is a very busy road leading right to the mall at Fairfield Commons there in Beaver Creek.
I do want to mention, if you look there, Letitia, as you and I both frequent this car wash, and they have giant sliding glass doors on both sides. And as you can see, obviously this is the middle of the night. They are not open. But that garage door to me would be described as gone. You see debris scattered throughout their landscaping there in the front. And that's one of now several businesses that we've been talking about this morning. One of the largest was Action Sports in Dayton, a 30,000 square foot facility, essentially completely destroyed. 2 indoor soccer fields that now all of those children, thousands of families really, are going to have to find somewhere else to play their sports throughout this summer. Flash flood warnings, if you're just joining us at 3:29, remain here in the Miami Valley. We have our Team 7 weather coverage continuing. Kayla Curvell is at Brookville High School, where she said, quote, "I don't even know where the roof is," at one point because the roof was shut off. Sean Cudahy in Salina in Mercer County, where several people have been transported with minor injuries to the hospital. Gabrielle Enright in Beaver Creek, I believe that's where we're looking here. Is that this shot, you guys?
This is Trotwood. Okay. This is Trotwood. As I mentioned, on my way in on Main Street, between N Street and before you get to Broadway, there was a tree that was uprooted as well, and on a house. I took a picture of that, so you'll be seeing that shortly. But there again, lots of trees uprooted. You can see some damage there as well to the left of that SUV. And this is Trotwood, but this kind of damage is seen all over the Miami Valley. You see, this is a live look there, and this car is going to have to back up, obviously, because there's some debris in the street and they can't get past. But as we zoom in, you can see the damage there in Trotwood. Now, I understand we have Mayor Mary McDonald, who is the mayor of the city of Trotwood, on the phone. Can you hear us? Mary, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Can you just tell us what you're seeing as you assess the city streets there in Trotwood?
Well, we're seeing a lot of tree damage. We're seeing quite a bit of lines down throughout the city.
Yes.
And that's one of the main reasons we're asking people to stay in, because we see a lot of arcing and live wires. So that's a major concern right now.
We're looking at some live video out of Trotwood, and we just saw a car try to get by. It's trying to get by again. Obviously, something in the road that's blocking them. Can you tell us about the folks who are out and have already got out and trying to maybe get to the shelter there at the high school? What's going on there?
Right. We're taking people to the shelter from the school buses. So what we've actually done is found a pathway through there, but there's not a clear direction that people can go. So it's really important that they're careful trying to get there. But if they would get the buses that we have out, that's the best direction to get to the high school.
Gotcha, and I'm sure you can just flag them down if you happen to see a school bus in the area, obviously at this time of morning.
Exactly.
What's going on there at the high school? What do you have available for folks that can get there?
Well, right now we only have water, and we're looking to make our connections with Red Cross to get them over there so that they can get the help that they need. But we simply wanted to get individuals out of those apartment complexes because those were the areas where there was the smell of gas, and we wanted to evacuate our citizens so that they got to a safe location.
Now, I know that you've been the mayor there for many years, before that on the city council or a longtime resident. Have you ever seen anything like this in the city of Trotwood? In fact, we were looking at pictures of the Hara Arena and the debris field there. Talk a little bit about what, the extent of the damage.
Right. I've lived in the city of Trotwood for 32 years, and I have never seen or had an experience like this ever. Been on council for about 14 years now, and never have we had a situation like this, but we have prepared for it. So we regularly update our disaster plan here, and very recently we just had the updates here. So we are aware who needs to be where and what needs to be done, but through this process we have had help from the city of Dayton, from the county, from other municipalities. The sheriff's deputies are out in the area as well, because this is a catastrophic event for our city, and we are deeply concerned that we access the areas that we can't get to so that we can say that all of our citizens are here and accounted for. So we'll be taking the names of all the people that are at the high school to make sure that we know that those people are accounted for, but there are still some streets that are individuals can't get down to. So until we get those particular areas out, and we have all of our staff out now through the county to be able to cut down trees and things that are in the way so that they can get down into the specific areas that need to be looked into.
And before I let you go, are there any particular areas of Trotwood that you would just tell people to stay away, don't even try to go there, that have sustained more damage than others?
Yes, absolutely. Salem Bend, that particular area, anything around the Hara Arena area, Westbrook Village, that seems to be the path that this tornado took. So we want to make sure that citizens stay away from those particular areas because there is danger in that area, and allow DPAL and Vectren and the other essential services to be to have access to those roadways. And I know a number of people don't have power. I don't have power at my house either. But if they would, please check on their neighbors and make sure everyone is safe. And that is pretty much where we need the help from our citizens.
All right. Neighbors helping neighbors.
Yeah.
Mary McDonald, Mayor of the City of Trotwood, thank you so much for taking time out this morning.
Thank you for speaking with us.
Mayor, thank you. We do want to mention, my producers just mentioned in my ear during that interview that we've spoken about gas outages. We've spoken about now about 62,000 power outages around the Miami Valley. Well, one thing leads to another, basically a domino effect, and we're now being told that the Dayton Montgomery County pump stations have lost power. What that means for you at home is they're asking everyone in Montgomery County to now conserve water if at all possible. Obviously, this is an essential function of the city. They are very well aware that businesses and homes and families need water, and they are doing everything they can, I'm sure, to get the power back on at that substation as we speak. But again, Dayton Montgomery County pump stations have now officially lost power, and they're asking customers to please conserve water if at all possible. So now we're going to have homes that they're asking to use very little, if any, water. Some of them don't have gas. Many of them do not have power. Take a look. These are the latest numbers. Again, if I can just mention anything good, is that About 30 minutes ago, we were 64,000 without power. We are now below 60,000 for the first time in what, Kirsty? Probably 3 hours, I believe. So we have broken the 60,000 mark barrier, 59,971 to be exact. Letitia and I spoke with Marianne Cable from DPAL just, I'd say, what, 45 minutes ago. She made it very clear that it's not just DPAL crews working on this. They are part of a very large network, both throughout the state and bordering states, and several states away. And they have crews making their way to the Miami Valley as we speak. If you see a power line down, do not approach the power line. If you smell gas, shut your gas off and call your gas company. And again, now, if at all possible, and you live in the Dayton area or any portion of Montgomery County, you're asked to please conserve water.
That's right. We were talking about community helping community. You're mentioning mutual aid with Dayton Power and Light. Communities, other communities coming into ours that's been ravaged by these storms, and they are helping to restore the power. We've heard from Mayor McDonald in Trotwood and others about community members and neighbors helping neighbors. Gabrielle there in Greene County talking about neighbors helping neighbors and walking around knocking on doors to make sure that everyone is safe. In times like these, in the worst of times, we see the best of people.
Absolutely. And speaking of Gabrielle, she was there at Garden View Acres, where a nurse was saying she was going door to door after experiencing what she would call shell shock. We also, Kirsty, Letitia, and myself all spoke about how this is the very first time we have ever in our professional career seen a mandatory evacuation, and that is why we want to get right back out live to continue our Team 7 weather coverage, now going on more than 6.5 hours with Gabrielle Enright live there in Beaver Creek. And Gabrielle, I know we were saying right as you got off air last time that the images are so unbelievable, it almost looks fake where you are.
It does, and you know, that's because every time that I cover tornado damage, it looks like that because everything's fine. Like, for example, here, you see a tree and it looks okay. I mean, maybe it's a little bit sparse at certain places, but then you look right next to it and the other tree is on the ground. We've been seeing a lot of damage here. Now, I'm still on Garden View Drive. This is the neighborhood. I'm on the outskirts of the area where they've evacuated people. I've been talking with police and firefighters. They know I'm here. They say I'm okay, but they told me not to go farther in to the neighborhood, and I have a little bit more information on why. Now, this is that tree that the nurse was talking about, Julia, that we spoke with probably about 40 minutes ago. She said this tree has been here as long as she has, about 33 years, I think, more than 30 years. And that is something she said that was very sad to see fall. Now, when I ask the firefighters and I ask some of the other emergency personnel why we couldn't go into the neighborhood any farther and why this area was under mandatory evacuation, they didn't really say a whole lot except that the mayor ordered it. And what I was getting from some of the people that were being told to leave, they told them that there's a possibility there may be some gas leak or there could be propane or something like that. So they don't want to risk anything. What you're looking at now, right now, is the damage. This is the pine tree again that's been around for 30 some years and just one of thousands of trees, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of trees likely in this neighborhood that are no longer standing. Now, if you look behind me, there are other homes and more damage scattered everywhere. You might be able to see some of the siding, even some damage to the roof and just the tree limbs coming down. But when we were talking with everybody earlier about injuries, what I was told so far is that here in Beaver Creek, so far the injuries that have been reported are minor. Now, they didn't tell me how many, but they also said that everybody seemed to be okay. And that's when firefighters and volunteers were going door to door and up and down these streets. Again, they are using heavy equipment. Check out my Facebook page. Also, I sent it into WHIO.com. You'll see the SWAT vehicle saying, you know, by order of the mayor, they have evacuated this neighborhood. And if you don't leave, you get arrested. Again, they know I'm here. They know we're giving some information. And I'm in a safe location, at least here. So I'll be monitoring the situation here and letting you know if we get any official confirmation on why that mandatory evacuation was put into place. Reporting live in Beaver Creek, Gabrielle Enright, News Center 7.
Gabrielle, thank you again in Beaver Creek, where a mandatory evacuation is taking place there at Garden View Acres. I also want to mention I'm watching video on our Twitter feed from Kayla Curvell. She's at K Curvell WHIO. She is just outside of Brookville High School. We've seen her walking around Brookville High School throughout the morning. At one point, she literally said, quote, "I don't know where the roof is." And then she found pieces of metal throughout the back field and plywood. So it pulled the metal off and the plywood. You could see lights coming out of the top of the school. And apparently that was the inside of a classroom with lights on, shooting up into the sky. She's now in front of a home where she says the entire front of that home was torn off there near Brookville High School.
We have a slew of reporters out and about all over the Miami Valley. Let's get to News Center 7's Sean Cudahy. He's in the Salina area where there have been injuries reported, Sean.
That's right, Letitia. 7 injuries so far, those people taken to area hospitals. And one of the things the mayor told me is they're waiting to see if there are any more injuries. They suspect there are some more out there, but they know there were 7 people that had to be actually taken to the hospital. Fortunately, none of them life-threatening. One good piece of news since I saw you last, I'm looking around here and I'm starting to see some lights coming on in different places. The mayor, when I spoke to him about maybe 2 hours ago, told me power was out to the entire city. I'm seeing these. I was wondering at first if this might just be a generator, but I'm looking up Summit Street here. I'm seeing street lights on. I'm seeing street lights over there, even some lights from a business over there, and back down Fairground Road. So a number of places. I'm surprised based on the timeline that the mayor seemed to be giving me, saying it would take a long time, that we are starting to see some of those lights come back on. But I'm sure there are some houses in this area that are still without power, because there are a number of houses that were destroyed in the midst of these storms last night. One thing that was surreal, I just sent back some video and we're working to get that turned around for you. I saw some people actually leaving one of the neighborhoods that was destroyed with suitcases with them, so bringing belongings with them and not knowing, of course, how long they'll have to be making other arrangements to stay somewhere else. Now, the reason you can't actually see any damage behind me, this is where police are actually keeping us right now, because they're telling us it is still not safe to go up some of these side streets right here where a lot of this damage happened. We're not able to actually get our storm tracker even up there. I was able to make my way up there earlier this evening and see just how severe some of this damage is, but surreal seeing some of those people bring out suitcases this morning, and we'll keep monitoring the situation here and let you know what else we find out. Letitia and Adam.
All right. Sean, thank you. Sean, there in Salina, where the entire area was without power. There's some speculation that maybe some of the power is being turned on there now, and he's in contact with the mayor there as well.
Yeah, I want to mention that there's a very good chance that that's exactly what he's seeing. Thank goodness. We were at 64,000 without power on the latest DPAL power outage map. At last check, we're about 59,000. So 5,000 customers just in the past few hours with power back on. Hopefully that's a trend that will continue.
Now, in addition to those power outages, we've had some issues with gas service as well. I think we're going to speak with Natalie Hetty of Vectren. Can you hear us? Are you there? Natalie Hetty is with Vectren. We'll be speaking with her momentarily. Are you there? Can you hear us? Natalie?
Okay. While we wait on Natalie, I do want to mention, Letitia, very quickly, that our Team 7 weather coverage is not just here on Channel 7. Remember the WHIO weather app. Remember the WHIO news app. And also our partners over on the radio side, AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO. They are a wonderful resource, not only when you're at home, but also when you get in your vehicle, you start your day. There's going to be a lot of cleanup that is already happening. People still going door to door, checking on neighbors as we speak. I also want to mention, in addition to the power, in addition to the gas, the Dayton, Montgomery County pump stations have now lost power. This is a major deal. They're asking all customers in the Dayton area, all of Montgomery County, to not only deal with no power and to deal with no gas, but now many of them to please conserve water until they can get power back on at those pump stations.
You are looking live now as our crews have pulled up on this Marathon gas station, now destroyed. This is on Wagner Ford Road, just off I-75 there in the Circle area there, if you're familiar with the area. As you can see, you can barely see the word Marathon. You can see one of the gas pumps there leaning on its side. This Marathon has been utterly destroyed.
And again, I know we mentioned moments ago, Natalie Hetty from Vectren. I believe we now have her on the phone. Natalie, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's just 4:45. We began this journey last night, just a few minutes past 9. We have been talking about everything from water, of course, to power, to gas being out. Can you tell us what your crew is doing at the moment and where we stand in terms of your service?
Yes, so Vectren has enacted our emergency response plan, and we're working very closely with the Montgomery County Fire Department to assess the natural gas system and looking to probably shut down natural gas service to a significant portion of our service area, both in Troutwood at the moment, and then likely in Harrison Township as well. Again, that's per direction of the Montgomery County Fire Department.
And Natalie, if you can tell me, I assume this is all for safety reasons.
Absolutely, yes. So our primary motivation is to ensure the safety of all of our customers and property in that order. And that is exactly what we're going to do.
Let me ask you this. Speaking of safety, if someone is still in their home, they have not been evacuated, and they happen to smell gas, what is the direction? What should they do in that moment?
If they are able to get out of their home, that is what they should do. They should certainly evacuate on their own accord if they are able and call 911 or call Vectren directly.
You know, we were discussing Storm Center 7 meteorologist Kirsty Zontini, Letitia Perry, and myself really over the past hour and a half about how we have never seen damage like this. We've never seen more than 64,000 without power. Thank goodness DPAL doing everything they can on their end with less than 60,000 now without power. Have you seen widespread damage like this? Have you had to put in a plan like this in the Miami Valley in your career?
You know, I certainly cannot think of a situation where we have been assessing such damage. However, we're doing everything that we can to enact the emergency response plan, again, to shut off service to ensure the safety of our customers.
All right. Well, Natalie, we greatly appreciate your time this morning. We know you are very busy. So, again, thank you for the latest information. I'm sure we'll be reaching out here as our wall-to-wall coverage continues. Natalie Hetty there from Vectren. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Again, we want to mention that authorities around the Miami Valley are just basically saying, and if you're non-emergency traffic, stay where you are. It is too dangerous to try and navigate the roads wherever you are in the Miami Valley right now. Authorities have specifically said in West Milton, Laurel, and Ludlow Falls area, please stay off the road because there's so much debris. In fact, we just spoke with a man whose house was damaged in West Milton, and he describes what the storm felt like. Okay, we'll get to him in just a moment. But again, non-emergency traffic needs to stay off the roads all over the Miami Valley.
Yeah, I just want to do a reset here. If you're just joining us, we're just shy of 10 till 4. We've been on air since a few minutes after 9 last night. That is when the storm started coming through. At the moment, we still have flash flood warnings for several counties. We'll get with Kirsty here in just a few moments to give you an update on exactly why those are in place and how long they will be there and where they are. We have our entire Team 7 crew that not only stayed late from last night but into this morning. Kayla Curvell, she's at Brookville High School and surrounding communities. She said the roof was torn off. You saw the front doors caved in of that high school in Brookville. She said she's at a house now where the entire front of the home was torn off. Sean Cudahy, since last night for several hours now, has been in Mercer County, Salina, one of the hardest hit areas that we've seen. Several people injured and transported. The good news at this point, they're described as minor injuries. Gabrielle Enright at Garden View Acres in Beaver Creek. She stayed there for the past few hours for multiple reasons. One being, she said basically she can't get anywhere else. There's trees down all around. We watched her a few hours ago stop a vehicle live on air on Grange Hall Road before that vehicle got to what was an entire tree down across the road. There in Garden View Acres, as Kirsty, Letitia, and I have discussed, they're doing mandatory house-to-house evacuations, which we have never seen. I know you spoke with the mayor of Trotwood moments ago. She has buses taking people to a shelter there. We spoke with the American Red Cross. They have 5 shelters: Ridge Church in Brookville, Morton Middle School in Vandalia, First Baptist Church in Kettering, Trotwood High School, and Hoffman Methodist in Miami County, all providing food and blankets and water for those that need it. We've spoken with Marianne Cable. They're popping up on your screen right here, and as you take a look, I just want to also talk about power outages. We're now at 59,000. At the peak, we were at more than 64,000. We spoke with Marianne Cable from DPAL. She said that she's reaching out to her massive network of crews around the state and bordering states. They're making their way to the Miami Valley as we speak. Speaking of power, Sean Cudahy there in Mercer County saying he's now seeing streetlights come back on. A great sign as we saw thousands of people start to get power again. So again, if you can join us, we will be staying wall to wall here without commercial breaks right here on News Center 7 for the next several hours at least, bringing you the very latest from our team of News Center 7 reporters, AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO, our radio partners that are actually located about 20 feet from this studio. They are on air giving you the very latest. If you have to leave your home, you can always listen to them as well. It's a great time to remind you that without a doubt, the WHIO weather app could not have come more in handy. Both yesterday evening, last night, and into the morning. Dante Jones and Chief Meteorologist McCall Vrydaghs did a wonderful job. Cheryl McHenry sitting right here. Without a doubt, their hard work probably saved lives last night.
I'm sure they did. One of the hardest hit areas this morning is West Milton, Laura, and the Ludlow Falls area. And we spoke with a man whose house was damaged there in West Milton, and he describes what it felt like when the storm came through.
Looking out on some of the block windows in the basement, you could see the wind changing direction on the trees from east to west, and as obviously you could poke your face out the mesh a little bit, you could feel the pressure kind of change and draw a little bit of vacuum as well. Definitely scary. Obviously be prepared. Keep your flashlights charged, keep your batteries charged. Go to the basement when they tell you to go to the basement. Do what you're supposed to do.
And that's exactly right. Do what you're supposed to do. And right now they're telling everyone who is non-emergency to stay where you are. If you have to and you can safely make it to one of those shelters that we've been listing, do that. There's a lot of tree damage, as you can see there, in that West Milton neighborhood just off of State Route 48.
And as we know, the tornadic activity has moved on, but the warnings have not. We are still under a flash flood warning as we speak for several counties. There is no one in this situation I'd rather work with than Storm Center 7 meteorologist Kirsty Santini. I know you've been here for hours. That may sound cheesy, but it's the truth. And we appreciate all the work you've done. Both, goodness, I don't know what time you came in, but you were here when I got here already. So I know you've been tracking this for several hours. Where are we now with the warnings?
In terms of warnings, we just had the flood advisory drop in Mercer, which is good news. But we still do have the flash flood warning. So they got so much rain in portions of Clark, Miami, Montgomery, Greene counties that they were dealing with flash flooding. Remember, flash flooding can recede pretty quickly. So kind of, I think because it's still dark out, kind of hard to see, you do want to be careful. I also want to show you one of our weather cameras. This overlooks downtown Dayton, and it is eerie how dark it is, but that is just showing the amount of power outages we have. You can barely see the city because it's not lit up because of everyone dealing without power. So here's a look live at what we are tracking for you here early this morning. 72 degrees right now. It is warm. It is breezy. The conditions across the Miami Valley were volatile. They were ready for severe storms, and we had several tornadic thunderstorms and storms that dumped a lot of rain. We had some radar estimated rain totals very high here. So this goes until 5:45 this morning. Likely it will get dropped, as I mentioned, as that water continues to recede a bit. But past 12 hours, you could kind of see where the strongest area of the rain was. They dealt with a lot of heavy rain up in the northern portions of the Miami Valley as well. So looking at the big picture right now, you can see that cluster of storms as well off to our east. We're catching a break for the moment. Unfortunately, I don't expect that break to last all day today. I do want to turn on our local storm reports for you here. We're going to zoom in and show you where that swath of damage is. And not only do we have some damage up in the northern Miami Valley where Sean Cudahy has been, Salina is going to be one of the areas that they're doing a damage surveys later today, but you can also see where those tornado reports were coming in. That does include portions of southern Miami County, but really right on through Montgomery as well as Greene was where we had the most reports here, and where the swath of damage is, where you've got buildings and homes that were destroyed, severely damaged. A lot of hail reports came in as well. So a lot of people are going to wake up to damage likely on their roofs or cars from the hail. We had reports of some larger sized hail that were coming in last night. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. In terms of right now, you know, it's still really warm and muggy. We are going to see another really hot day just in general, so that will help to fuel the chance for storms. And in terms of the threat for any strong storms, not only do we have a threat in the northern Miami Valley today, but I'm also looking at what our conditions will be favorable for on Wednesday. And you could see more of the Miami Valley is under a slight risk again for severe weather. So again, we're going to kind of continue to fine tune this for you. I'll have a little bit more as we get closer here to 4 o'clock. But in terms of what people are waking up to, it's not great. This happened at nighttime, which is what we don't want.
Just how much rain came in such a short amount of time?
About 2 to 3 inches at least. And these were just radar indicated rain totals. There were some flash flood reports that were coming in near Cedarville, where at one point there were 6 to 8 inches of water on the road. Like I said, that's probably improved. That came in around 1 a.m.
Sure.
But you do just need to be careful, and especially because we've got power lines down. So if you have standing water, live wires, just really very, very scary situation. So for the first responders that are out, they don't get to stay in. They are out working hard. The DPAL crews are out working hard. So if you don't have to be on the roads, which I know some of our local officials have mentioned, you know, just stay in, try to collect yourself. You know, because that's what we're doing.
I do want to mention quickly, I've been touching base on this throughout the morning, talking about if people can in Dayton and Montgomery County conserve water. So here's the official reason why. It says, due to widespread power outages, we're asking all Dayton and Montgomery County customers to conserve water. We have lost power to both water plants and pump stations. So first responders, I'm told, are performing search and rescue operations and debris clearing at the moment. And again, we all know they have a team of people trying to get those back online as we speak so that customers can use power. We understand how difficult this can be. Many people without power, nearly 60,000 people without power. We have people now, we spoke with Vectren moments ago, without gas. They're shutting gas off for safety reasons. And now people are being asked to conserve water.
And it's not going to be a cool week. So that is something I'm going to kind of continue to keep a look at, maybe what our heat index will be throughout the afternoon, because that is going to be a challenge.
Absolutely.
This isn't a cool day. We're talking about another day in the mid to upper 80s, really high dew points. That's going to be tough for crews as they're working, but also for people that need to conserve water on a day where people will actually need water too. That's definitely a big challenge for them.
I foresee a mass exodus of water at the grocery stores when they open, if they're able to open at all. There's a lot that's going on right now, and it's going to continue for days to come.
Let's talk about good news, and let's talk about options for people that are dealing with this as we speak. Several shelters have been set up around the Miami Valley. If we can get that full screen there of the shelters and addresses, but here's the generic information, and you can Google exact locations. We're talking about Ridge Church in Brookville, Morton Middle School in Vandalia, First Baptist Church in Kettering, Trotwood High School, as well as Hoffman Methodist in Miami County. You see them there on your screens. And Letitia, I believe you wrote down one that Sean Cudahy mentioned out in Mercer County.
That's right. It's the Coldwater Eagles Lodge, which is in the Salina area. That also is available now if you can make it there. That's on Walnut Street there in Coldwater.
It's not just families dealing with this, it's business owners as well. We've seen several businesses from the Marathon gas stations, of course schools as well, but Wing Sports Bar in Vandalia, very heavy damage. Hera Arena there in Trotwood, very heavy damage. But one of the worst we've seen is the 30,000 square foot facility right near Dayton Children's Medical Center. We're talking about Action Sports in Dayton. That was the home of 2 2 large indoor soccer fields. We spoke with those business owners, and I was incredibly impressed. Actually, I sort of got emotional listening to them saying that, you know, knowing that they're going to be losing a massive amount of revenue, they just cared that no children were inside. They said, we can rebuild, we'll figure it out, the details come later, but thank goodness that, you know, there wasn't hundreds of families there playing soccer at the time. And what a glass half full way of looking at things.
And then they looked ahead and said, we will rebuild.
Yes, they did.
And we'll come back bigger and stronger. We want to show you some video now out of, I think it's out of Riverside. Yes.
Yeah.
This is where the walls to this apartment complex gone. Take a look at this.
So it was brick.
Yes, definitely. And as strong as brick is, brick can come down, as you can see. You can see the caution tape up around this area. When we showed you this area live, there were several cars that were trying to pass but had to stop and turn around. You see that bus did make it through there. But obviously earlier today there was debris in the street where cars were having to stop right in front of our camera lens and back up because they could not get through. But this again is some video that we took not too long ago out of Riverside. This is an apartment complex. You can see people out walking around trying to assess the damage, but what do you do in a situation like this? You're thankful to have life, but then you start to look around you and you see all of the debris.
Yeah, it turns to safety. And again, you do not approach a downed
Not at
power
all.
line. You know, we were mentioning from the live look we had moments ago, we weren't sure if that was siding that was torn off or brick. I assumed it was siding because siding comes off a little easier than brick at times, especially in high winds. But that was a brick facade literally ripped from the side of the home. I believe we're now going to go to Westbrook Village Apartments in Trotwood. Now, Letitia, you spoke with the mayor in Trotwood not very long ago. We've seen exteriors of apartments, but take a look at this. This appears to be either a bedroom or living room inside of an apartment. You can see the ceiling there caved in. So again, it's not just exterior. We're not just talking about trees and limbs down. This appears to be debris and furniture scattered around. And I know, Letitia, you mentioned in your home you got to the center of the room and took shelter, and it's been a long time since you've had to do so.
I've never had to do that before, but this was so intense. The winds were so intense. We heard the sirens going that we all gathered in an inner room, in an inner closet actually, in our house. And I live in the Trotwood area. We just recently spoke with Mayor Mary McDonald, who says that while the Trotwood High School is now open and available as a shelter, there is water there available to you. There are school buses running right now in the city of Trotwood. So if you see a school bus and you can get to it, by all means flag it down. They will safely get you to the high school, which is one of several shelters that the Red Cross has opened. But there again, she also said in all of that, that there is so much damage, particularly at the apartment complexes in the city of Trotwood. They're at the Hara Arena area, in the Salem Bend area, that if you can safely stay where you are, then by all means do that and stay put.
Could we possibly have a better picture or example of why you need to check on your neighbors? This is it. You can see from the exterior when a building has had damage. A tree is down, well, that's a tree down, right? It can be picked up with a chainsaw in the days to come. Wires are down, you avoid them, DPAL will get to them, they will get cleaned up. This is what's going to hurt people.
The windows are blown out.
Absolutely. You have debris inside someone's home, and that is why, if it's at all possible for you to go to your neighbor's home, take a moment and check on them, it's absolutely the right thing to do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you talk about these storms hitting such a high populated area, I mean, that's what we've been focused on all evening long, and not because we're ignoring the rural areas, no, but we're so used to these happening in rural areas, farm fields, a little population, but when it rolls across the Dayton metro, and you see the amount of damage that we've been seeing all evening long, it really reinforces the fact that you got to check on each other, because they're more than likely folks who are impacted by this, no matter where you go, especially in the northern sections of Montgomery County and your Inglewood and Trotwood, and then up into Mercer County and Salina. We've been watching that all night long as well.
Yeah, definitely, you know, just scary for us to see this type of setup. Dante, you've been tracking it with McCall all night. I came in a couple hours later, but still, you know, we were under active warnings when I was in. So I did pull back. I don't want this to frighten you. We are not under any active tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. I looped back, though, our velocity, which is a product that we use to look at rotation in storms. And this goes back right to about 10 or 11 when this was really developed and moved through Montgomery County and then headed into Greene County. So we'll just kind of take you through here, and you could see right there over Beaver Creek, just north of Beaver Creek, we could see a good signature there of rotation. It continued to move south and east, and it moved through northern portions of Greene County. There was a report of tornado or at least funnel cloud in Jamestown. And then you kind of see that other redevelopment that was near, just south of Huber Heights in the Dayton Metro. So there was almost like round 2, again, producing some very damaging winds. And then eventually here, once we got past, there's 12:30, a little bit of a couplet near Jamestown there. And then once we got to about 1 a.m., we had seen the tornadic thunderstorms at that point. We're out of the Miami Valley. But we had active tornado warnings on what? There was about 7, I think?
There were at least 6. When I got in around 11-ish or so, there were at least 6 on live Doppler 7. At least 3 or 4 that were actual rotations in the storm. So there was a lot going on live Doppler 7, a lot of thunderstorm activity, and most of it was severe. And as you can see right there that you're pulling up the storm reports, that we've got a lot of reports of tornado and wind damage.
Yes, and I think that the reports coming in after we just showed you where that development of rotation was is a good example of, these were producing tornadoes. And they were doing damage, major damage. We were getting reports of tornado on the ground, funnel cloud, wind damage, house destroyed, this, that, and the other. And so that swath right there that I circled for you, that's going to be where the National Weather Service will be out today, really focusing in Montgomery County, portions of Greene County, and then up into the north as well, where Sean Cuddy was. They'll be up in Salina later this morning as well. So that's kind of a good example in terms of, where the damage came out of those storms, which we talk about radar indicated rotation a lot. Not only were these extremely radar indicated, but we were getting ground truth, which is, we don't want to hear that, but we did.
But you know what, though? It helps with the technology, because we have developed the technology in the meteorological community that says if there is more than likely rotation in a storm, give us this. If there is rotation in a storm and it's strong, give us this. And so what the technology has said is, okay, this is a storm where you're seeing a hook echo, or a storm that looks like a kidney, if you will, then there is more than likely rotation and strong rotation in this storm. We've said, okay, let's look at the winds in this storm, and let's look at the particles in this storm. If it's moving in certain directions, can you tell us that? The technology has said yes. And so we relied on the technology, and the technology verified to the T. And then, like you were mentioning, on top of that, we had spotters and ground truth to say the technology is spot on, because we're seeing the damage where the technology has told you the storm has passed. So this is the reason why the technology is there. It's not perfect, but it is really, really highly accurate. And so we look at that and we say, okay, we can count on this. And kudos to you, by the way, because last Thursday, we look at these storm systems days in advance. And we look at the weather models, and we look at the patterns in the atmosphere. And I remember Thursday, I came in at 9 o'clock, and you were giving me a debrief of what you were seeing, and said, by the way, Monday could be a little on the rocky side. And so here we are, Monday night, and what the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, you were watching last week came to fruition in terms of severe weather. So we're looking at these patterns a week in advance, and of course it gets a little more accurate the closer in time that you get, but we're looking at this a week in advance, and we're here saying, hey, we're tracking everything that comes in, every piece of information that comes in. And as we were looking at what the Storm Prediction Center was putting out, and when they were taking soundings of the atmosphere to see what ingredients were there, we could see as time progresses, McCall and I looking all afternoon, that this threat was changing from a wind threat to a marginal tornado threat to a tornado threat. And that's where the Storm Prediction Center also said, you know what, I think we got to extend these tornado warnings into Ohio and not just Illinois and Indiana.
And those were strong storms in Indiana
Right.
that everyone was keeping an eye on in the evening. And unfortunately, sometimes we see them cross over and they hit our atmosphere, and it's not necessarily, jazzed up for them. But this was. I mean, we're dealing with a really moist, really warm air mass, and all of that can help to fuel these types of storms. And unfortunately, you've mentioned this earlier in your coverage, these weren't just brief spin-up tornadoes.
Yeah.
I think we're going to, when they go out to survey damage, we're not talking EF0 or EF1. These will be higher than that.
Right.
We're seeing all kinds of damage all over the Miami Valley. We've been showing you from our Eyewitness 7 reporters all of the damage all over the Miami Valley. And we have a team of reporters who are out and about all over the Miami Valley, one of whom is News Center 7's Gabrielle Enright. Gabrielle, what can you show us right now? And I know you've been moving. Where are you right now?
I'm still in the same area in this neighborhood because a lot's been going on. I've been getting some new information. First, I want to confirm to you, Ohio Task Force 1 is now mobilizing a Type 3 search and rescue team to support ongoing search and rescue efforts in Montgomery County. I just got that information. I'm able to confirm that now. I'll be working with the team to find out more of a location. We are still here in this neighborhood, and I want to show you more about the damage. This is off of Grange Hall Road. This is the neighborhood that's been evacuated. Again, Beaver Creek Police and Fire. They know I'm here. They know I'm in a safe area. I've been talking with some of the people in this area. They have been driving by saying that they've been told to leave. When I asked why, they said not only did they hear the mandatory evacuation made by the mayor, but also they told me that they were told there may be the potential for a gas leak. So that makes a lot of sense why they would move such a large amount of people. Taking a look now, this is just some of the stuff that we're seeing. I mean, this is obviously shingles from a roof, and then you go over here and then you see little tiny sticks, but then you look in the distance here and there are bigger limbs that have fallen from trees mixed in with some siding from the house. And if you look at the house itself, it looks as though it's just been peeled off, some of the siding on the roof. And the other thing, if you want to listen to something that I just heard from a fella, he was here, we talked with him, and he just told me that when it came to the situation here in Beaver Creek, he came to visit his mother. He had no idea. He wasn't really paying attention to the weather because it was really sunny and beautiful. And then he said, next thing you know, everything went crazy.
At first, I mean, I was sitting at the house, and a friend of mine texted me and asked me if I was in Beaver Creek, and I said, yeah, I'm at my mom's. And he was like, storms are coming your way. And I turned on Channel 7 and see all the stuff going on, and it wasn't maybe 90 seconds after that, and I grabbed Mom, we went in the basement, and maybe 2 minutes, just all hell broke loose.
And that's what I've been hearing from many people in this area. They just said it happened so quick. They were glad they turned on the TV. And a lot of people, they were using the WHIO weather app. They tell me that they got the notification. They looked at what was headed their way, and they took it very seriously. Again, so often we talk about the cleanup of just little limbs like this. This is going to take days, weeks, and months. And I also wanted to tell you, I just got word last year, I believe it was, there was the Barr family there on Ludlow in Beaver Creek Township area. Their house, their barn was hit by a tornado. Well, I just learned it happened again. So I'll be keeping in touch with that family. They say this time they lost their roof. Doesn't sound like anybody's injured, and the animals, it sounds like, are safe too. But I'll be keeping in touch with that family. Reporting live, Gabrielle Enright, News Center 7.
That's difficult to hear.
It is. It is. We followed that family right after, about a year ago, after they went through such destruction. They were able to rebuild, and to hear that the barn has sustained damage again this time.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Just really sad news, really sad news. We are working to get continued Team 7 weather coverage all morning long of these severe storms that have come through and have really devastated many, many communities around the Miami Valley.
If you know anyone who's lost power, as many people here in the Miami Valley do, we're just about 60,000 without power. DPAL crews doing everything they can. But you can tell them that they can get on their device right now, and we are live streaming on our WHIO Facebook page, our partners over at AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO, a wonderful resource, whether you're in your car or at work, or if you have a radio with batteries, you can listen to them as well. Again, our WHIO weather app, a great tool that many had on hand as we went throughout the night and now into the morning. And this is the very latest. And I do want to mention that we now have about 1,000 more than at last check, a little more than 60,000 without power. What you're seeing there are the correct numbers. We have never seen numbers like this. I have not in more than 4 years. We have more than 41,000 without power in Montgomery County, more than 11,000 in Greene County, more than 5,200 in Miami County, nearly 2,000 in Mercer County. And again, this is all a direct result of what Storm Center 7 Chief Meteorologist McCall Vrydaghs was talking about overnight, which is at one point she said they were watching 5 or 6 specific areas with rotation. And again, they had to do their very best to assess the threat of which storm was going to put lives in danger at that moment and zoom in on live Doppler 7 radar and cover that storm. And they basically went storm to storm, rotation to rotation throughout the night. Cheryl McHenry doing everything she could as well to keep all of you informed. And now as we transition into the morning, we have been on the air for more than 7 hours now covering this. And the situation is, it's not over. Right now, work is just beginning. We still have flash flood warnings in multiple counties. We'll get back with Storm Center 7 meteorologist Kirsty Zontini in a moment. We have mandatory evacuations, house to house, mandatory evacuations of an entire neighborhood right now. And Kirsty's pointing at...
Look at our Dayton weather camera. I mean, all you can see are cars moving, but you could just see how extensive the power outage is.
Normally that would be
that camera
lit up.
is lit up normally. Yep. Absolutely nothing. Just a few people that are out traveling there on I-75 at Route 4. So that's just a visual to show how powerful when we say 60,000 people are without power.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a city that's typically very bright at 416.
It was almost eerie on my way in. I can also mention, you know, we talk about these rural spin-ups that are almost flashes and they're gone.
Yes.
At one point, this storm rolled over I-75.
Right, a major highway.
Right, just north of downtown Dayton. You're talking a major city and one of the busiest interstates in the country. And here comes what may turn out to be a large tornado rolling over the interstate. It's devastating to see. ODOT had to get snow plows out to get that debris off the interstate.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, when I saw that tweet as well, that was shocking to hear. But you talk about I-75, there are some of the reports that came in of the tornado that was spotted or damaged that they think was associated with the tornado. And you could see that right along I-75. Just north of the Dayton Metro.
Yeah.
And these are just some reports. Of course, there will be more and they will go out and actually do a survey. But I mean, the amount of surveying the National Weather Service is going to have to do today,
Tremendous.
later this morning, this afternoon. And it wasn't just us. These storms lived on into central Ohio as well. So, you know, bear with them as they're working really hard to get us updates in terms of the damage. And thank you again as daylight comes and you could send us photos safely once you could see a little bit better and you're not stumbling around in the dark. We would always appreciate that, but please don't stumble around in the dark just to get us a picture. We'll be fine. If you could safely do it, of course, we appreciate it, but don't put yourself in harm's way just to show us.
Right.
You know.
The outage is right now hovering right around 60,000. I suspect that number will fluctuate throughout the morning as crews from a variety of area cities and bordering states are making their way to the Miami Valley right now to help restore the service to all of the homes that are out. We did speak earlier with Mary Ann Cable from DPAL, and she said that there is, in fact, a mutual aid network that has been activated that's making their way to the Miami Valley to help restore some of those outages. In the meantime, she says, do not depend on your neighbor to call in the outage. I know that many times when we have massive outages like this, we take it for granted that someone else will call and report it. Well, please don't take that for granted. In fact, she gave us an 877 number that she wanted you to use to make sure that they are aware that your area needs service. And that number is 877, very easy to remember, 877, the number 4, outage, O-U-T-A-G-E. 877-4-OUTAGE. Again, those numbers we've seen them as high as 64,000+ of outages, and we've seen them as low as 59,000 since we've been on the air. They're fluctuating right now around that 60,000 mark.
And from power to gas, we also spoke with Natalie Hetty about 30 minutes ago live right here on News Center 7. She's from Vectren, and she mentioned that absolutely they're shutting off gas to many homes out of safety. Businesses we have seen not only damaged but actually destroyed across the Miami Valley. They're shutting off gas there. And then we move to water. So we're having electric problems, we're having gas problems, and because of that, the Dayton Montgomery County pump stations, both of them have lost power. So now they're asking anyone in Montgomery County to please conserve water. That is, by the way, if you can stay in your home. We've seen subdivisions now, for example, in Beaver Creek, Garden View Acres, with a mandatory evacuation. And when I say mandatory evacuation, that is exactly what I mean. They are going door to door, knocking on doors, first checking on everyone, and then essentially telling them they have to leave their home.
And we've mentioned neighborhoods, schools have been destroyed. In fact, one in particular, News Center 7's Kayla Corvell is in Brookville. She's been showing us Brookville High School and all of the damage, not only to the building, but surrounding that area, with parts of the roof in the trees and parts of the tennis court scattered and the fencing. Let's get to Kayla now for an update.
Adam, Letitia, we just moved from the high school. It's not far from us, but we came upon this house right here. I want to show you this. The entire front of the house has been torn off. Whenever we were driving past, it was almost unbelievable to see at first. It looked like a dollhouse because you can see just the entire inside of the home, the front of the house now laying here on the ground. Just a lot of damage here. There are trees down all around here. It's still dark, so it's hard to see, but we were driving and there are power lines on the ground. This is the reason why they don't want you to be out driving. The power lines that are on the ground, you can't see. So there are some still up above, still standing, others on the ground. You could easily run over them and not even realize what's happening. I know DPAL is out here in this area right now, probably working to turn those live power lines off. There are pieces of roofing in the trees, in the power lines, just pieces of a house torn off in this area. This one, probably one of the worst ones that we've seen. Most of the house is still standing, but then the front of the house you can see just completely torn off. The house next to it, that's been almost level. The middle of the house is really all you can see, and we'll get a light on that a little bit later and show you that later on. Again, DPAL out here just waiting to kind of get an update. A lot of people outside. We're not seeing really any power in this area, but I know a lot of people have also left this area because of, again, all this damage. Obviously, these conditions are not livable, and you can just see the amount of damage here, right here in this area. It's hard even walking here because of all the trees that were down. They weren't in the roadway, however, those live power lines were. We'll continue to keep you updated about this. Adam, Letitia, I'm going to send it back to you right now.
And Kayla, before you go, I do quickly want to ask, I know you mentioned that there have been some people out. If you don't know, that's absolutely okay. Letitia and I were sitting here obviously looking at this home behind you. Do you know, is the family okay?
We don't. Whenever we came up here, there was no one here. We did see a car, and I will show you that later on. It's just hard to see right now, so I'm going to get a light on it. But there was a car. Looks like it was picked up and put on top of power lines that is right here in front of this house. So as far as the family that was living here, if a family was living here, we do not know their current condition or where they're at. We've just seen people who just live on this street. This is a Johnsonville-Brookville Road. We've just seen people who live on this street who they just said they lost their roofs of their homes. So as far as this family, we don't know their condition.
Okay.
Kayla, I see behind you there's a marking there on the front door that usually suggests that a first responder has been there and checked that area. At least we know that there's no one in that home by that orange marking behind you there.
Yes, this orange marking, I've seen it on a couple of places, also on that vehicle I was talking about earlier. That does mean a first responder was here. It has it looks like a 33 and then a 0 on the bottom. So I'm not sure what that means. Maybe I'm not sure if anyone at the station could clarify what that means, but that does mean that a first responder was here, and there's currently no one in the house.
All right, Kayla. Well, thank you so much for that live report. Obviously, devastating damage there. Just feet from Brookville High School again, where we saw metal wrapped around poles. The front doors of Brookville High School, the entire base had been shoved in, I'd say 3 to 4 feet. So a very powerful storm. And again, Kayla, be safe out there, and thank you for that. We're seeing images this morning that honestly, I've never seen anything like this. It's almost hard to compare. I mentioned about Gabrielle's live look of the mandatory evacuation. It almost didn't seem real.
And as we look live here on where Kayla just was, we said at the same time, it looked like a dollhouse.
Yeah.
It really did, where the whole side has been sheared off, and you could still see certain things, including that tub in place in the room that they were supposed to be, but the whole wall was gone.
You know, I see Kirsty here off in the distance working on temperatures, and she mentioned to us off camera before that, listen, without power, people don't have air conditioners, right? You can't run a fan. If you do stay in your home, basic necessity would be open a window, and that's if you have a window, and then water. But now those in Montgomery County are being asked to conserve water. So for many people, I think one of the best options may be a shelter, and Red Cross has them set up around the Miami Valley. I believe we have Ridge Church in Brookville, Morton Middle School in Vandalia, First Baptist Church in Kettering. We have Trotwood High School, Hoffman Methodist in Miami County, and I also want to mention there are several others around the Miami Valley. And it's important to mention, here they are on your screen. If you have a moment to jot down or see your nearest shelter. We spoke with the Red Cross earlier live right here on News Center 7 during our continued Team 7 weather coverage, and essentially they want people to take advantage of these resources if they need them, whether that means a bottle of water, something to eat, a blanket, somewhere cool to stay, somewhere safe where the roof is not caved in or the walls have not come off. And also, I thought this was very interesting, even if you just need to be around someone. Without a doubt, as we see these images, there are going to be children, there are going to be mothers and fathers who may have thought they were going to lose their life last night.
And you've seen people just milling around outside of their own homes in the various parts of the Miami Valley that we've been showing you. You just kind of are in a daze for the most part, because one person did describe it as shell shock, because you just don't know what to make of it. If you've lost everything and you're walking around, it's not only dangerous, so you do need to get to one of those many shelters that we've been listing throughout the morning. And one of the other things that I thought was very interesting is that the Red Cross representative that we talked with talked about the fact that these shelters will have mental health counselors there, because, you know, this is a shock to the system. Not only have you lost your belongings, but you just think, well, where do we go from now? So if you need some direction, you need some company, you may need a bottle of water to settle down, a place to lay your head, some food in your stomach for your children. If you've lost everything, those shelters are now available. And I suspect that many more will be opening as daylight approaches.
If you see a down power line, do not approach that down power line. They ask instead that you call 877-4-OUTAGE. That's OUTAGE. So again, 877-4-OUTAGE. That will help DPNL know where there is an outage, that will help them hopefully get to your home as soon as they can. We spoke with Marianne Cable from DPNL about an hour or so ago right here live on air, and she did mention that it's not just her crews now. They're calling in what she called a vast network of other power
of mutual
crews.
aid, yes.
Absolutely. And by the way, we do the same for their communities, and they do that for our community. So obviously in this moment, we are the ones in need, and we will have crews coming from around the state and even bordering states to come in and help. They now have about 60,000 people without power around the Miami Valley, and obviously those crews doing everything they can to get the lights back on.
That's right. Not only the power outages, but also veteran crews are out working very hard, and they are calling in extra crews as well, trying to get, right now they're turning off gas service for safety reasons. So DPNL is trying to get the service back on in all of these communities, and Veteran is still shutting off gas service for safety reasons. And again, you mentioned the water supply. In Montgomery County, you're being asked to conserve water because right now those facilities are suffering as well.
Yeah, we talked about what has happened overnight. Let's talk about what's happening right now. So we have shelters being set up, as we mentioned. Also, flash flood warnings still exist. Temperatures are I see Kirsty shaking her head. Temperatures are also rising. So as the sun comes up and people begin to clean up, I don't even know where to start.
Before you clean up.
Assess, call who you need to call, and then maybe start to clean up today. It's going to be hot.
It is.
For many, there's going to be no fans. There's going to be no air conditioning. There's going to be limited, if any, water. There's no gas. So this is going to be difficult for days to come.
Days to come, in fact. But we've got community helping community. We've got, as you mentioned, businesses helping businesses with those networks of folks coming into the Miami Valley to help restore power. So we've got a lot going for us. And I think when in the worst of times, as I've said before, whether it's weather or otherwise, in the worst of times, our people really show their true spirit.
Yeah, we have Team 7 weather coverage here at News Center 7. I'm watching our feeds as they come in. I see Sean Cudahy right now. He's actually been in Mercer County, Salina for several hours now, where several people have been injured. The good news, it's minor injuries. Do we have Sean? Can we speak with Sean about the latest?
Well, we continue to be in this kind of a holding pattern out here as we wait to get a closer look at some of the damage as we go forward this morning. What we're dealing with right now is where police have actually shut down the road right here. They're not actually letting our Storm Tracker 7 vehicle, along with any other live trucks here, get back into this area because they're still concerned about our safety. I just a few minutes ago started to take, I will admit, a few steps towards this road closed sign over there, and the officer reminded me I needed to get back because they're still not sure that it's safe, and that's one of the problems with it being dark out here. Now, do we have some video that we can show you from, we were able to get our cameras back into another street a little earlier this morning in the overnight hours. Again, not able to get Storm Tracker 7 back there, but we were able to get our cameras back there, and just unbelievable destruction in this neighborhood right here. I spoke with the mayor a little earlier this morning, a few hours ago, and he reiterated 7 people that were injured in the midst of this storm. He also said that power was knocked out to the entire city. We have started to see a few lights in this area come back on, so I just sent the mayor a text message a few minutes ago to ask him what the situation is as far as power outages are here in the city of Salina, because he told me that previously that power is out to the entire city. And we're going to continue to monitor that situation throughout the morning, as well as getting a closer look at that damage as we go forward over the next few hours. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Sean, thank you. Again, there in Salina, you see first responders there on scene. You see road closed signs, lots of cones. Sean has been showing us damage throughout the morning. The mayor has basically shut down the city and saying everyone had lost power. We did see some glimpses of power throughout the morning coming back on there in the Salina area. We do know that at least 7 injuries there in Salina as well have been reported, and those are the ones that we know about. There are others that we're sure as daylight approaches, we're going to see more debris. We're going to hear of probably more injuries.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we do want to get to video of Dayton Sports Complex, the Action Sports Complex, rather, in Dayton. You know, we've been talking about businesses throughout the morning. We've seen a destroyed Marathon gas station, Wing Sports Bar in Vandalia, very heavy damage, but take a look at this. This is near Dayton Children's Medical Center. This is a 30,000 square foot facility that houses 2 indoor soccer fields as well as a concession stand. And you know, Dante and I are looking at this and thinking, my goodness, how many children are now going to have to find somewhere else to play their favorite sport? It is sad to see. I will say I had a moment of hope a couple of hours ago when we spoke with the business owners there, and they are honestly taking a glass half full approach. They said, while obviously this is devastating to see, they said they're going to come back bigger and stronger and better, and they said that really all they care about is no children were there at the time.
The loss is devastating. I mean, I didn't know what to think when I pulled up. As we kind of walked around and assessed the damage, it's a complete loss. Complete loss. No way around it. The building is completely destructed. We've got steel construction baseball field lights completely snapped in half. All of our fencing's down. Dugouts are blown over. That the place it's unsalvageable at this time.
We're just fortunate that there were no fatalities in this situation. You know, it is a devastating loss, but it's a great opportunity for us to look at how we can impact the youth of the Dayton area and the Miami Valley. we will rebuild, we'll get better, and we're just looking to be rebounding here and making this a premier complex.
Well, there you have it. That's what I was referring to. Again, that complex holds 2 indoor soccer fields and a concession stand, all destroyed. Also, outdoor soccer fields and baseball fields are there as well. We're told they too are damaged.
And we are hearing as well from many people around the Miami Valley that they heard tornado sirens. Residents across the Miami Valley heard as several counties were under tornado warnings last night. This is video of the storm taken in the Vandalia area. You can see that lightning was just lighting up the sky, and look at the damage here in the Vandalia area.
Okay, we do, I believe, now have Brianna Wooten on the phone, a spokesperson out of Montgomery County. Brianna, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, Brianna, well, first of all, thank you for joining us. We are very well aware that it is 4:35 in the morning. This has been a very long night for everyone in the Miami Valley and a very long morning. Obviously, a lot happening throughout all of the counties in Miami Valley, but I know especially here in Montgomery County, we have tens of thousands without power. We've been reporting on customers needing to conserve water. We have extremely damaged businesses. From a county standpoint, at 4:35 on a Tuesday morning, what phone calls are being made? What are you doing from the county side to coordinate and try to wrap your arms around what we're dealing with?
Of course. So we have opened our emergency operations center, and we are coordinating with local fire, police, and emergency management professionals to get resources where they are needed. We are also coordinating with the Red Cross and the food bank to ensure that people will have food, shelter, and water tomorrow. And we are also working with our state emergency management professionals and our veteran utility company to help shut down gas lines in areas where they have large damage and damaged buildings that could be exposing gas lines, to ensure that we keep people safe.
Brianna, when was the last time Montgomery County had a situation this large, this widespread, with this much damage?
Well, we did have a pretty significant wind and ice storm about a decade ago. However, we did, of course, have our water outage recently. We had to activate our emergency operations center for that a few months ago. But it has been a long time since we've had to activate for a natural disaster of this size.
I understand Montgomery County is a large county with a large population and many resources. In a situation like this, do you reach to nearby counties? Do you pull in their resources as well? Do you reach out of state?
Well, at times, yes, we do. We have cooperative agreements and mutual assistance and aid agreements with many organizations. At this time right now, we're functioning as a coordinating agency to help our local jurisdictions, our local fire, police, and EMA and the utility companies coordinate, talk to each other, and get resources where they're needed. That's our primary focus right now.
All right. Well, the good news is, I think, Brianna, is that there is a plan in place. And so what are you asking of residents at this point?
Our primary concern is that people who are need help or emergency assistance know to call 911 or their local fire or police for assistance. In addition, we have received notice from the city of Dayton that their water plants and pumps have lost power. And at this time, they are advising all Montgomery County and Dayton water customers to conserve water. That is very important. The longer that we can keep the water in the system, the better. Hopefully so that we can get the power back up and running before we reach a point where we run out of water. So we're asking all customers to conserve water who are Montgomery County and Dayton water customers.
All right. And we thank you for talking with us this morning. We know you are very busy as well. Brianna Wooten of Montgomery County, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Brianna, thank you. Well, from one expert to another, I believe we're being joined on the phone by Phil Sanu. He's a spokesman for Ohio Task Force 1. We heard moments ago Gabrielle Enright talking about Ohio Task Force 1 being deployed. Phil, are you there? Okay, I'm told we're going to get Phil here in a moment. This is an important time to remind our viewers, all of this is coming in, breaking as we speak. The numbers continue to change. The damage that we're seeing will continue to change over the next several hours, as Kirsty and Dante have both mentioned, as the sun comes up and we can actually assess what we're dealing with. This entire line of storms, several rotations, as you both have been speaking about for several hours now, came at night, making it that much more dangerous.
Yeah, definitely was what makes it scarier to deal with. It's also what makes it a little bit more unexpected. Now, thankfully, we were under a tornado watch, which is very helpful. Hopefully, people took that seriously. So they were ready, knowing after sunset that risk was going to climb. And of course, meteorologist McCall Reidigs had been talking about how that threat had evolved. And I mean, she tracked those storms since they began to enter the Ohio-Indiana border. I think we had our first warning in Wayne County, and then Salina dealt with rotation and likely tornado damage up there. Montgomery and Greene, I think, are really where the National Weather Service is going to be spending a lot of time today. But they will be very busy because there was multiple areas of rotation indicated on radar. And that could either indicate, that could indicate several tornadoes.
Yeah, and they have to really differentiate between the tornadic damage and straight line wind
yes,
damage.
because that was also a huge thing.
And they will be going out to several places because there will be reports of, hey, I think this might have been a tornado. I think that might have been a tornado. And in reality, it may not have been, but they have to go out and assess that situation and see. So, matter of fact, the National Weather Service just saying earlier that bear with them. It's going to take them several days to get through all these areas and to find out what's going on and to decipher whether that was a straight line wind or whether it was tornado. So, but the threat, it looks like it's waned for now. But
at least
it's
going
to ramp back up by the time we head towards the afternoon. And even tomorrow as well.
Exactly. So in terms of where those reports were, again, you could see the high concentration really stretching from Miami County through Montgomery into Greene. Several reports of tornado or funnel clouds. Also a lot of hail, and not small-sized hail, Dante.
Golf ball size.
Golf ball-sized hail. So unfortunately, people, I think, are going to be waking up to hail damage on their roofs, hail damage on their cars. That's also another thing that I don't want to downplay, because that, too, large-sized hail like that can really pack a punch.
Right. Yeah, this is going to certainly be an insurance situation as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there are tons of insurance claims for damage, not because of wind, but because of the hail, as well as the flood threat, too, that we have to deal with.
And speaking of, we're still under a flash flood warning. That goes until 5:45. So we talked a little bit about flash flooding, Dante, that it's very fast rain that falls quickly. It can recede. So I know a lot of the actual flash flood reports were coming in around 12:45-ish, realistically. Now that we're getting closer to the 5 o'clock hour, hopefully more of that water has been able to recede, but it's going to be a lot of the creeks and streams and even the Great Miami River. Getting that rain up north, it all flows down.
Right. It's those aerial flood warnings now, those river floods that we do have to keep an eye on because, like you mentioned, it flows down, and then on top of that, the over inundation of water that we received in a short amount of time, and the already saturated grounds that we've been really hammering and really telling you about over the course of the past few months, but it's just rightfully so because we've been so wet. It's been a wet planting season. I know you've kept track of that. And so the water has really done a number on our soil, and so this is the result at times when you get thunderstorms that move very slowly and dump copious amounts of water. You get problems such as the flooding.
Yeah. So a little bit about later today. We will have the chance for storms, especially as we go into the afternoon. So I think we're all going to be quiet and dry for several hours this morning, through lunchtime at least. But again, northern Miami Valley, especially Mercer, Auglaize, Logan counties, you are under a slight risk for severe weather again today. So, really making sure as we heat up this afternoon that you don't completely let your guard down. I don't expect the activity later to be as powerful or as widespread as it was this last night into early this morning, but it's not completely dry forecast for Tuesday. And to be honest, Wednesday has another threat for severe weather. That will be even more widespread. So we're going to, I think, take a photo here for you, and then we're going to look a little bit further ahead. Dante and I have been kind of looking at the forecast, so I'm going to have some actual forecasts for you. We'll look at futurecast for the day, futurecast for tomorrow, and temperatures, because Adam, as I had mentioned to you before, we're talking about high heat and humidity, and these are people that don't have water, don't have power, and we're going into an afternoon in the mid to upper 80s. With the heat index, that'll feel more like 90. So I'll kind of break down that temperature profile for everyone here, what you're going to deal with in the afternoons the next couple of days as well.
All right, we'll check back in with you in just a few moments.
And as I mentioned moments ago, Ohio Task Force 1, I believe, Phil Sinoway. I believe I'm saying that right. Phil, are you there? Fenoway, I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay.
So let me just start by thanking you for being here. I know it's 4:45 in the morning. I know you're very busy, so we will not take much of your time and let you get back to your real job. However, I do want to just for a moment, if you could explain to our viewers what Ohio Task Force 1 is and what the services you provide in a situation like we're seeing this morning.
Okay, so real quickly, because I know you got a lot going on too. This is slightly different than how you would normally see us because we are we're now a state asset, not a federal asset at this point, and things are developing, much sooner than if we were going to Mississippi. So I can't really give you a lot of details at all on what all's going on in the county, as you guys have already reported. Things have gone through Trotwood, Dayton, Beaver Creek as a general path that I've been told. What Ohio Task Force 1 really does in a situation like this is we just provide additional resources and manpower. We do have some specialized equipment. We have search dogs, items like that. So what I think is happening at this point is the county is trying to get a grip on exactly what has happened. We know there's a lot of damage, and they want to be prepared for daybreak as to what's exactly needed. So we are really just an additional, I heard you talking a little earlier about mutual aid agreements, etc. You can think of us as just an additional fire department that's been called, because now we're getting some guys from Cincinnati and Columbus who otherwise are not involved in this at all. If a team member is on, example, Trotwood's fire department, that team member isn't available for Ohio Task Force 1. He's already committed. So we're just bringing in some additional resources to help with search and rescue.
And I know this is a highly skilled group. I know you train often. We've been there. I know New Center 7 has been with you during many of your missions out of state to some of the hardest hit areas. Do you take a different approach mentally when this is your hometown? I mean, I know you guys are used to getting together and you hit the highway in a convoy and you show up and you help people in other communities. It's got to be devastating to see it right here in your own community.
Well, sure, of course it is. But on the other side of the coin, these guys are all professional guys. They're used to going to emergencies in their own communities all the time, so they'll function just the same. The only difference will be is we'll get out the door much, much quicker because we don't have to do a bunch of federal required paperwork, etc. And they know that potentially we're getting in a truck and we're driving 15 minutes, in this case, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They're driving and jumping right into whatever is needed. But other than that, no. I mean, like the team won't just come in and say, hey, we're here to take over. The team will basically do what Montgomery County's EMA, which trickles down to the local fire departments, what can we help you with and how can we help you? And they'll kind of move into that mode and help where they can.
What does that look like? Does that look like going through these buildings that have been devastated? Does that what specifically do you have the ability to do?
Well, yeah, it's not any different than if you can remember pictures we see from hurricanes and stuff like that. What needs to be done this morning, and again, this is just my assumption, I have not had any contact with Montgomery County EMA, but what needs to be done this morning is, first and foremost, they have to figure out where's the damage. Then, second of importance is how much damage is and what do we need to be done. And that's one of the things that the task force is potentially very helpful in, because we can be very mobile and drive through a community and say, yeah, these, and these streets need searched. And then past that, we do have search dogs. We have guys that are dressed properly. They have the proper tools. Somebody has to go search all these homes and make sure that they're safe.
And Phil, I do want to mention that, and if you can answer this, great. If you can't, I understand. But it was about 10 minutes ago. We had New Center 7's Kayla Cravell. She's live, very close to Brookville High School. You saw that house.
The Orange X is what you're asking
absolutely.
about. I'm not going to go into a lot of details of the Orange X because it's used a lot of different ways. The most important thing for everyone to understand is the Orange X means that somebody searched it.
Got it.
I will tell you that the bottom number is typically used for how many people are found alive, dead, or there, period. So that's what that number is usually used for. So a zero on that building was a good sign.
Absolutely.
The rest of them aren't. The other three boxes aren't really that important to anybody, except to us. But the biggest thing is it tells us that the building's been searched by somebody who knows the X system and understands it. And don't let me, before we leave, I got a couple real quick tips to give you. So make sure we talk about that before we go. Well, the only three things that come to me from my experience being in the fire service and from search and rescue teams, just to remind everybody, because I'm sure you've been saying it this morning already, is number one, 911 is an emergency resource. Don't call 911 to find out if, hey, has anybody found my mother at such and such an address? They just simply can't funnel and handle that information. If you have an emergency, obviously that's a totally different thing, and that's how you use that. The other two things which are important, and we see this all the time in these kind of emergencies, is you need to stay out of damaged areas. And what we call freelancing, volunteering on your own and self-deploying yourself to the scene, is no help at all. And in most cases, it's illegal. So as much as everybody wants to help, and we all get that, you're really not any help at this point. So you just have to kind of sit back and maybe see where you can volunteer in the next few days. But right now, the local fire departments, and in conjunction with many, many teams, other than just us, they have everything pretty well under control and can handle that themselves.
Okay. Well, Phil, thank you so much again. Phil Finoway from Ohio Task Force 1. I know you're very busy. We appreciate your service. We appreciate what you and your team are doing. So we'll let you get back to the work. Phil, thank you.
All right. Thanks.
We are looking at video right now out of Salina, and you can see people with whatever they can carry, whatever they could pack there in their luggage. They are taking to the streets, walking, looking for shelter. You also see in the distance a Dayton Power and Light truck there in the distance.
And this actually a tree on a car just into our News Center 7 newsroom. We've been talking about damage. This is on Airway Road in Riverside. Listen, this is widespread.
Yes.
Right? We are seeing significant damage around the Miami Valley. We've gone from Brookville to Salina to Riverside to Trotwood, as Letitia mentioned, to all of Montgomery County. I mean, it really doesn't matter where in the Miami Valley you are. You probably either see damage, will see damage, or have family or friends that have experienced damage last night and into this morning.
And I know a lot of people probably heard the crashing and the slapping against their houses, but not knowing the extent of the damage around them right now. But when day breaks, it's going to be even more extensive, I suspect.
We saw it there in Trotwood with 2 apartment buildings where it wasn't the siding ripped off, it was the brick facade on the side of that building that are now just in rubble. We saw it at Brookville High School with Kayla Cravell, where at one point she said, "I don't know where the roof is." Until she walked around the back of the school and then realized it was crumbled up in the field. Not just the metal roof, but the plywood under the roof. And you could see the lights coming out from a classroom into the sky. We are still dealing with this right now. Obviously, county, local, state officials all trying to work together, whether it's through gas and Vectren, whether it's DPAL with power, whether it's Montgomery County now asking people to conserve water. Red Cross is in the Miami Valley and working their way toward the Miami Valley. Crews from out of state are through the Miami Valley. This a live look here. If someone could tell me what shopping center this is. Okay, there you go. It's North Dixie Drive. And again, you can see just business after business that will not be able to open today.
I think that's right there at Siebenthaler and North Dixie Drive, right around from where we showed you that marathon station there on Wagner Ford Road. I think this is in the same area, but take a look at this. None of those businesses will be able to open. Fortunately, though, as we've been saying, when the storms hit, most likely most businesses were closed and there were few to no people inside those businesses. But thank goodness, when you take a look at this damage here at this entire shopping center, not a store, but several stores here on North Dixie Drive.
While we have reported several injuries, right? The good news is, as of this point, that's a Family Dollar, by the way, that you're looking at. Completely, I would describe that as completely destroyed. Yeah. We also saw the inside of apartments that had furniture scattered. The ceilings were caved in, and that's a great reason to check on your neighbor if you can.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's right up there by.
Is the UDF right across the street there at Siebenthaler?
Right down the street there.
Yeah.
Yep. And then up the street is Shoot Mill or Turner, or, you know, at Needmore, and then there's a Dollar Tree there on the corner of that, and there's a Kroger around there, and then you keep going up the street there's a Walmart. So yeah, that's right in the area where I'm accustomed to see every day, visit every day. So to see that much damage in that shopping center is just astounding.
We were discussing earlier, as you guys know, we're so used to tornadic activity maybe quickly hitting a rural area and then quickly being gone, and we report on maybe some boards of a barn, right? Maybe a shed blew into the side of one home. Right. These are densely populated areas. There's several of them, and this cleanup, you know, who knows how long this is going to take.
And when many people were sleeping.
Yes.
You know, that's a scary part as well. We do have our crews dispatched all over the Miami Valley. Let's get to News Center 7's Gabrielle Enright. Gabrielle.
Letitia, we're in Beaver Creek, and I'm about a block and a half from where I was before, and I ran into James and Tracy, and they let me come into their house, which really doesn't look like it. Come inside with me. I want to show you. This used to be an office, and really, after the damage, I want to show you that it has a new surprise addition. There's no roof here anymore. You can see a tree where their office roof used to be, and if you look at the debris down on the ground, everything is just an absolute shambles. I also am going to take you, as he moves over very slowly, into their kitchen. There's some things that are still fine. There are other things that are not fine. And again, if you look, there is absolutely no roof here. Now, I asked James and Tracy where they were. They were in the basement, thankfully. Look at that brick. I mean, the fireplace just blown apart. And then you look on the counter and there's a mug with pencils that wasn't even touched. It's unbelievable, the damage here in this house. And I've been told that the bedrooms are even worse. So we're going to take a look back there in just a little bit. But just imagine, we talk about this all the time. Go to the basement. Anything that fell could have landed right on anyone that was here. We talk about getting under mattresses. We talk about getting under something sturdy. I mean, just look at what could have fallen on them if they had been on this level. They were in the basement with two 13-year-old girls. They are safe. They didn't want to leave. We talked with Beaver Creek Police. They would prefer that they left, but this is not exactly the danger zone that they were concerned about, but they still would prefer that people would leave. But you just look. It's unbelievable, the damage. That is their dining room. That is a place where obviously you go to gather for dinner, and look, the roof is gone. So just the images that we're seeing from a different perspective. Often I'm not in these situations right after they happen. I see it maybe a few minutes later or a few hours later. But just looking at what the family now has to deal with, it's just unbelievable to me. And so these are the images. This is why we show you to go into the basement. We're going to show you, coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to take you in the backyard where I'm told the roof landed. And I'm also going to be talking with James and Tracy about how they survived this. Reporting live, Gabrielle Enright, News Center 7.
Incredibly sad to see their home there and where obviously they gather and their family gathers. Gabrielle, thank you so much. Be safe. We'll check back in with Gabrielle in a moment. You know, from homes to businesses. We keep talking about businesses destroyed. We just saw that Family Dollar store destroyed. Well, take a look at this. If you're just joining us here just a few minutes shy of 5 o'clock, this is Action Sports in Dayton. This is near Dayton Children's Medical Center. This is where many families gather on a nightly basis to play some of their favorite sports. Outside, there are soccer fields and baseball fields. We're told they experienced damage as well, sustained damage, I should say. But this building is 30,000 square feet and houses 2 indoor large soccer fields. And it is absolutely destroyed. We spoke with the owners earlier this morning right here on News Center 7.
The loss is devastating. I mean, I didn't know what to think when I pulled up. As we kind of walked around and assessed the damage, it's a complete loss. No way around it. The building is completely destructed. We've got steel construction baseball field lights completely snapped in half. All of our fencing's down, dugouts are blown over. That the place it's unsalvageable at this time.
We're just fortunate that there were no fatalities in this situation. You know, it is a devastating loss, but it's a great opportunity for us to look at how we can impact the youth of the Dayton area and the Miami Valley. We will rebuild, we'll get better, and we're just looking to be rebounding here and making this a premier complex.
And I would describe those young men as glass half full. That is really how they're looking at this. Amazing that that they're standing there and essentially saying we're going to rebuild, and they're just thankful no one was hurt. Major work to be done there. Major work to be done in many places. If you're just joining us, we're just shy of 5 o'clock. This storm put us on air with Chief Meteorologist McCall Vrydaghs. Cheryl was here. Dante was here. They were tracking this a few minutes after 9 is when we went on air, and News Center 7 has been on air since, along with our partners, our WHIO weather app, our WHIO Facebook page, our news app, our radio partners, AM 1290 and News 95.7 WHIO. I listened to our coverage the entire way in.
Coming in. You know, our goal is always to keep you safe, to prepare you for what's coming, and to show you the aftermath. And that's what we have been doing since 9 o'clock last night, and we will continue to do throughout the day today. As we've mentioned, we have our teams of reporters dispatched all over the Miami Valley, showing you damage all over the Miami Valley from those severe storms. Let's get to News Center 7's Sean Cudahy, who is in the Salina area and has been in contact with the mayor overnight and into the morning.
Letitia and Adam, good morning. If you're just waking up this morning, this is one of the areas that's got a long road ahead when it comes to cleaning up. I'm in an area just down the street from the worst of the destruction, and that's because police are saying it's still too dangerous for us to actually get our Storm Tracker 7 down the street. But if we want to show you some video here, we were able to get our cameras there overnight, and you can take a look. Just unbelievable damage in this neighborhood. There's another neighborhood we're told that's just like this that we have not been able to get our cameras into yet. But you see some of these houses just leveled. I spoke with a man who described his house as just shot. Debris all over the place. Neighbors said they heard a deafening sound as this storm moved through, and I had never seen anything like this. I was taken aback walking through this neighborhood early this morning. Now, a little while ago, I spoke with the mayor. He said 7 people were injured, and he said, like the city has seen with tornadoes in the past, there's going to be a long road ahead. And back out here live, the mayor told me that those 7 people were taken to the hospital. Their injuries believed to be non-life-threatening. They also expect as the day goes on, they may hear of some other injuries, but none at this point that they believe to be particularly severe. And what they've been doing overnight is doing search and rescue efforts, going door to door to different houses to make sure there's not anybody that's unaccounted for at this point. We're going to keep checking in with the mayor and with city leaders and police as this operation moves forward over the coming hours, with daylight being something they're really looking to this morning. And we'll keep that for you here live in Salina. Sean Cudahy, News Center 7.
Sean, thank you for staying on top of that and keeping in touch with the mayor. Thank you for that report.
We now want to get straight to Kayla Cravell. She continues our Team 7 weather coverage from Brookville. We saw Kayla out earlier at Brookville High School, where the roof had been ripped off. The front doors were literally pushed in about 4 feet. There's debris everywhere, metal wrapped around poles. She then moved to a nearby home that we referenced as a dollhouse. It looked like a dollhouse because the entire front of that home had been ripped off. And if we could get to, I believe we have Kayla, do we? Okay, Kayla. And again, every time I see you, you're at a new scene with extreme damage. Can you tell us what's behind you now?
Yes, I really thought this was a house whenever we first came up on it, but as we got closer, it looks like it was some sort of auto shop. This looks like a Camaro that's sitting here, and you can see all the cinder blocks. I mean, look at this. The cinder blocks were just kind of torn off. This looks like a door frame, maybe from the garage where it was, that's still standing, but I'm thinking this was a garage where the cinder blocks came down, and you can see the garage frame there still standing. And I know you were talking about those, we were talking about those orange X's earlier. I heard I was listening to you all on the radio, and I was able to hear that means that they have checked this area. The orange X means they have checked the area, and then the 0, the O means that no one was found there. We found this also here on this building, and you can see there's an old Volkswagen Beetle. Let me move this light here so I can show you this a little bit better. You can see this yellow Volkswagen Beetle that's here. You can see it looks like just a lot of the building just thrown on top of this. This is a parking lot too, so that's where all of this kind of fed into. And then you can see just across the way there's a white truck. Now this white truck is sitting on top of power lines. So what we think happened is that truck went up in the air, was taken up into the air during that storm, and then landed on those power lines. And you can see again the orange exit there. X is there. That means emergency crews have been out here. They've been checking this, and did not find anyone there. There's a 0 there as well. But I mean, I just can't even believe the amount of damage that we're seeing out here. It's really widespread, and this is right next to that home you were talking about, the dollhouse home. That's right next to where this is. So this really area of road, this Johnsonville Brookville Road, is very badly damaged, and then right across the way there you can see Brookville High School. So this area here just it's an absolute mess from that storm. It's going to take a while to clean up, and as we've been on the air, DPAL has been out here. I'm pretty sure they've been turning off those live power lines. They're all over the road. Gas lines are exposed out here. Brookville High School, obviously no school today. They're just finishing up this week. So we're heading now to another area where we have reports of a lot of damage, and so we'll check back in as soon as we get to that area. Reporting live, Kayla Corval, News Center 7.
Kayla, thank you. I do want to mention, if you look there behind Kayla, there was that Camaro, and then there was that black structure. What that was, it was an automotive lift. Wow. Right? So essentially, when you pull your car into an automotive shop, that's the legs they kick under your vehicle and lift the whole thing in the air. If you want to know why it's standing, there's a good chance because they actually bolt these deep into the concrete foundation. Obviously, because when you have an SUV or a large vehicle getting lifted into the air, the last thing you want is for that lift to fall over. So it makes absolute perfect sense to me that that was the last thing left standing. You saw, obviously, the center block walls completely destroyed and cars destroyed, and the automotive lift still in the air because it is literally bolted into the foundation.
Let's get the very latest on this weather situation from our Storm Center 7 team. They've been very busy overnight and into the morning, continue to be so. What's the very latest?
All right, so we've been pulling in photos from all of our Eyewitness 7 reporters, and we want to kind of talk a little bit about that first, and then we'll get into a forecast for you. So in terms of the pictures,
wow.
Not only have we seen a lot of damage, we've also seen photos of large-sized hail, and this is a photo sent in to us showing pretty significant tree damage. That tree is completely uprooted, Dante. This is sent in to us from Michelle. Zoom in, you could see completely lifted. Now, granted, we do have very saturated soil, so it's not as hard to lift and destroy a larger sized tree. This photo is a picture, they're not wrong there, from Dustin, downtown Dayton, and yes, that is clearly looks like a large tornado.
This is a picture that I have no doubt that you're going to see across social media today. You're going to see this probably on some of the national outlets today of the monster storm that ravaged portions of Dayton, Ohio, and to look at that at night, Kirsty.
Right. That was lit up by lightning there.
Wow.
That's the only reason why he was likely able to capture that photo.
And other folks too have done the same thing. A bolt of lightning lightened up the sky enough to where they could capture this barreling down on neighborhoods and doing quite a bit of destruction. And we've got some pictures of the destruction video as well. And then, as you mentioned, some hail too.
Yeah. So that was about 30 minutes. So assuming it's pretty warm, that hail probably melted just a bit. But we had golf ball sized hail earlier. So the National Weather Service, Dante, we've mentioned, they've already confirmed they'll be in Salina and the Dayton area, and a couple more cities in the Miami Valley. But here's what they're going to be looking at. So of course they're going to make the determination between straight line winds or tornadic wind debris. And if they're looking at tornado damage, it's going to be shot up into the air. It's going to be damage in all different directions. Straight line wind will be more unified, which will probably have a mix of both, to be honest.
Exactly. And you know what? And they are going to look at that tomorrow, and we have been looking at the pictures and the videos that have been sent to us and kind of assessing this ourselves and looking at some of the damage. And EF0, you know, that's the lowest on the scale, 65 to about 85 miles an hour, and you get blown off shingles and shallow trees uprooted. But then when you start to go up in the scale, you start to see some of the damage that we've seen.
Yes.
For example, cars possibly, if Kayla's
Lofted,
right, you know, cars lofted in, that's more indicative of EF2.
Mhm.
We're talking 111 to 135 miles an hour.
Yeah, and
so that's very strong.
And especially because they will look at the types of buildings.
Yeah.
So when you're starting to get well-constructed homes and buildings that are either seeing significant damage, the foundation may have shifted, or old trees, which I think it was Gabrielle had done the interview, where a woman had said she's got beautiful historic trees in her neighborhood and they were just uprooted. That's when you start getting into the higher end
Strip malls
EF2s,
torn apart,
EF3s.
like your Family Dollars.
Exactly. Some of the well-constructed areas, well-constructed buildings. So that's what they're going to be looking at too. It's not just that it hurt a building, it's how well was that building constructed, and then that tornado still did the damage. So that's what they're going to be looking at today. A little bit forward now for you here. We're still seeing just almost a completely dark downtown Dayton. We've got a ton of power outages, which we're going to check in with Adam and Letitia, and they'll give us an update on the power outages. 72 degrees right now. Looking at those storm reports, you can see where that swath of reports are in terms of hail and tornado damage. That goes here from portions of Miami, maybe even northern Preble, but really through Montgomery and northern Greene County, with Jamestown probably being one of the last cities that had a report of a funnel or tornado. In terms of rain, we are still under a flash flood warning until 5:45 for Clark, Greene, Montgomery, as well as Miami County, and that is from that very heavy rainfall that came with those thunderstorms. They were picking up so much moisture, dumping it so fast on the already saturated ground. So that's where we're dealing with that flash flood warning. The good news is Mercer County is out of it. This is the current look at live Doppler 7 radar. We are quiet. Everyone can take a deep breath. We can continue cleanup. We can continue to help our neighbors out and watch as the sun comes up here this morning and kind of get a better assessment of what happened throughout the night. The big picture shows as well, there's a little bit of activity still to the north, but that is north of the Miami Valley. So once again, a couple of hours throughout the morning, midday or so. I don't expect there to be much more redevelopment. We do still have the chance, though, for redevelopment later this afternoon, and that is especially going to favor the northern half of the Miami Valley. We're not talking about the strength and the widespread